tell me when we're live.
power until it should be steady loop.
Okay. Is mine on?
If they don't have a receiver, then they turn themselves off. So the receiver people are unplugged somehow. All right, I think we're good.
Where are we picking this back up? 1, 2, 1, 2.
Yeah, so we're picking it back up from number 6 now. Took a break. So this is Alex Huey in the box. Just took a break after figure number 5. Looks like he's flying through again.
Okay, folks, welcome back to the 2025 U.S. National Aerobatic Championships. I'm Goody Thomas, joined by Marco Powell. We had a couple of technical difficulties just a little bit earlier, but we just get started about halfway through the first flight. Alexander Huey is flying the 330 SC. He's coming back in to pick back up on figure number 5.
Number 7.
Actually, into figure 7, 2 or 4 push hammer. Carrying a lot more energy, second half of this sequence. Hammerhead turnaround. Should be have a half roll down south exit into figure number 8.
Really good positioning on the hammer.
Drive this back into the Wren. 2 or 4 hard push.
Nice crisp points there.
7 negative G's, pushing him out of the airplane. Full roll at the top.
And then we got a 360-degree outside roller. So right now what he's doing is a foot and hand coordination that is just, and he's doing it gracefully here. Keeping that roll rate the same, not losing altitude. There's the second one. Bringing it back around, he wants to finish back where he started from. With a beautiful figure, he's got one more turn to go here. Does that really nicely.
It's like at the end of the sequence, that'd be like everybody watching at home trying to pat your head and rub your stomach at the same time. A very coordinated, tough figure. But well done. Number 9.
Are you good at doing that?
I'm not very good doing that.
I'm not good at that either.
No.
I just close my eyes and hope I go the right way.
Another beautiful day in Salina, Kansas, 2025 U.S. National Aerobatic Championships. Day 2, weather's been fantastic, only about 82 degrees, winds out of the south. Weather's been extremely cooperative to start the championships. We were fortunate enough yesterday to have Mr. Sean D. Tucker narrating some of the unlimited flying, a lot of outstanding flights from the unlimited category yesterday. Those guys will be back up on tomorrow for their first unknown flight. Right now, folks back home, flying's just halted for a few minutes. The judges are just having a conference, just talking about the previous flight, making sure everybody's paperwork's in order, and moving on to contestant number 2.
Yeah, I don't know if they're discussing when he took the break there, because when he kind of came back in, I'm not sure if he actually wagged back into the box.
Correct.
So I don't know if they're having a question about that or the. So this category, we're having a mixture of advanced pilots in the power category, and then we're doing gliders as well with advanced and unlimited.
Here we got 6 glider pilots in the advanced unlimited, and we're going to have a total of 11 power advanced pilots. Pilots from all over the United States, from Florida to Maine to California. Everybody meets out here once a year to try and determine the national champion for each category. It's a great time of year for everybody to get together, see friends, family. They only get to see a few times a year.
Acro family, that is.
Acro family. It's a big acro family. Next competitor is going to be Marty Flournoy from the Atlanta, Georgia area. Marty's been flying aerobatics for
The Wright
around
brothers.
30 years back
Probably
to
since
the
the Wright
Wright
brothers.
brothers.
Yeah.
Great competitor. He just came back from the Advanced World Aerobatic Championships along with Craig Gifford, Brent Leakin,
Stan Moy as well.
Stan
and
Moy, and Kyle Collins.
Yeah, representing
great
the
job
States.
over there those guys did. Such a commitment. A lot of your time, money, all the training. We can't thank them enough. Job well done for the United States Advanced Aerobatic team. As Marty's up there in the hold, we also have a glider in the hold. The glider is high and to our left.
Looks like the glider will be next.
Glider's going to be the next competitor, and they're going to be coming off tow. This should be Dave
off tow now.
Watson flying unlimited.
Oh, this will be fun to see.
And he is flying an MDM-1 Fox. Okay, I was just corrected, guys, that while my paperwork is out of order, looks like the first competitor is going to be Gavin McCormick.
So there's the wing rocks. First figure here is going to be pull to a 45, half roll, and they're going to lay out inverted. All right, he's gone through the first figure, now he's on the 2 of 4. So this will be a upside down diagonal 45 hump day. So he's, at the time he's pulling around, he's going to be laying out inverted. He's unlimited. Apologize for that. I'm doing the unlimited category. So just did a quarter roll on the way down. It's going to be followed by a pull vertical quarter roll on the way up. It's going to lay this one out inverted. Ooh, and then a 4-point roll. Level fly here. Super slow. There's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now it's just going to be a pull down, come out level. Just place this right in front of the judges here. Nice avalanche. It's going to be a snap roll on the top. There's a snap roll. Then a half roll back around. Did you hear the wind off that wing when he snapped it? Come back down with another quarter roll. Next thing on the upwind. And again here, another 2 of 4. It's going to be a heavy push around. On the 45 down, it's going to be nothing. And we pulls out level here. He's going to be doing what we saw earlier was a 3-turn 360 roller. And now they're going to do a 90-degree 1-turn roller. So he's bringing it to the judges right in their faces. This looks awesome. Wow. Now, I don't fly gliders, but I don't think I could do that. That was an unlimited one, yeah. No, that was a. Yeah. I think that was Dave.
I don't have sheets for that.
Yes, that would have been Dave.
Good. Okay, folks, number 2, advanced pilot, it's going to be Marty Flournoy. He's in his warm-up figures. The pilots are allowed to do a warm-up figure prior to them commencing their sequence. A couple things. They're checking the wind. They're checking their belts. You can see he does a 2-point roll. Ideally, you want to see a roll right. You want to see a roll left. Check the continuity of controls. He's checking his belts. Maybe getting a couple more clicks with the ratchets. We have a ratcheting harness system in these airplanes, similar that you would use a ratchet to ratchet anything down the back of a truck. The clicking motion that you hear, and that allows the pilot to get extremely tight in the seat. And as Marty climbs up to altitude, after he did his warm-up figure, he's also evaluating the wind. See where the airplane's drifting. Is it drifting east, west, north, south? So now he can now calculate as he's flying to probably 2,500, 3,000 feet, where do I want to dive this airplane into the box with the wind conditions? So as Marty sets himself up, he'll be turning on a base leg here in a minute, commencing 3 wing wags to signify to the judges that he's going to be starting his sequence. It helps the judges, along with, we'll have a little bell down here or a whistle for everybody to be paying attention that it's time to start giving those wonderful scores to Marty. Again, a wonderful day here out in Salina, Kansas. 83 degrees, winds out of the south as he's lining up in the box. He's pushing over. Here come your wing wags. Marty Flournoy from the Georgia area. There's 1, 2, and number 3 as he's accelerating around 180 knots, 200 miles an hour, coming through the box, a double roll. Should be right box. Half loop up, followed by a 3 and 2, opposite direction, 1.5 inside flick as Marty pulls around about 6 positive G's. 1, 2, 3, 1.5 inside, to the left, correctly done into figure number 2. Just pulling around the bottom, 3/4 loop. He's going to set that vertical line up. Checking that sighting device to the horizon, a 1/4 roll. Only Marty knows which way he will go depending on the wind. He's bringing it to the judges, setting himself up for a 1 1/4 turn inverted spin. Very disoriented for the pilot. 1/2 and 1 1/4. Marty finishes exactly where he needs to be as he pulls around for 3/4 of the loop for a 3 and 4 on the top, followed by opposite 2 of 8 points. On that one, but he's holding it together. And end of figure into figure 4. Marty's looking around the box. The wind is affecting Marty. He is drifting towards the judges. The pilot does not want to get too close to the judges as he does his half roll, half loop down, coming back across the box. Setting up for a wedge. Pull vertical. Here's his half roll. He's looking over to his left wing. At his sighting device, he's going to push the nose around to 45 degrees. Accelerating the airplane about 120 knots for an inside snap roll. Nicely done, Marty's going to pull back around to the vertical as he finishes this wedge or in figure. Capping off upright, you can see the airplane drifting to the north ever so slightly. Checking its positioning in the box, he's going to push that 540 down, 1/4 roll into a double Humpty combination. This is a pull, push, pull. 3/4 up. He's going to be pushing back into the wind. And some very fast stick movements about to occur as he sets himself up for a 1/2 inside snap roll. Back across the box into figure 7, a 45 hammerhead, 2 to 4 on the 45. See the pilot pulls slightly steeper when he's going downwind, so it appears he's 45 degrees as he pushes vertical into the hammerhead turnaround. As Marty accelerates the airplane, half roll down, he's looking at his position in the box. Want to drive this back across to the south for a 2 of 4. Half loop up, push, high negative G's, trying to push Marty out of the airplane. Veins popping out of his head. He's pushing around very hard as he comes around the top for a full aileron roll. Nicely done, Marty. onto our 3-turn roller to the outside. Very hard figure to fly, very hard figure for the judges to judge also. Lots of opportunity for the pilot to make errors. Any variation of rate of roll, yaw change, heading not being where it's supposed to, all deductions as he finishes those 3 distinct wing wags. One of our advanced world aerobatic competitors exiting the box. What do you think, Marco?
You know, I thought it was a great flight overall. I mean, the positioning was great. He brought everything away that he needed to. You know, I think a great thing you brought up was about the warm-up figures. And, you know, we just saw Huey fly, and he chose 1. That was different than what Marty flies. So, you know, speaking of that, how do you decide what warm-up figure you're going to fly?
You know, that's all pilot dependent. I think a lot of times you look at your sequence design. What is your first figure? Sometimes your first figure could be a warm-up figure could be similar to your first figure, so you get an idea of where do I need to commence the start of the sequence. That plays a very big role in determining which warm-up figure that you need to do and where the wind's out of.
Yeah.
To help you determine that, because it's very critical where you start. The first pull in the sequence can affect the entire flight. All right, and we're coming in for, should be another warm-up figure. This is going to be Rob Devin.
Yeah.
And he is flying a
MXS.
MXS, one of the original MXSs, a beautiful airplane owned by Mike Celebretti. Lots of vertical penetration, as you can well see as Rob goes into the vertical. He has chose a hammerhead turnaround. Nicely done. Good picture of the box as he's coming straight down. He can see every white panel perfectly. There's his safety check, 2-point roll.
He's got some roll rate.
That airplane has
got some roll rate.
very, very fast roll rate. This is one of the original prototypes, MX, as they came on the scene many years ago and continually improved upon. A wonderful airplane flown by many of our pilots throughout the United States.
It's pretty cool, the first 3 advanced competitors. If we look at them, we've had the 330SC, a 300S, and now the MXS.
Yes.
Little different variety in the advanced category today.
And each airplane has unique characteristics, some better than others. Rob's trying to get himself situated exactly where he wants to be before he dives in. Looks like he's on base to final. Let's see if we get those distinct wing wags. And here we go. We are live and 3 into figure 1. What do we have, Marco?
So the first figure we've got is a double roll. It's going to be a half loop up. So we're looking for this crisp stop at the end of this. So there's a double roll. Nice stop. Pulling up to the half loop up. It's going to be a 3 of 2 on the top. 1.5 outside, opposite direction. So we've got him rolling right now. So we're going to expect this 1.5 snap to the left. There we go. What a pitch. Wow, that was a lot of pitch there, but he gets it nice and stop. Going straight into this P loop. So pulling a half loop down. It's going to go back to a vertical. There's going to be a quarter roll up on that vertical line. And a little rotated, but he's got it still held in there. He's coming towards us here, the judges. Now I've got a 1.25 negative spin. There's 1.25 ends up right in front of the judges. So when we get to the top of this P loop here, there's going to be a 3 of 4, so we're going to expect to see a pause on each stop. 1, 2, 3. Now we want a 2 of 8 opposite. So we got 1, 2. Nice long pauses. Base from there, half roll, half loop down.
Coming back across for figure number 5 into our end figure. Rob, we're real close to us. We'll see what the judges think about this. Sometimes it's not as pleasant to their eyes. It's hard to tell as they're having to look up versus more at a 45 out in front. They're like they're watching a play, but he comes around to the 45-degree, full inside snap. As he's drifting ever so slightly toward us, hopefully Rob can work sliding the airplane back stepping off for figure number 6.
Yeah, this one's got a crossbox, this next figure, so hopefully he takes this one away.
Hopefully he rolls to the left.
Yep.
Nice. He can open the bottom of this up, ladies and gentlemen. I'm trying to take this away from the judges as he's doing a very nice job of that. He'll close this radius and have a 3/4 roll. He's going to push over the top of this. Blind right now because he's looking out the left wing. Now he's picking up the horizon. Here comes the ground, setting himself up as the speed comes on quickly for the half inside flick. Into figure 7, this is our 45-degree hammerhead. As he pulls 45 degrees, a 2 or 4, about a 4-degree negative G push to the vertical up. He's looking at that sighting device, waiting till the airplane comes to complete stop. He's feeding in a lot of right aileron, full left rudder as the airplane pivots all the way around. And here's our half roll down to come back across the box for figure number 8. A little exhaust coming out, vaporizing, smoke trail. Pilot is not penalized for that. It's the way some of these airplanes are set up with their air oil separator system. It's coming across the top of that half push loop, full roll into the roller.
Oh, and he's bringing this one too as this time. The other guys brought that away, so hopefully he can keep it in the, try to keep it in the box. He's doing a good job so far. He's got to be right on the edge of the box, but he's keeping it edge. Right in there. And he finishes it off. Looks like he kept it inside the whole time.
Kept it inside. Wow,
There's wing
nicely
wagging out.
done there. That was a tight performance.
Yeah.
Very tightly done on this far west edge of the box. The judges like to provide a positioning score. It's an overall presentation to how well the pilot flies this flight directly in front of the judges. You know, our box, for everybody watching at home, is 3,000 cubes squared. These advanced pilots can come down to 600 feet above the ground, and they can go up to 3,500 feet high. But sometimes if the pilots fly too high and too close, the judges have a hard time reviewing the figure and giving a quality score. So the pilots typically want to fly between around, say, 2,500 feet and 800 feet, and a little bit towards the middle of the box, so that it's a nice presentation for the judges to observe, like they're watching a play in front of them. They don't have to move their head a whole lot, and it's a pleasure and it's comfortable to watch versus having to really look high above them or try to strain their eyes way, way high. They can't see the figure and give a good quality score to the figure.
Yeah, it's as simple as the, it's kind of like a ballet dance. We always say you're dancing for a judge, and certain figures are going to look better in a certain area of the box, and your whole job is to take that figure in that sequence and put it where you think the judges are going to like it the best. And whether that's an altitude, a certain altitude, or in a certain area in front of the judge, you only do what you think is best.
That's exactly right, Marco. As Dave Taylor comes in, should be a warm-up figure. He's flying an MX-2. Gary Ward's on the airplane. Actually, Gary Ward, a long-time, well-known air show pilot, has decided to take a break from it and move on to something else in aviation. And Dave Taylor has had the outstanding opportunity to be the new owner of that airplane. The paint scheme on it is absolutely beautiful. That airplane has dazzled people throughout the United States of America at air shows from west to east as Dave comes across the box in his warm-up figure, 2-point roll, belt check.
And the cool thing about this plane, we just saw the MXS fly, which is the single-seat version of the MXS. Now, the MX-2 here is the 2-seat version of it.
The 2-seat version, and a very good performing airplane. Yes. As David Taylor is going to be presenting to us from the Springfield, Virginia area. Right now, currently an investment advisor, long career in the United States military. I believe he was a Navy pilot, if my memory serves myself correctly. This is his 3rd time at the U.S. National Aerobatic Championships, and Dave is a longtime competitor, many of the regional contests throughout the country.
SEVA judge, I believe, as well
SEVA
for us.
judge,
The United
yes.
States represents us on the world stage as a judge, and a great, ambassador for us competing at the world stage.
So many people behind the scenes getting this contest on its feet. Shad Coulson is our contest director. So many people back behind. Monique Hartmann. As we come in for the 3 wing wags from Dave Taylor. Advanced sequence. Pilot number 4 out of 11. Double roll. It's going to be fast. Figure number 1. Slight descending in the roll, ever so slightly as Dave comes across the cop, making this half loop rather large for his 3 of 2, 1.5 inside snap roll.
I think he's just able to because he carries so much energy in that plane through it. A little bob on the snap, but showed well with the pitch and the yaw. Going straight into figure number 2, which is a half, that's P loop again. Getting back to the vertical in the quarter, everybody's been bringing this figure right to the judges, so it'll be interesting to see if everyone's going to keep going, and yep, they all, I guess everybody on the advanced side is in agreement that they're liking this spin to come at the judges today. So here we are with this 1 1/4 outside spin. We've got the pitch, the yaw, and the roll. Sets it right down on the vertical line, coming back around. With this peeling back around the top, again, we're back with this 3 of 4 with a 2/8 opposite. So we just want to make sure we see each of these points. They're not rushed. 1, 2, 3. Now we want 2 points opposite. 1 and 2. Set that up really well.
Looking so good. Coming across the box in the figure 4, it's basically half roll, half loop down. As Marco said, a cadence is very important for the judges as a pilot does hesitation rolls. It has a rhythm to it. That rhythm will lead you to a higher score. As we come back across into the wedge, figure number 5 at left box, half roll up, setting himself up for the 45. Full inside snap roll on the descending 45 line. Taking a snapshot of the box, where he is in the box. There's his full inside flick. As Dave comes across the bottom of his wedge figure. In the sky, you could also say, as he pulls vertical, caps off upright.
His position looks great right now. He, it looks like he's been able to pull himself a little bit further back from where he started. And so we'll see if he takes his core roll 2 or away. And he's going to take it away. It looks like everyone's liking this, kind of pushing it to the judges at the beginning of the sequence, but towards the end pushing it back, which I think makes for a real nice presentation.
Yeah, very nice presentation so far. Maybe a little short here as he pushed over the top. We'll see if he comes in for a little left rudder to help bring the nose back around. Nicely done, Dave. Half inside snap roll. Power's coming back in. Is accelerating. You'll hear the prop surge there as that prop governor's keeping up, keeping that propeller RPM exactly where it needs to be to maintain precision RPM as he goes 45, 2 of 4 into the vertical up line for the turnaround hammerhead. Running out of energy there. Full left rudder, pivots the airplane around, accelerating half roll down.
When you get some of this figure, we go back into this push half loop, which is a 2 of 4. And I think when you get into the advanced category, that's kind of the hardest thing to get used to is these heavy pushes. And, the IEC does a great job of getting these guys right into it from the beginning. 1, 2, and a real heavy push. Probably the -5, could be -6 range, depending how hard these guys are going to push. A full roll on the top of the loop, on the top of the half loop here. And then finishing off this next figure again in the sequence is going to be this 360-degree roller. Just the same as Robin looked like. David's going to bring this towards the judges, see if he can keep it inside the box. Remember, the whole point here with this rolling circle is they're trying to keep the roll rate and the nose moving at the same rate the whole time around. He's doing a good job of keeping this roll rate coming around, finding his points. It's such a visual maneuver because you're trying to find all these points where you're trying to keep yourself orientated to go back the right way. Looks like he finishes it up, and there's going to be his wing wax to finish the sequence. What'd you think?
I think it was a pretty good flight, Dave Taylor. He's not had this airplane very long. We were talking over dinner the other night. He's very excited to be in it, and it takes me back to something. I was talking about the beautiful paint scheme on the airplane. Marco, you probably well know this as a Sukhoi pilot also, that paint schemes are very important.
Very important.
And how an airplane is painted makes a very big difference how the airplane presents in the sky.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, my aircraft's a yellow and a purple, so what you see a lot on aircraft is the top of the paint scheme will be one color and the bottom will be another. Some people have checkerboards underneath. There's something that really pops. You know, my aircraft has lines across the bottom that really signifies the difference between the bottom and the top of the aircraft. When your aircraft, you have checkerboard, right, I believe?
And I have vertical stripes on the bottom, and the top and bottom are very distinct, so the judge can always know if you're upright or if you're inverted or if you're 45, there's a distinction between the top and the bottom, and it just helps the judge's eye. A lot of paint schemes that are out there, I shouldn't say a lot, but some of them do blend into the sky if you have an overcast day. So you want a paint scheme that stands out to the judges, and basically well-rounded overcast, blue sky, and you don't want too many curves. A lot of times the straight lines are better.
Yeah, it dignifies, it signifies, it's easier to pick out your vertical lines that way, I think, whenever you're off axis or something. And next we're going to have one of the glider come in, it looks like. It's going to be
This is
Gavin McCormick. It's going to be flying a DG-1000. It's going to be United States Air Force. So it's really cool. We get a lot of the gliders come in and compete here at the National Aerobatic Championships. Just coming off tow. They help out us a lot here with all the volunteer work, and it's cool to see those guys duke it out against each other. And you know, I believe they're all out of Colorado, if I'm not mistaken. They all come out of Colorado, and they come out here for contests. And not only do they try to beat one other, he's the top glider pilot, but also against the rest of America as well, which is cool to see. So as he's diving in, I would say you can't hear him because, you know, he's a glider, so he doesn't have an engine. So this whole sequence kind of flies a bit different than when we look at a powered aircraft. So on the glider aircraft, they're kind of allowed to descend a bit during their sequence because they need to keep that energy going. So his first figure as he comes in, it's just going to be a pull to a 45 half roll inverted. There's a half roll. He's holding in. He's going to level out for a minute to show he's leveled out. And then when he comes back down for figure number 2, there's going to be a 2 of 4. So we call this a diagonal Humpty. So this one's going to be a 2 of 4. Now he's going to pull it all the way back around, straight up to a 45 line and remain inverted. So right now, he's hanging by the seat of his belts. It's going to keep pulling him there. And now he's going to slow it down to create a 1-turn negative spin. So there's the spin, comes around, catches it perfectly for 1, straight down to the bottom. Finishes that figure, it's coming into a nice loop, but this one's going to be a little bit different. It's going to have 2 points on the top of the roll here. So he's looping it around. We should start to see this roll go now. There we go, 1, and another one's coming here. Shows that point. Here's the next point. He's going to finish this off. Go straight up into the wind again. Next one's going to be a tail slide. So this tail slide's a little bit different than most of them because this one we're going to have the canopy come down. We call it a negative tail slide. So what essentially is stopping it, the aircraft is coming backwards now. It's going to kind of flop, but that's okay because that's what they're expecting to see. And with this, he's going to have a quarter roll on the way down. As he completes this, he's coming towards the judges. He's going to pull vertical. And on the top of this Humpty Bump, he's going to push over with a little bit of a negative push. So like I said, now again, he's getting a good view now of where he's at in the box. He's going to quarter roll, exit on the downwind. Good quarter roll there. Now we're going to come around to a P-loop, but on this P-loop, he's going to have a 2 of 4 at the top. So this one, we're hoping that he finishes right on the vertical down. And look great, looks like great positioning. He's going to be right in front of the judges. There's 1 and 2, pushing straight down. Going to exit upright. It's a figure number 8, which is going to be a pull to the 45. 2 of 4 on the way up. Showing those points again. 1 and 2. Nice crisp stops with the glider. That's impressive to see. Come straight down to the vertical again. Going to exit downwind and finish off with this 90-degree 1-turn roller. So let's see if he takes that tour away. All right, takes it away. And finishes across the box. That's going to complete his sequence there. Have you ever flown a glider, Goody?
You know, my first glider experience was in Chester, South Carolina. I'm actually from Rock Hill, South Carolina, just outside of Charlotte, North Carolina. And there used to be a soaring school there. and I had a glider ride at 12 years old. And then my first advanced world championship in Grossenheim, Germany in 2000. I got the pleasure of getting to ride in a glider there off this grass strip. A lot of fun, a whole other experience. I'd love to get a ride with Shad in one of these high-performance gliders.
Yeah.
Looks like a lot of fun. Hey, folks back home, as y'all have been seeing some wonderful flying out here, you know, none of this could be possible without all of our unbelievable sponsors. Year after year, new sponsors, old sponsors. Aurora Aero, MX Aircraft, of course the Extra Aircraft, MT Propeller, which is on so many of these airplanes out here. Insurance company, we got to give a big shout out to Northwestern Insurance. They are a continually gold sponsor, platinum sponsor for the U.S. Nationals. Aircraft Spruce, Warren Solares Aviation down in Paluch, Florida, longtime mechanic and supporter of these aerobatic airplanes. Fly Good Merch, of course. Marty Flournoy always likes to continue to dedicate his time and resources to help the sport grow. He has been doing this for well over 30 years. Patty Wagstaff, as she decided to retire here just recently, what a long, distinguished career. She continues to support the IAC, where she cut her teeth into competition aerobatics, and so many more to keep this U.S. National Aerobatic Championships going.
One interesting thing we could look at with the advanced guys, you know, we're talking about, you kind of see that smoke trail coming out all the time. And many people probably don't understand why that really is, because, you know, when Marty flew and Alex flew, they didn't really see any of that, but when the MXSs flew, we saw that. But do we know with the 330 SC that you have a tail a pipe that runs to the tail. So it doesn't really touch the engine at all when you're in the negative part. But on the MXS, because they're that carbon monocoque build, they don't have an exit at the tail. So where the oil is actually plumbed out at, inverted, is into the exhaust pipe. So that's why you'll see sometimes on some of these long negative figures, they'll have some smoke coming out of it. So it's a totally normal thing. It's just that's a unique trait to the MXS.
Basically what is happening, the oil is just vaporizing in the hot exhaust, just as if in the air show, the airshow pilots are pumping an oil, a special oil, into their exhaust, and it just vaporizes, and it forms that beautiful smoke, which, you know, so many people have the pleasure of watching at air shows throughout the whole entire United States. But as Marco was saying, some of these airplanes are plumbed a little bit differently because the way they're designed and built, where the oil exits, and so yes, you do have some that have a little bit of the smoke coming out in the heavy pushes, because that is more of a tendency when the air oil separator is moving back and forth. There's a ball valve that moves up and down, and there's a lot more of that in the hard and negative pushing, and it dumps into the exhaust system. So again, the pilots aren't penalized for it. It's just it's part of the way that airplane operates. Again, as I was saying, there's so many things behind the scenes that do take place that we couldn't do without all these wonderful volunteers. Mary Beth Rudd, one of our longtime registers, back in the back, making sure everybody gets registered correctly. When we show up at the U.S. Nationals, or her husband, also Chris Rudd, a longtime competitor mechanic. He is one of the key technical inspectors to make sure all the aircraft are safe, all their paperwork safe, everybody's parachute is packed accordingly, and the list goes on and on. And two gentlemen that have been out here year after year that we cannot thank enough, that look over every single pilot that gets in their airplane before they go fly, is Dale and Doug. These two guys are our starters, and they do an unbelievable job. Their responsibility is standing with the pilot as they get in their airplane to make sure they have enough gas, they have enough oil, do they have the correct frequencies, do they have their correct sequence card that they're going to fly. They're providing water, shade, you know, a little bit of a, hey, good luck, you know, a pat on the back, but these guys work hard all day long, and we could not do it without their wonderful expertise and experience in aviation and air shows throughout the country.
Another thing that they don't do actually that it's kind of oversaw sometimes, but they kind of set the pace for the contest. You know, we call them starters because they're the ones kind of seeing, all right, this guy's in the box flying. We've got another guy going in the hole, and they're trying to get an idea of, okay, we've got 113 competitors total, and you know, we're trying to get everybody to get all 3 of their flights in this week, and so they're really the guys that come out there and help dictate the pace throughout the day to get everybody flying. And you know, this morning they did an amazing job. All the flights got done, we're completely on time, and that's literally thanks to them.
Yeah, there's a very big communication that goes between where we are over here with the videographer, Forrest Fox. We have to give a huge shout out.
Yes.
Every year he is out here recording hundreds of flights in the heat. Video quality is superb, and we can't thank him enough for providing all this live stream video back to everybody at home watching. But yes, the starters communicating with Forrest, the starters communicating with our chief judge. If there's any hiccup in the system, we can immediately have instant communication to halt the flying if we so need to. So a big thank you to all these guys. As the next powered pilot, looks like Don Hartmann flying an extra 300S is in the hole. Don is from the South Florida area, lives at the Willis Glider Port, a long time competitor. Don has been competing, owns a roofing company, and his lovely wife Monique down in West Palm Beach. Delightful couple.
And Don's a great pilot, multiple-time team member. I believe a couple years ago he was a top 3 for the advanced category, so you know you're going to have a good flight here in a minute with him coming into the box.
Don comes into the box, safety figure, pulling vertical, looking over that left wing, that sliding device to make sure the airplane is perfectly vertical. It's like balancing a broom in the palm of your hand, just keeping it ever so centered. It looks like Don's going to be pushing that left rudder all the way around for the hammerhead turnaround. Nice view of the box as Don is coming vertical down. He can see all the 9 white panels that form the aerobatic box, which you can ever so see beautifully from that cockpit as he does his 2-point roll, safety check, continuity check, left and right. He'll climb back up to 3,000 feet or so. Nice cool air up there.
You know, another thing they do with these warm-up figures, you know, not only are they looking at the box, but you know, they're picking a certain point to where you see a lot of them are pulling this vertical, and it gives them a good idea of the wind drift that's up there. So when they pull that vertical line, they pivot over and come back, they can get an idea of how much wind's pushing them up and down the box, which gives them a real quick analysis of where they need to start their first figures, or maybe there's a figure later on that they're really dependent upon to have it in the correct position.
You're so right, Marco. You know, wind can be a huge problem in aerobatic competition. It can be a very problematic for the pilot is to keep the figures in the box. And what starts happening is as the wind velocity increases till its maximum velocity, the quality of the figures start getting deteriorated because the pilot is working so hard to try to keep these figures in the box. And especially when we get wind that blows sideways through the box, not necessarily at the nose or tail of the airplane, but from the left or right wing, it moves the airplane left and right through the box, which makes it extremely difficult for the pilot to keep it exactly centered in the box and where they need to fly each position. As Don's pushing over, full throttle, his 3 wing wags diving into the box, and number 3. Airspeed's increasing. He's hitting his target altitude.
Beautifully done.
As he comes across the top, looking back over his top of the canopy, there's a 3 of 2. Nice cadence. See, the judges like this cadence. Into 1.5 inside flick, opposite direction, full opposite rudder to stop that rotation. They don't use any aileron because that introduces bobble as he comes back around for 3/4 of the loop. He's setting that vertical line up, a quarter roll.
Oh, so he took it away.
Taking this away.
Yeah.
Nicely done, Don. As he's setting himself up, looking through the top of that canopy, a 1 1/4 turn inverted spin.
Keeping the nose up very nicely, making sure they see that pitch and yaw at the same time.
Half 1 1/4 calculation is right on. Power's going to slowly come in as he brings the nose back around 4.5, 5 Gs, pushing him into the seat of that beautiful 300S coming across the top. 3 of 4 points, 2 and 3, 2 of 8 opposite. Again, cadence is key for the judges. Taking himself back through number 4, half roll, half loop down. Airspeed's increasing, coming back across for figure number 5, into the end figure.
Straight into the half roll, which has got to be separate, but have enough spacing on the top and the bottom, which he does beautifully.
Exactly right. Timing and spacing is critical for all of these pilots. Full inside snap roll as the speed accelerates. Nicely done, Don.
Beautiful. Now we're back up to the vertical here, and at this cap off, we're going to go back to this push down. So Don did what everybody else didn't do, was take the spin away. So it's going to be interesting to see if he decides to take this away or bring it to them. So we'll see here. And he's going to take it away, he believes the positioning is best going to bring it to the judges.
I like this positioning a whole lot, Marco, so far. Every positioning element has been right spot on today as he pushes it across the top of the second portion of this double Humpty figure. Half inside flick.
Nice big pitch on that. Going down, doing back to 45.
Keeps this tight.
Nice crisp points. Push to that vertical with a heavy push. And at the top here, just a plain vanilla hammer, but when he comes back down, he's going to check to see where he's at to make sure that he's in the position he wants. So when he gets sets up, he's got to start thinking about these next 2 figures next. So there's the half roll. Once he gets level here, he's got to position this 2 of 4 so that his figure after it's also going to be in the right position for the judges.
I have to agree, Marco, as he goes into figure number 8, as he put this hard 5 negative G pushing back out of that airplane. He's coming back around for that full roll. He's going, which way am I going to do? I think he's going to take this roll away. I would think
He's taking everything else away, so I think
it's
he's
got to be. That's what I feel. Okay,
Yeah,
take it away.
Yep, took it
Excellent
away.
job there, Don. Oh, he's working hard. I feel the wind starting to pick up down here, too. He's maybe going to have to vary this roll rotation ever so slightly due to the wind as he's coming back around. Looking real good. Almost complete here.
One part of the half roll left. And finishes it off.
Nice. Very nicely done from the Don Hartmann West Palm Beach
Team Oil Can, baby.
Willis Glider Port. That's right, Team Oil Can.
That was a gorgeous flight.
I was very pleased with that flight. That was very well done, considering the winds are starting to increase here.
You know, I think it just shows with somebody like Don, who's done multiple teams, he's done a world event, right?
Yes.
They kind of approach those sequences differently than some of the newcomers, and not to say that the newcomers don't know what they're doing, it's just there's an education side that the more contests you do and the more you get involved, the better you get over time.
You brought up a very good point about the planning. You know, a lot of these pilots, for everyone watching at home, they will set up pretend boxes, whether they use tape on the ground to simulate what the box looks like, cones. You can use a lot of different things. And these pilots will walk their sequences multiple times and rehearse them and visualize it. And they'll walk them anticipating where the wind's coming from. So when they go then to fly in the box, their preparation is spot on, and they're not having to work as hard in the airplane because they have anticipated the drift and where the wind's coming from. So it's very important, and like you were saying, Don has a tremendous amount of experience to pull from to help him prepare in that flight, which we just obviously saw was executed correctly.
Yeah, absolutely. The you know, well, we have another guy coming, another one coming in the box here actually before we get going. Michael Lents. So this is another team competitor. Michael Lents. The greatest thing about him is the story with him is which aircraft is he flying each year?
That's right.
It's like every time Michael Lents comes to a contest, he's in a different aircraft.
Magician of airplanes. It doesn't matter what kind of airplane you give Mike Lents.
He flies it great.
The guy is so talented, he can fly anything you give him. It doesn't matter. High wing, low wing, mid wing. Michael Lents can fly about anything.
And what's great with Michael Lents, he's a part of the UND Aerospace College program.
Yes, very
and on top
involved.
of competing in this category, he's also being a backseat pilot for a lot of the college kids coming out here competing this week, which is just, if somebody's working hard, it's definitely Michael Lents.
It's people like Michael Lents, you're exactly right, Marco, that he is continually to give back to this sport. And that's what makes this such a wonderful aerobatic family and people, and he's providing years and years of expertise that he's developed and honed, and is helping these younger kids safely and responsibly come into this sport and making them great aviators. And we couldn't do it without great people like Michael Lents from the Grand Forks, North Dakota area, nice and cold up there in the wintertime. As Marco said, he is a professor at the college and flies about anything he can get his hands on. I believe he was saying the other day he's done 12 U.S. National Aerobatic Championships, and I would imagine he'll continue to compete and teach for as long as somebody will give him an airplane.
So that's the question, what airplane is he flying?
Right, and I believe today, let's see, you want to flip a coin or something, I don't know. No, he's flying an extra 200.
Oh, so he's flying, a 200. Oh,
we
man.
don't see a lot of extra 200.
No, so that, not only is it's not the big horsepower aircraft that we're used to seeing, right? So all the aircraft that have come through now are all 300 horsepower aircraft. So, you know, Michael's really going to have to work this one, not from a power standpoint, but from an energy standpoint, trying to keep that aircraft moving, keeping it not from getting too low. So this will be an exciting flight regardless.
It will be an exciting flight, and I've never flown an extra 200, but to my knowledge, it's a little bit, as you're saying, it's a slightly underpowered for the weight of the airplane.
And for this category.
And for this category. So, but Michael is very well versed in squeezing every ounce of energy and performance out of any airplane he flies, as his talent will shine through as we have the pleasure of watching him as he's just taking a good look from high above, probably around 3,500 to 4,000 feet. As Marco's saying, he's going to have to use a lot of that altitude and trade it for energy to get the airspeed he needs out of that extra 200, built over in Germany by the Walter Extra family, who's been building airplanes for well over 35 years. One of the dominant forces in aerobatic competition. The 330 SC, now the SX, the newest extra on the market, as Michael continues to evaluate how he's going to tackle this sequence.
I don't think he's evaluating, I think he's just trying to climb up there.
He's trying to climb up
there with that 200 horsepower engine.
Maybe we need to reach out to Jeff Bourbon at the Yak 110 to see if we can borrow that
jet engine. Yeah.
Help Michael get on up there. I'm sure he's probably on oxygen right now. Everybody home, we're just kidding. He is not on oxygen.
All right, now it looks like he's on base here.
I doubt Michael will be doing a warm-up figure.
Oh, he just got done.
That's okay. There we go. That was his warm-up figure, climbing to altitude. They're giving you a hard time, Michael.
All right, he's turning now as we can start these wing wags. So again, we can see 3 wing wags signifying the beginning of any one sequence. First figure, like all the rest of them, everyone's flying the same sequence because it's called the known. So look for that double roll. And as you can see here, he's starting a lot higher than everyone else is because we talked about that performance of the aircraft. There's 1 and 2. Just clean, crisp rolls. Pulling that half loop up. 3 of 2 on the top. Give me a 1.5 opposite. So we got 1. So he's rolled right here. So we should expect to see that left snap. And there's 1.5 right there.
Nicely done.
Straight into that P loop down. And when he pulls up to the vertical, he's gonna have to decide if he wants to take this to the judges or away. So we'll see which way he takes this quarter out. 1.25. He's going to lay out inverted, so he did the opposite of what Don did here,
yep.
and he's bringing it to them. Going to go right into this spin. 1.25. Negative, and there's a 1.25. Going to loop it back around, and when he gets to the top, it's going to be that 3 of 4, 2 of 8. You're watching it on here. We're talking about the cadence. We want to see here is how well spaced these points are in between it.
1, 2, 3, and 1, and 2. Nice cadence for the judges. Figure 4, they'll gain some more energy here. Here's half roll, half loop down, a little crowding the judges. Let's see if Michael can slowly start to work the airplane back away from the judges as he comes back across the box into his in figure. Again, he pulls that extra 200 up to the vertical, half roll, as he pushes the nose over to 45 degrees. See the wind kind of almost stopping him in his tracks as he's gaining airspeed for his inside snap roll. Nicely done. And we probably should notice at home, folks, as he finishes out figure number 5, more than likely he's thinking, I got to get this aircraft further away from the judges. So he's going to push down and do a quarter roll and take him away from the judges.
Well, we hope he takes it away from the judges.
Yes.
Oh, and he did.
Nicely done. And watch, folks, as he opens this up, creating space, what we were talking about earlier. So it's pleasant for the judges to watch. As Michael's doing an excellent job.
He got it okay. Thought he rolled the wrong way there for a second, but he did not.
Almost had us.
Had me.
Had Barco scurrying around down here as he does his half inside snap roll down. And your 45 hammerhead, all the pilots have been going through the paces today, 2 of 4 as he pushes vertical. You see this airplane doesn't have quite as much penetration, vertical, a little bit lower horsepower, heavier as he does a hammerhead turnaround. He's going to get in this half roll pretty quickly, gaining airspeed to come back across the box. Altitude looks great.
I mean, just holding the energy management of it great. You know, the low horsepower, but it doesn't look like it's much less than what anybody else has had. His altitude's been great the whole time. His positioning's been great. He does the 2 of 4, does the push around, plenty of airspeed to get the aircraft around the top. Full roll. There's a roll super slow at the top, but he's still able to get the aircraft rolled around and stopped at a nice clean stop. Again, coming to this 3-turn outside roll. He's going to come at the judges. He's got a lot of space here, so he should be able to keep this inside the box. Again, the whole patting your head and rubbing your belly moment here. It's whoever can do that the best is always the winner with this figure here. And you can kind of see as he gets into the headwind, that radius really starts to shrink up. But he's getting this roll rate, he's keeping it going. If you look, it's really consistent, the roll rate. Kind of slows it up a bit there, so he finishes on heading, but overall, great job.
All right, that was Michael Lents. That was pilot number 6 in our advanced category today. We have 11, and the Magician, that's my new nickname for Michael Lents.
That has to be
the Magician, because he can fly anything, and he can fly anything well, and he teaches these kids remarkable things in aviation, and he is giving back like no other. We love you, Michael.
Love you, Michael. Good job. That is just, it's incredible to see someone fly so many different types of aircraft, but then on top of that, flying well.
And flying well.
Flying well.
That's a hard thing to do, to jump from aircraft to aircraft, because they all have their nuances. Every one of them has something different to get used to, whether it's the amount of power, the weight of the airplane, the roll rate, the pitch rate, and all of that comes together to make it more difficult to go fly a sequence in front of judges, of all things, and be judged. It's but he does it year after year, and does just a remarkable job. So, thank you, Michael.
All right, up next we're going back to the gliders here. Powell's going to take a break for a minute, and then start back with the gliders. So they're in the box, just came off tow. Up next is Arvin Puter in the MDM Fox. So I'm not familiar with gliders too much, but I believe the Fox is like one of the premier glider aircraft in this category. So they're always high and to the left. They'll start in, same thing, the 3 wing wags to signify the start of their sequence.
And Arvin, one of our unbelievable United States Air Force Academy students, pilots, aeronautical engineer, and applied mathematics. I can't even hardly say applied mathematics.
It's a big word.
Smart guy here, taking care of our beautiful country, United States, protecting us from Arizona. His favorite maneuver is called the helicopter. Not really sure what the helicopter is, Marco, but
I know, yeah.
Maybe
it sounds
we
awesome if it's in a glider.
Shall see.
Hopefully he doesn't do one today, because I don't think that's a figure in the sequence.
That's right, second time at the U.S. National Aerobatic Championship.
All right, so he's finished figure 1. Now they're going to be coming to figure 2. He's going to be pulling down to a 45, doing that Humpty bump, but on a 45-degree down line. And down there, it's going to be a 2 of 4 on the way down. So there's 1, 2 points. He's going to do a heavy pull back around to the inverted 45 up. Just going to hold this for as long as he can, and then just going to cap off inverted here. And then once he gets some of this cap off inverted, they're going to go into a -1 turn spin. So again, they don't have an engine, so they sometimes descend in some of their figures, which is okay on the level line because they're trying to maintain lift. So right now he's driving it back across the box, just kind of started to slow up here to try and drop the spin right in front of the judges. That nose keeps going up, slowing it down more and more, and there's that yaw and roll come in perfectly. Nice stop on the down line. Get a little bit of speed for the next figure, which is going to be a loop with a 2-point roll on the top. And when he gets on the top of here, not only does these 2-point rolls have to be near the center, but he also needs to show that distinctive pause between them. So there's the first roll. He's going to pause this. There's 1. Here's the pause. Now here comes the second roll. Pause, and he's going to start bringing that right back around. We're going to go into figure number 5. It's going to be a tail slide. So just going to pull vertical. Here, the tail of the aircraft has to fall a certain way. So once he gets on this vertical, he's trying to set this plane up so he wants this canopy to fall towards the ground first. Not the bottom of the plane, but the canopy to fall first. So if we see the canopy falls down, has a little flop, completely normal. He's quarter and roll, so he went the other way. The other guy, the other competitor brought it towards the judges, but I think, the way it looks from down here, that the going away does tend to look a lot nicer. And so on this one, the Humpty bump is pulled vertical, pushed around. On the down line, they're going to do a quarter roll. Keep exiting on the downwind. Fall into next year, which is going to be a P loop again, so it's going to be basically 3/4 of a loop. Once he gets towards the top, they're going to have a 2 of 4. So again, it's important here to put that 2 of 4 right near the top of the loop, but then also show the points as well to not get rushed. There's 1, now 2, and he's going to push right around to the straight vertical down line, gaining that energy back for the next figure of 8. There's going to be a pull to the 45, 2 of 4, again 1 and 2, trying to maintain that 45 on the way up. Oh, it pulls it right. Oh, pulled it right down. Maybe a little too hard on that one, but came down and finished out with a 1-turn inside roller. Oh, and he's wagging out on that one, it looks like. So I might sound dumb here, but if he wags out, do they come back in and wag back in? I assume if they have enough altitude, they can. I mean, it looks like he's got plenty of altitude to come back in.
Might be end of sequence here.
Yeah, so he was supposed to finish off with a roller, so it doesn't look like he did the roller, so if he finished off there, then unfortunately that last figure was going to be a HC because he didn't complete it, which for those of you that don't know, if you, in the sequence, every figure is supposed to be flown as drawn, and in order as well. If you don't fly a figure that's correct, then the judges will give you a call. It's a hard 0, so the score goes against you, which brings your score down. Can bring your score down quite a bit. It's not the end of the world, but can bring it down quite a bit.
It definitely can hurt it, Marco. Well said on that. As we move from glider back to still in the advanced power, Tom Thompson flying a Panzel S330 as he pushes the nose over into his warm-up figure. Dr. Tom Thompson's from the Ocala, Florida area as a ear, nose, and throat physician, ENT. He has been flying for many years, the last few contests at the Tequila Cup, and it looks like possibly 4, if not 5, U.S. National Aerobatic Championship appearances.
Yeah, Dr. Thompson, he did get this plane too long ago. I don't know how long he's had it for, but he was in a Giles for some time before this, flying at 4-cylinder. So he's kind of upgraded to this. He went from a carbon fiber 200 horsepower aircraft to now to a, this Panzel, which is a wood wing, fabric, steel tube fuselage, but it's got a lot bigger engine, and the wing design. When you watch this thing corner sometimes, you just think it's just a 90-degree angle going up. It corners so well.
You bring up a very big point about cornering. Different airfoils and different airplanes have different corner effects, and this particular model Panzel does go around a 90-degree corner very quickly. Sukhoi is another airplane that loves to go around a corner. You're starting to see some of the pilots now flying the 330 SCs installing what they call cuffs on the leading edge of where the wing attaches to the fuselage to increase cornering. It's a little more pleasantry to the eye for the judge as we're diving over 2 and 3 wing wags in the advanced gnome Tom Thompson, the 330 Statiker double roll. That roll rate very fast, so we just noticed it comes across in the half loop, 3 or 2, 1.5 inside snap, opposite direction, 1, 2, 3, and flick, 1.5, stopping it with full opposite rudder as he pulls half loop down the 3/4 P loop, back to the vertical, very tight, quarter roll away from the judges as Mr. Don Hartmann did earlier, 1 1/4 turn inverted spin, looking through the top of that canopy, where am I? Half, 1 1/4 of a rotation, opposite rudder, stick to neutral to stop as he pulls around another down 3/4 loop for a 3 of 4, followed by 2 of 8 points. 1, 2, 3, 2 of 8, 1 and 2. In the figure, half roll, half loop down into a split S. Coming back across the box, figure number 5 in, figure starting to work his way down towards the bottom of the box. I'd say around 1,000 feet as he pulls vertical, half roll, pushing over to 45 degrees. You can see that wind kind of stopping him a little bit. Sometimes the airplane starts to elevate a little steep as he enters this full inside flick. Starting to hit the lower end of the box now, back up to vertical. He'll use that Lycoming
He's trying to get every bit of power out of this.
40. As Marco says, he needs the altitude to set up for figure number 6, quarter roll. He's away from us also, but he's starting to see there's compression going on in some of these figures. We got to make sure these line lengths are correct.
Oh, that was supposed to be a 3/4 roll.
3/4 roll.
So he's going to put, if he starts, looks like he's, yeah, so unfortunately it looks like, yeah, he's noticed here that
break, yep.
Yeah, unfortunately, so here we just, I might have just jinked Tom and talked about hard zeros. Unfortunately, so we just said every figure kind of has to be flown as drawn. So that figure that Tom just flew was it's a pull down with a quarter roll. And when he went back on the vertical, it's supposed to be a 3/4 roll, and he was supposed to push in the wind, the direction of the headwind, and unfortunately, it looked like he did a half roll, but thankfully, Tom's experienced enough that he was able to catch it afterwards, take the brakes. Now he's just going to kind of fly around. The big thing, I'm sure as you know, I've hard zero figures. I don't know how good he is, but I'm sure you've hard zero figure, but I think it's you just fly off, cool your head for a second, get reorientated where you're at, and then just come back in and kick butt in the last few figures.
And folks watching at home, we don't know the scoring. We're just speculating here, just watching. The judges will be the ultimate deciding on scoring. But just from our experience watching, you're allowed to break. He comes back in the box, picking back up the flight on figure number 7.
So you also notice he started with the figure after it. He doesn't have to fly that figure any hard zero, so it's just a smart decision. Come in, do the last 3 figures. You saw crush those 2 of 4. Beautiful half roll down, great spacing between the two because he's got all this beautiful altitude. Really, really nice points there with the 2 of 4, showing those points real well with a hard push. You can see this cornering capability of the Panzel. Nice full roll over the top. And again, going into this last figure, right now he's taken away from the judges. Gonna keep this roll rate, all this stuff evenly. As he keeps rolling it around, he's looking for these points on the sides of the aircraft to try and say, all right, this is where the plane needs to be at this time during the roll. So right now, he's looking for this last 45 to be inverted, which is hit really well. Now he's gonna pull this plane right back around to the line, heading downwind, finishing up that last figure. Unfortunately for that one figure, but it was a great flight overall.
Yeah, and talking about going back to aerobatic competition, and there's different types of brakes. Sometimes if the ceiling's too low in a competition and we don't have enough altitude due to clouds, we're allowed what they call an optional brake. And that gives a pilot an opportunity where they so determine in the sequence to take a brake, and it doesn't hurt their score and they're not penalized. The other break is, as we saw in this particular flight, if the pilot feels they're out of position or altitude could be a problem, then they have the option to take a break. But if they take a break that's not planned, then this is a penalty deduction. And so that happens. That's 2 types of breaks that do occur. We'll be back soon from the U.S. National Aerobatic Championships 2025 out in Salina, Kansas. Day 2. So far, a lot of exciting flying out right now. Goody Thomas and Marco Powell will be back with you as the competition continues. Myself.
ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2025 U.S. National Aerobatic Championships. I am Goody Thomas, assisted by Marco Powell from the New Bern, North Carolina area on the coast of North Carolina, flying a Sukhoi 31, longtime competitor. And today, Marco and I have been announcing some of this wonderful flying here in the advanced category for power and glider. Seeing some really good flights. The wind has definitely become a factor, and we still have many more pilots to go. We have one glider high off to the north in tow as they climb up to around 4,000 feet. The glider tow plane is pulling away now as the glider sets up for his competition flight. Another United States Air Force Academy graduate, Peyton Nunn, flying a DG 1000. And Peyton, again, Electrical Computer Engineering Academy pilot. Looking forward to seeing him fly this glider. The gliders are judged in a completely different criteria than powered airplanes due to they have no motor. So they're allowed certain things as we come through in these wing wags, as Marco is going to help us walk through this beautiful sequence of figures.
Yeah, so he's just got done with his wing wag, so he's going to start getting some speed here, pulling out level. First figure, just his 45 up, hits it really quick roll there to a half, come out inverted. He's going to hold this for a minute, check where he is in the box. When he's ready, as he is now, he's going to pull down to 45, 204, showing those points very well to the judges. This is a 45 down Humpty, so he's pulling back around, real tight pull to keep that energy going when he gets to the top. Shows that negative line on the 45 just for a minute, enough to get a score from the judges. Holds it inverted. Now he's looking over the top of the canopy, hanging by those seat belts, trying to find this perfect place in the box to drop this spin. There it is, really rapid spin coming down. Stops it right there, down the down line, gets his speed back to come back in, back to the center of the box to show this looping figure. And this loop we've seen before, it's a 2 of 2. He's got a lot of energy here. It's going to show this roll rate of 1 point, showing it there. Now for the next point. I'm going to let this thing float back around to finish off this loop. Keep it going. Back into the wind, getting his box position again, coming back into that tail slide. Holding it here. At this point, the plane starts backing up. It flops. He's looks like he's a little off axis here. He's gonna keep on going though. He pulls to the vertical, pushes around. Quarter roll on the down line, going to be exiting to the downwind. Finishing here is a figure number 7, or starting figure number 7. It's a P loop on the top, the same as kind of that loop earlier, but he's got 2 points here of a 4. Which is going to end up doing a push around to go back to this vertical down line. Once he gets down to his speed, he's going to pull out real quick, keeping it right there in front of the judges. Keeping that speed kind of going there because he's allowed to, since he doesn't have an engine. We're going to go to the 45, 204, shows each point, keeps a nice 45 line after. It's going to pull it tight back around on the down line, get a little bit of speed to come back around to finish off the sequence with a 90-degree roller, which is going to be to the outside. He's taking it right at the judges here, looking at that 45-degree point, which he ends up at inverted, and now he's going to end up upright right at the judges, which he does beautifully. Signaling these wing wags to say he's done with the sequence.
These DG 1000 gliders are the primary trainer for the United States Air Force Academy. As these young cadets some of the young cadets start their aviation in the gliders and the careers as they proceed through the academy and graduate. Again, day 2 of the United States Aerobatic Championships. We kicked off yesterday with the opening ceremonies. The unlimited category flew, and today we started out earlier this morning with the primary and sportsman known programs. We're almost through the advanced glider and power, followed by, after this, the primary glider and intermediate known program flights to go. Throughout the week, there are many sponsored events that the competitors and volunteers get to participate in. Tomorrow night we have a wonderful medal dinner at the Blue Sky Brewery down on 116th North Santa Fe Avenue in Salina, Kansas. They are very good to the IAC and aerobatic community. As the tow plane comes across Marco and I in the front, they use another runway out here. They can land in a pretty short distance. They're recovering, and then they will get set up to tow another glider back up to 4,000 feet in a little bit, as our next powered pilot flying an Pitts Special, an iconic airplane, S2S, in aerobatic competitions. It was the airplane in the beginning of aerobatic competition, Curtis Pitts.
I started out in one, you?
I started out in a two-seat Pitts called an S2B, powered by a Lycoming IO 540, 260 horsepower. It was the premier competition airplane for many, many, many years until the monoplanes and the late, great Leo Laudenschlager brought in to the Laser family design and continued to improve that airplane into the Bud Light Laser, as he had a very long, successful competition and air show career. But Yuichi will be flying this Pitts Special S2S. It'll be interesting. This will be our first biplane flying in the advanced category today, and you'll notice a little bit of flying characteristic differences as Yuichi takes this airplane through its paces, climbing up to altitude and setting himself up more than likely for a, again, safety check and warm-up figure. We shall see. If the pilot does not do 3 wing wags, the judges are assuming that they are going to do a warm-up figure and a safety check. And you can do your 2-point roll before your warm-up figure, or you can do your 2-point roll after your warm-up figure, as long as you're in the confines of the airspace of the aerobatic box. As Yuichi comes across the box, let's see what choosing to do here. Maybe just taking a look at the box, since we had a break in the competition to give the judges a chance to stretch their legs, stay hydrated. It's hot out here. Yuichi was able to just climb into the box, and he can go to altitude in the box, which is a little bit of an advantage. It's kind of nice as a competitor because you can fly around really getting a good view of the box. He's making a few 180-degree turns to see maybe where the wind is blowing him as he's back turning to the left, going back to the north. The winds are out of the south today, blowing, I'd say, around 9 to 12 knots. Say
picked up a little bit, I think.
13 to 15 miles an hour. It's picked up, as Marco's saying, and Yuichi's just taking a very good look at where he will be flying his sequence. So far, there's been some great flying today. Competition's tough. It's more a game of survival, of mental survival. It's who can make the least mistakes. Of course, everybody, you need to fly the figures well. It's very subjective. It's all what the judge perceives that they feel like is a well-flown figure based on rule criteria that the IAC, International Aerobatic Club, has in their rule book. Rules are always being changed, modified for competition flying. But it looks like Yuichi did a 2-point roll, and I believe he's doing a hammerhead. Yep. Beautiful biplane there as he comes around in that Pitts Special S2S coming across the box. He will work his way up to altitude and set up to fly this advanced known. Only a few pilots left to go. We have 3 pilots after Yuichi, and the advanced category for their known flight will be complete and then they still have two more flights, a total of 3 flights to finish up as the week goes on. This being their known flight. They'll have a freestyle, and they will have a unknown flight, which is always a lot of fun. These unknown flights, the pilots have never flown the flights. They are given this sequence. They can memorize it on the ground, practice it, and then they have to go up in front of the judges and fly the sequence. Very challenging. Here again, it's a sort of survivability of who can stay in this game with the least amount of errors. How many micro errors can I not avoid, or one big boo-boo error as the wing wags come in. Marco, take it away.
All right, coming in hot with the pits. Cool thing about the pits, it has this awesome sound when it comes in with those flying wires. You start out with a double roll here. Nice, crisp, level line double roll. It's gonna heavy pull, half loop up. Again at the top, we're looking at these 3 of 2. Cadence is super key here. We've got roll for the 1, the second roll, third roll. Now we're looking for this right snap. There's that right 1.5 snap, catches it perfectly inverted. Holding it here for a little bit, starts this P loop down, pulling it back around to the vertical. Again, once Yuichi gets to the vertical here, he already has an idea where he wants to take this, so we'll see which way he decides to take this forward roll, how to lay it out, and he's gonna go away from the judges. So as he pulls away from the judges here, the parallax of the aircraft makes it look, it's going to be a level plane, but it's really important for him to keep this nose up, so that way when he spins, it's a nice gradual spin around. And you can see here he's doing that really well. Nice, beautiful 1 1/4 spin, stops perfectly. He's right dead on center in the judges. Getting that speed building back up, so he's got a lot of energy at the top of this P loop to create this 3 of 4 with these crisp stops. So again at the top here, we're looking for the same as that number 1 figure, this nice cadence. First point here is 1, 2, 3. 1 opposite, 2 opposite. This beautiful cadence that Yuichi always does. He's been doing the nationals for a long time now, and he's been flying this plane for a long time, making it fly extremely well in these conditions. Number 4, picking it back up with just a half loop, half roll, half loop down, getting that energy back to come to this end figure, which is going to be driving it. When he's ready to pull vertical, which is right now on this vertical, trying to keep that spacing nice there, he starts to half roll. At the top here, he's going to push that aircraft over. You'll see the wing catching him right now. He gets a real nice corner over, building that speed back up to create this nice, beautiful snap that the pits is always great at doing. A pit snap is just one of the most beautiful things to ever look at in the air. Pulling back to a vertical, trying to get that altitude back for this next figure. Once he caps off up here, next one, it's going to be this double Humpty again. When he pushes down, we'll see if he decides to take this to the judges or away. Nice heavy pushover, sets the line. He's going to go away from the judges here, keeping it more towards the center of the box, it looks like. Pulls vertical. We're looking for a 3/4 roll. There's a 3/4 roll, and now he's going to push it right back over the top again. Kind of pushing over the nose, getting a feel for it, and then once that horizon comes back in, he looks down at the ground, finds his point with the half snap, gets that speed back, pulls it back to level. As he's downwind, we're looking for this 45-degree line. Again, the cadence is 2 of 4, 1, 2, nice cadence, making sure those line lengths are level in between, starts his push, and then driving this hammer as high as it can go to give him all the smash he can get when he comes back down for this last figure, or the second last figure after this. Coming down, we're looking for this half roll. There's the half roll. Pull back to level, screaming across the box here. Looking for the 2 of 4, again with this nice heavy push to get that energy off the top. 1, 2, starts pushing it, keeping it nice and square, focusing on his references outside, looking over the wing. Now he's going to start gradually looking over that nose, trying to get this full roll in. Plenty of energy for the full roll. Finishing it off with that 3-turn outside roller, taking it to the judges. He put this aircraft nicely in the position so that he's not really having to worry about being on top of the judges here, it looks like. So plenty of space, nice and easily done, what looks looking like for him. Nice cadence, nice roll rate, nose is moving beautifully through the air. Definitely picking out his points as each point seems to be right spot on with the next. Finishing off downwind. with the wing wags out.
Very nice job by Yuichi. As Marco said, a longtime competitor, does a wonderful job with this beautiful pit special. All these pilots in every category are really, really working hard, and it's a very physical sport. It does take a toll on your body, and these pilots are encouraged outside of the airplane in their daily lives. They really take a special look at the way they take care of their bodies, their exercise routines, hydration, their sleep, their food quality, their intake. It carries over, especially as the conditions get hotter. The temperature inside these airplanes can get very hot. We have no type of air-conditioned water circulation system. It's very hot in there. It's like a greenhouse, you know. The air that's blowing in is the outside air temperature, and if it's 90 degrees, it's 90 degrees blowing in there because we're not really flying that high in the sky. And it can just beat your body down. So these pilots do a very good job at taking care of themselves. You know, getting out of an airplane after a competition flight, I know in some of my experiences, is much more tiring than a 5-mile run or a hard CrossFit workout. It's just a lot on your body. The negative and positive G's are extremely hard on the human body, and it takes a toll. As we have another powered competitor, Barrett Hines in an extra 300. This is one of the original extras,
Mid-wings, yeah.
mid-wing airplane, as he pulls vertical into his warm-up figure. Pilot number 9, just a few more to go. But again, all these pilots are working really, really hard. If everybody watching at home, if you could walk up to one of these airplanes after the pilot finished his or her sequence and they get out of the airplane,
Bring water.
Bring water
for them first.
Bring water to them, but they will be soaking wet, like they got out of the swimming pool. And it's just extremely hard on the human body. And
So we saw Barrett there, he chose a different warm-up figure. So, you know, I haven't done the hammer. Barrett chose the Humpty Bump. We saw Marty chose it looked like a lay-down S or a lay-down 8. The particular thing with the warm-up figure is there's a handful of figures that are selected that you're allowed to do. The great thing is every pilot can choose whichever figure they want and decide which one they think is best suited for that category. And you know, for the known, everybody's flying the same sequence. Everybody's had it all year long. And the ice at the Nationals event, particularly for the advanced category and primarily in limited, well, a lot of us get a warm-up figure just because the G's and the figures we're doing are so strenuous. We want to make sure that equipment's, you know, is in perfect condition before we start flying. So Barrett's coming back in now. Starts with these, start coming with the wing wags here. There's 1, 2.
Newberry Park, California, after a retired engineer, double roll at the bottom of this half loop up. Pulling that extra 300 mid-wing all the way around for his 3 of 2 points roll, 1.5 inside opposite snap on his number 4 U.S. National Aerobatic Championships. Loves the sport. And 1.5 inside snap, end of figure. Into figure 2, 3/4 loop down, P loop, as he pulls back around to the vertical quarter roll. Each pilot, as Marco said, has made decisions. Has so decided to quarter roll and come to the judges, setting himself up for the 1 1/4 turn spin. Barrett's favorite maneuver, which he'll get an opportunity to do one in this sequence, is a hammerhead turnaround. As he comes across the top of this down P-loop, 3 of 4 points. He is into the figure, followed by a 2 of 8 point roll. Number 2, nicely done, Barrett. Number 4, split-ass right box, heading south. Here comes the G, starting to come on his body, pushing his body into the seat. Comes back around for figure 5, wedge. Barrett's probably averaging anywhere from 4 or 5 positive Gs to 2 or 3 negative Gs, maybe up into the 5s or 6 on the big outside push we see later in the sequence as he comes across, setting himself up for the 45 full inside snap roll to the left. Setting that vertical upline. You can see those strobe lights blinking. Into our Humpty figure. Coming at the judges, a lot of these pilots have been coming rather close to the judges today. Not the most ideal position to be in. Barrett chose to roll 3/4 to the left. It's up to the pilot in rotations in direction of figure, half inside flick. See him correcting a little bit of yaw at the end of the snap with his rudder to come across the bottom of the box. Into a 45-degree hammerhead. The hammerhead portion, one of Barrett's favorite aerobatic maneuvers to perform. Topping out around, I'd say, 2,000 feet as he pivots around, coming down for a half roll. Back across the box. This is the 204. Hard negative G push, the most negative Gs in this sequence for these advanced pilots. Pushing real hard as he goes all the way around. Body is trying to come out of the airplane and being held in the cockpit by those hooker harnesses, jack hooker and hooker harnesses. Keep all these aerobatic pilots tight in their seats. And we should be going into a roller. Not sure what we're doing right now. Maybe having a little break, reposition. Let's see, Barrett, what he decides to do.
Yeah, again with the break, the pilots any time in their sequence can choose to take a break. Depending on the category, depends on a point deduction, but sometimes it's better to take a break mentally if you need to break there. You know, in this situation, looks like Barrett's taking a break, setting up himself back up to come back around for this final figure. So Barrett's starting back, he's coming back in towards the box for the judges. So he finished off with figure 8, so he doesn't have to fly that one again. He can go straight into this last final figure, figure 9, which is going to be this outside 3-turn roller. So you should start to see that aircraft nose move to the right like he has, and it rolls left in opposite manner. There's that roll. Barrett doing a little faster of a roll rate than what we've seen other people do, but still keeping it under control, trying to bring it back around. There's the second one, so now he just needs one more to finish off this whole figure. So there's that half. We're looking for one more half roll. Bring it back around at 90. And he catches it in the last minute, and then these wing wags out. And in the thick of that sequence.
All right, Barrett Hines, extra 300, pilot number 9, advanced category, day 2 U.S. National Aerobatic Championships. I believe we have a glider up on tow. Next glider pilot's Daniel Russell, DG 1000. Daniel Russell. Also, we have multiple wonderful United States Air Force Academy cadets here. Daniel Russell is another one of those from Boise, Idaho. Aeronautical engineering is getting him through the United States Air Force Academy. His second time at the U.S. National Aerobatic Championships.
We talked about earlier the sequence that we're starting out with, which is the known. And with this competition in general, we talked about presentation a bunch, and with the way that these pilots are flying, they have the sequence all year long. So at the beginning of basically the end of every year, they'll get the sequence. It'll be approved by a committee, and they'll get to fly it all year long. So the first sequence is really fair playing ground for everybody. Everybody knows the figures. Everybody knows how they've been able to practice it multiple times. So that's why we see a lot of the same figures flown every time. It's not they're not designing it themselves. It's a committee that's designed it, which helps set a nice even playing field for everybody. So nobody's coming here with an unfair advantage. You know, I think with with every category that we have here, except for the unlimited, everybody flies what we call as a known. And then the second sequence that we have is for most people, it's called a free. And so the free is a really cool one because as we see, every aircraft is different. We've had the 300S, 330SC, MXS, MX2, we have an S1, we have the Panzel. So everybody has a sequence or everybody's aircraft can do figures a lot better, or they also might have a figure that they're just better at than flying other sequences. So when it comes to this next program that we're going to see later in the week, the free after everyone gets done flying today, it's pretty cool because people will take that sequence and they have a minimum K value, which is how we identify these scores. And with that K value, they designed this sequence that complies with the rules of the committee that say you have to have X amount of figures, whether it's a spin or a snap roll or opposing rolls. And they get to use their expression on what they think looks cool to them and what they think will wow the judges and to help put them in the lead. So we got another power flight coming in. Looks like the glider's still in tow, so they're bringing another power guy back in.
Yeah, number 10, Chris Combs from San Francisco, flying an extra 330 SC. Chris diving in at IO 580.
Ringing.
With that beautiful Hearts of Talon whistling in the wind, cornering around for I would imagine a pull Humpty, but maybe this will be a hammerhead. Looks like it's going to be a hammerhead safety check. This is Chris's fourth Nationals. Growing up, Chris was a big high school and collegiate wrestler. Beautiful wife and kids in San Francisco. They enjoy as a family in the wintertime snow skiing. I've had the opportunity to train with Chris, spend some time at dinner with him. Very nice gentleman. Really enjoys aerobatics and perfecting his skill, as it takes a lot of work, like any sport, to hone your craft, and a lot of repetition. And I know Chris puts in the reps all year long, working very, very hard. Always smiling, friendly guy, as he takes that 330 SC on up to altitude. A few degrees cooler up there, but like I said, you may as well have a hair dryer blowing in your face most of the flight. As he comes around, 1, 2, and 3 on the wing wags. Chris Combs in the extra 330 SC, figure 1, double roll, half loop up, 3 at 2, 1.5 outside, inside, opposite direction. Beautifully done, very crispy. As we like to say, taco crispy sometimes, pulling around the top as a half loop, 3 of 2, 1 and 2, 3, 1.5 inside, into figure number 2, 3/4 loop down, P loop down, very hard, tight radius, probably around 5 Gs, crushing him into that seat, quarter roll. Smartly done, going away from the judge. You can see the drift to the north as he comes across the top, looking through that canopy, going, I want to drop this spin in right here. Power's coming to idle, full rudder, and around he goes. There's half a turn, 1 1/4 opposite rudder to stop it, and he continued to spin. That it was not the most correct directional, as Chris probably needed for that. We'll see how he continues on through the flight.
Picking up with the 3 of 4. He's still continuing to figure 3 of 4, 2 of 8. There's a 1. There's the 8. Coming back to that half loop, half roll, half loop down. Again, the thing with this figure here is it doesn't look like much, but at the bottom of the point where he is right now, the G's are really coming on because that speed's increasing. He's trying to get all that energy to get this aircraft right back up for this vertical of the half roll. Does the roll, spacing that nicely in between there before he starts pushing over. Again, you can see that wind starting to kick him, push him around, letting him pivot a little tighter. Getting the snap in there. Nice snap on the 45 down line. Really bringing the G's on here, keeping it tight in the box, pulling back to the vertical. I'm gonna drive this up super, super far to keep it going. Cap off, and then he's gonna hold it here and decide whenever I wanna go, I'm gonna push like he is right now, setting that negative up. Quarter roll is going away from the judges, keeping that positioning nice with the aircraft. Pulls up vertical here. We're going to expect to see a 3/4 roll to the right, which he does beautifully. And then a push over the top. Again, pushing the aircraft, trying to find that horizon, looking over the wingtips, and then pushing it down to the vertical down for the half snap on the way down. Gets on the half snap on the way down. There it goes. He's going to pull it quick, put the G's on, probably an 8 or 9 G pull right there. Pull to that 45, set it, 1, 2, heavy push back up to the top. Even though it's a little lower speed, the push still doesn't feel any better than any other part of the sequence. Driving that all the way up as high as he can for the hammer. Nice pivot with the left rudder. Looking for the half roll on the way down, letting that energy build up. There it is, pulls back out level. Nice positionally in the box for this 2 of 4 with a push around. Waits for 1, 2, now he's heavy on the stick. Right now those hooker harnesses are just doing everything they can to keep him in that seatbelt. Why we want that ratcheting really tight in there. Full roll, sets it nice up. Now he's looking to decide, all right, do I want to take this to the judges or away? And he decides, I'm going to take this away. Maybe he looked there and saw, I feel like I have a bit better room to go away from the judges. Real nice roll rate here, keeping the aircraft continuously rolling, continuously nose, nice in a level plane. Again, finding those points outside the aircraft. Looking around to see where he's got to pull this aircraft to next. Finishes off, 3 wing wags, finishing that sequence. Exit on the downwind.
All right, guys, Chris Combs flying that beautiful extra 330 SC. As he exits the box, he'll go from the box frequency, which is monitored by our box lord, and he is also our eyes in the sky, communicating with air traffic control and the tower here at Salina. He'll be given permission to switch to the tower frequency, and we do have to have landing permission here. This is a controlled airport. We could not make this happen without the cooperation of the airport authority, the gentlemen that are working the tower and ground. They are wonderful, wonderful individuals to allow us to come to their facility to operate amongst all their other arrivals and departures. We have airline traffic here, we have a flight school here, and everybody works in coordination to allow us to be here in their territory flying aerobatics, and it's a well-coordinated effort. So a big, big thank you to Salina ATC facility, Chamber of Commerce, the FBO, everybody that is Salina Airport, the fire and rescue, everyone that helps make this possible at the U.S. National Aerobatic Championships. It's a big thank you. But as Chris transitions to tower, he'll be landing, recovering, headed back over to get some gas and get him a big ice cold water and go and check his scores out. Only a couple more pilots to go, one more advanced pilot and one more in power and one more in glider. Then we still have more flying to go throughout the day. Some higher scattered clouds are starting to build into the area, and as Marco was saying earlier, the winds, it's been picking up. You can definitely see the windsock was kind of hanging down, like, yeah, I'm not really going to be blowing much today, where it's starting to stick out a little bit. So it definitely paid, I think, to fly a little bit earlier today. The weather conditions were a little better, a little bit cooler, a little bit lower density altitude. Now the winds are picking up, density altitude's going up, and it's making it challenging here at the Nationals this year for these pilots. I think everybody's working very hard, doing a really good job, but it's taking its toll.
With you know, you talked about, you know, being able to fly earlier, but you know how that process kind of comes about. People probably don't know, but it's a draw of a hat. We have a bag that has numbers in it, and you draw and pick out, and your number's your number. And if you're number one, you first of all get a round of applause for being we call them the wind dummy, so they can tell everybody else what the winds are doing. And then but sometimes you can be number one and it can benefit you. Like today, it kind of looks like the people who flew first definitely had the better wins than the people that flew later.
And it's so true. It's the saying, the luck of the draw.
Yeah.
You know, it's you sometimes flying early cannot be so lucky because the judges also have to be warmed up on how they're seeing these flights be flown. Can a flight be flown better than these first few flights, or is this the best they can be flown? So sometimes flying early in a sequence is not necessarily the best. However, as Mother Nature and weather conditions change, that could be to your advantage if the winds start really picking up, because that makes it much more challenging. As Marco says, the glider is off tow. This is Brenham Hughes in an MDM-1 Fox, United States Air Force Academy, diving in for the last glider advanced pilot today.
And he's had his wing wags in there, so he start again, that half roll on the 45 up, sets it really quick. Nice, clean roll, quick cap off, and now again, he's just, when they're upside down, these pilots, the first thing they're doing is they're looking outside, down below to see where they're at in the box, set up position. He's got the 204 there on that 45 down, pulling around again, tight with the G's, holding himself in there, flexing the legs, trying to keep that blood flow from getting them to gray out. Sets the inverted 45, caps right back off, and again, looking right back out the canopies, just trying to figure out where do I want to drop this spin at. The only way they're doing this to be able to get to spin is he's really starting to push that nose up to let this drag kind of help him slow the aircraft down. And whenever he's ready, he's going to start the spin like he just did there. This aircraft comes around, goes right into that one turn, builds that speed back up, comes in for this loop. Now with the loop here, again, the key to this loop is not only does it have to be round, but there also is 2 points on it. So those 2 points need to be centered within the loop. So there's the first point, but now he has to make sure he stops it, which he does, to say, hey, this is my first point. And then he's going to roll again to show him the second point and keep that aircraft looping back around. Keeps it going down. He'll have the nose down just a little bit here to keep that speed building up. So he's the energy into this next figure, which is going to be that tail slide. So again, these pilots on the glider side, with the power aircraft, they have to stay level and straight across the box, but because the glider doesn't have an engine, they can't do that, so they will end up putting the nose down just a bit to keep some speed going throughout that sequence. There with a real nice flop. Quarter roll is going to bring it to the judges here. Bring it straight across, getting right there near the front of the box. He's going to, he actually decided to wag out there. He's going to start circling back around here to reset himself up for figure number 6, which is a pull push on thing. And while he's doing that, you know, it's a good thing with this when we talk about, I don't know about you, Goody, but when you look at these loops, you know, people might go to an air show and they see a loop, but a competition loop is totally different from an air show loop. When you look at an air show loop, it kind of looks more egg-shaped. You know, they loop around, kind of looks egg, but in a competition, you know, there's 4 points to a loop. We're looking for this symmetrical loop of, you know, a bowl. Just looks like a bowl sitting on the ground. We're trying to make sure every point is equally curved. The curve it looks the same, and then to add the complexity of that, these guys have to now do 2 rolls on the top of these things to keep them looking pretty. So it presents not only a challenge in that aspect of it, but they also have to keep moving that aileron and rudder the whole time to keep it coordinated throughout it. There he is wagging back in. Positioned himself, didn't like he was too close on the judges, it looks like. Does a lot better job of pulling where he wants to be at. Starts that push over. We're going to look for a quarter roll on that down line. Exiting downwind. Beautiful quarter roll. Gets that speed back. Exits on the downwind. Right into the P-loop. Same thing here, a looping figure, right? We're looking for all these first 3 parts to be nice and equal. So the first part looks nice. The second part is keeping that radius looking pretty. Now he's got to say, I've got to show this point. He shows the next point, and he's keeping that radius kind of curving around, straight to the down line, pulls out, gets that speed back for the 204 back. You see the nose is down a little bit. Again, that's completely okay in the glider category as they keep that speed going. Pulling to the 45, showing this 204, 1, 2. You can see those massive ailerons moving that aircraft. This wings are so long, this creates that high lift for them, allowing them to fly around with no engine, but also makes those ailerons, I'm sure, maybe kind of heavy to move around. finishes that figure, last figure, the outside roller, starts to roll, looking around. Now he's trying to look off the left 45 of his aircraft, trying to find the point that he wants. Finishes, final glider of the advanced category, beautifully done.
That was Brenham Hughes, everyone. Again, back home watching and tuning in. Day 2, U.S. National Aerobatic Championships. Again, 81 degrees, Salina, Kansas. Just 2:32 local time. Still got a lot of flying to go. One more advanced pilot to go today in another biplane, a pit special. We've had, this will be our second one today. This is Anthony Shuga. And Anthony has been flying aerobatics for a while. Anthony also flies air shows. As this beautiful glider comes across, we hear that wind noise coming right across those wings. Again, so much going on here, so many people, so many moving parts, and all these wonderful sponsors making this happen year after year. We can't thank you enough to Aura Aero, MX Aircraft, Extra Aircraft, MT Propeller, Northwest Insurance, Aircraft Spruce and Specialty, David and Martha Martin, longtime aerobatic competitor, air show pilot David Martin, Fly Good Merch, Stan Moe, Patty Wagstaff, Bob Freeman, so many of the EEA chapters, 1127 and more to come. Full Stop Aviation, Jeff Bourbon, Paraphernalia, Philip Gregg, Sarah Arnolds, and Tom Rhodes, just to name a few. Aero Brew coffee every morning, a big pot, multiple big pots of Aero Brew coffee is being brewed over at the registration office, and it helps get these pilots going in the morning as they rehearse their routines each and every day. Multiple days. U.S. Nationals will conclude this Friday with a 4-minute freestyle and a banquet. And then all these pilots will get in their little airplanes and start hopscotching back across the U.S. to their home airports, again from Florida to Maine to California to the Northwest to the Southwest. Is that glider that just finished flying, the MD-1 Fox, Brenham Hughes. Very maneuverable glider, in my opinion. I don't have a lot of glider experience. Just comes touching down ever so softly and recovering.
All right, he chose not to do a figure, a warm-up figure. He's going straight into the...
Right in. This is Anthony in a biplane. We'll hear those flying wires flying, and figure number 4. And the figure number 1, you hear that propeller singing as we go across the box. I can barely even hear my own self-talk. The double roll. Anthony Osaga.
Again, you know, we had a ton of caught with Lents here too. You know, he's flying a 200-ish horsepower aircraft. It's not the most high-performance aircraft, but it's still totally capable in this category, as he shows with a 3 of 2, beautiful 1.5 outside snap in the opposite direction. Continues on with his P-loop down, really getting on those G's. You hear the prop wind right back up again. Go right to the vertical, looking for this quarter roll. He's going to cap it off right towards the judges here. Try to get into it pretty quick. He's starting to slow. There he goes. Gets into it really quick. 1 1/4 straight down. Letting that speed build back up for that aircraft. So it looks like he's trying to work it back away from the judges. Pulling back around with this 3 4 2 of 8 on the top. Again, that cadence. 1 2 3 1 2. Doing a really good job of holding those points. Those controls get much different when you're slow at the top of these loops. Get a lot more mushier. It's hard to make those stops crisp. Does a really good job of that slow speed with it. Half loop, half roll, half loop down, building that speed back up. Looking for a bunch of smash for this next figure, which is going to be a calling it in. It's going to bring that vertical half roll on the vertical upline. You can hear that prop singing as he builds that speed up. Anthony's got a fixed pitch prop, so that prop just kind of winds up as he builds speed in the flight. Pushes it over, looking for this beautiful pit snap. Gets that speed. Again, nice with that snap on the pits. Goes back to the vertical. Again, trying to get all that altitude back. Nice push over onto the cap off there hard. Looking to push over here hard again. Going to be quick with this quarter roll. Comes back towards the judges, get real tight on it as he pulls really hard. Probably pushing about plus 6 Gs there. Straight to the vertical, 3/4 roll right. Flight's looking clean so far. No mistakes. I don't think that's visually. What you can see from here, nice pushover. Look for that half snap. Again, building that speed right here in front of the judges. Keeps tracking down. 1, 2. Starts pushing up towards that vertical. Ride as long as he can. Get all the altitude he can for this next figure. There with the hammerhead. You can see a little bit of that wind drift up there. Half roll down. Big pull back out. You hear this prop wind up again. 1, 2. Big push around here for the pits. The pits' negative G tolerance isn't as high as most of the monoplanes, so their loops will be bigger at the top, which means here, like, the rolls will be a bit slower because it doesn't have the energy like those other aircraft have at the top. But Anthony's doing well with it. Looking for this inside, for the outside roller, 3-turn 360, looking at those points outside. Again, he has a biplane, so he doesn't have this massive clear view, so he has to pick points through some flying wires out there, but looking like he's not really struggling with it at all. He's doing really well holding it together. All right, one more full roll to complete this. We'll try and pull it back around to the downwind, back down on the judges. Gets it there, big wing wags. Finish that sequence and the finish up the IAC 2025 Advanced Known category. Great job from all the pilots. What do you say?
Yeah, it's been a good day so far. 11 advanced pilots, a little smaller category this year than past years. I know we had a lot of our advanced pilots move on up to the unlimited category, and so that took some of the previous advanced competitors out of the advanced category. So a little bit smaller category this year. Our sportsman category is rather large, intermediate, and unlimited's got a little bit bigger crowd this year due to team selection for the the World Unlimited Aerobatic Championships next year in Batavia, New York. For all those folks that don't know where that is, that's upstate New York. It's halfway between Buffalo and Rochester. Beautiful part of the country, and the host of the 2026 World Aerobatic Championships looks like to be sometime the end of August into the beginning of September. That's a nice time of year up there as the leaves start changing and cooler temperatures start coming in. But again, none of this footage streaming could have happened without Forrest Fox Productions. And we are so grateful to have Forrest and all his time, all his commitment, videography, putting this together. They upgraded the technology this past year on the streaming capability. Last year, right now, the judges can sit on either the east side, west side, or south side. We're positioned on the west side of the field right now, so the sun's more at our back, which makes it easier and more pleasant on your eyes looking into the sky because you're not fighting the sun. Sometimes the airplane can disappear in the sun, which then is kind of a disadvantage to the pilot because the judge can't really make out what the airplane's doing because, the sun's in your eyes. So they always try to have the sun positioned more to the back of the judges. And so we're on the west side. Well, last year, our technology with the streaming wasn't quite as strong, so we have upgraded that technology, and it's very, very, very quick this year. I hope everybody at home is enjoying the live stream and watching these flights, and family and friends can watch their competitors fly, and it's just wonderful. We're going to bring in one more glider to finish out this round. So they're being towed to altitude right now. But a lot of flying to go. More days of flying. Like I said, day 2, just getting started. It's Monday. The weather looks great all week long. Friday, they're calling for maybe some wind. Most of the competition flying will be finished up, except for our fun 4-minute freestyle where pilots have the opportunity to fly and use smoke and music in a 4-minute time period to impress the judges, and it's rather fun to watch. Very creative. You can see a creative side of a lot of these pilots, and it's more geared towards what you would typically see at an air show, with more end-over-end type maneuvers and what we call tumbles, and it's a lot of fun. So the week looks good for us, though, and then hopefully, on Saturday when it's time to head out, we have some good weather to get all these pilots back home to their families and back on to work and day-to-day lives. Most everybody that competes, we've got doctors and contractors and pilots and professional, all types of professionals, and everybody has very busy lives outside of a word I don't like to use for this sport, hobby. I think it's more than a hobby. I consider everybody here an athlete. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of your time to hone these skills, but everybody's got things going on to get back to, and so hopefully we have some good weather to get everybody on back home to their families as we wait for this glider to get to altitude.
Yeah, we told everyone getting back to homes, but how far did you have to fly to get up here?
I flew about 780 miles, 800 miles to get out here. A couple stops. I ended up going down towards Louisiana due to a lot of weather that was moving through, and spent the night down there and with the Colemans, Kevin Coleman's family. Dr. Coleman, White's Coleman, were nice enough to let me have somewhere to stay for the night, and then headed up to Newton, Kansas the following day. So, and I know, Marco, you're in New Bern. You got a little bit further flight than me.
Yeah, it's a few miles. We talk about time away, and we hate calling it a hobby, but for us, it's an enjoyable athletic. We talk about time and family away. A lot of us, traveling 7-8 hour flights, and I like myself, and some of us will do kind of a camp prior to get ready for this event, and the cool thing with this sport is where everybody's in this box here trying to beat each other, but when you get outside the box, we're all friends. We're both in the unlimited category, but and the other people we're competing with, we're able to get together and train for a whole week. We want the best for each other, and that's just what's one of the coolest things about this sport, that even at the top level, everybody wants to succeed no matter how the outcome is. Everybody wants to succeed, and I think at the end of the day, everybody wants to see each other succeed, and it is exactly what Marco's saying. We are competing against each other, and let me say something. I'll just say this. At the end of the day, winning's fun. Winning is fun. You can't doubt that. However, it's fun to watch your friends win too, or watch them have a beautiful flight, or if you need some help with some of your flying, you can go to them, and at the end of the day, everybody's willing to help each other. You know what? And it's amazing. I don't think you see that in a lot of other sports. I hope you enjoy watching. I hope I get to win and you enjoy me. How about that? Oh, Marco. I'm picking with you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But no, it's a great group. Camaraderie is unbelievable within this community, and it's a very small community. I mean, we have hundreds of thousands of pilots, but there's only a few hundred people out of hundreds of thousands of pilots in the United States of America that choose this part of aviation. Aviation is so vast, so big, whether you're flying a glider, off the water, a warbird, for the airlines, corporate, fighting fires. There's so much in aviation. There's so much to learn. You're never, ever going to know it all. You never stop learning. But it's neat, this little niche that we have all chosen to become a part of and obsess somewhat with and get better at. And it's nice when your buddy can come up to you and help you and tell you how to beat them, and they want to see you succeed. And so it's very nice. I think we are all very fortunate to be a part of this community. Yeah, I mean, we take all these people that we see out here. The category we're going to watch later on. The intermediate category is a great example of this growth in the sport that we're seeing with, the last couple of years. It's kind of a big step up, that category, from the sportsman, because we introduced this thing called the unknown, where they don't get much time, they never get to fly, and they fly in front of the judge. But over the past couple of years, that category's kind of been in that, 5, 6, 7 people at nationals, and I think this year we have almost 20 competitors, which is just, I mean, A, it's awesome to see, but then B, it's just that's the kind of growth that we've seen. I think Shao was telling us a couple years ago, I think we had 50-something competitors here, and before, you know, some people weren't able to make it out, but I think we were at 100 and almost 20-something competitors for this year's national. So in 3 years, we've done over double of what we've been doing before, which is, I mean, it's awesome to see that the sport's starting to grow bigger and bigger and bigger, and new fresh faces, new aircraft, and everybody's, again, just growing along with it.
And it's a testament, exactly what you're saying, to people giving back, the sport's growing, and I want to sort of touch on with, like you took the intermediate. One thing that I think everybody realizes is an honor, and it's full circle, and it's so cool. Yesterday, Marco and I were both getting to do our flights in Unlimited, and a gentleman by the name of Sean Tucker,
Yeah.
who is an icon, still to this day, in aviation and air show flying. As a little kid, I knew I grew up watching Sean fly.
Same here.
1-800-COLLECT, 10-10-220, Oracle, just a legend, airplane in the Smithsonian, unbelievable. And Sean is amongst us in the heat, in our t-shirts and shorts, and he's out here talking and mentoring and smiling and keeping everybody's energy up, because if anybody knows Sean D. Tucker, he is a ball of energy and just makes you smile.
He's caffeine in a human being.
He is, yes, he is. And we're so fortunate to have him here, taking time out of his life. He has a busy life still, even after retiring from the air show world. He is teaching and training aerobatic teams in formation, and it's just awesome. Sean is flying intermediate here, and it's just been a pleasure. It's come full circle that one of the legends in the industry is here at the U.S. National Aerobatic Championships, and so many of these legends were born from what, you know, Marco was saying too, from the IAC and coming into this sport and competing and then going on to become these greats in the aviation community. And I just want to make sure everyone at home realizes how awesome this year is. Last year we had Michael Guillen spend some time here, another great in the air show industry, coming and mentoring and talking and taking time out of his busy life to be a part of this.
Didn't they stick him in a cornfield for boundary judging?
Yes, and he had to go in a cornfield for boundary judging.
But you know what he said? He got like 4 hours of peace and quiet. For a minute.
For a minute.
And then he was getting eaten by bugs.
Yeah. Well, folks, we're just, I hope we aren't boring you too bad. Marco and I are just a little chatting here as we're finishing up this category. Just a glider plane is being towed up to altitude, and then we'll be done with this category. And, you know, wrapping this part of the day up, and then we'll move on to some more flying. It's been awesome so far. I know I got out here a few days ago and seeing a lot of these guys hadn't seen in a year, and a lot of them you talk to on the phone regularly, and you know, you text and send pictures.
You are like that. You know, we see each other once every other year, and it's here.
And it's here, and it's but it's so great. I mean, we're hugging each other and having dinners and catching up and laughing. I think I get a good ab workout from all the laughing. I'm doing
that's
out
for
here.
sure.
It's just it's just such a pleasure. It's just
come back with a few more wrinkles from smiling so much.
That's right. they're good wrinkles, and even though it gets stressful for everybody out here, you know, I mean, it's like when you're a kid. You know, you go, hey, I'll race it to the other side. You want to cross that finish line first, and it's fun. But at the end of the day, you know, there's going to be somebody that's going to win, and hey, it's awesome. Good for them, but we're all buddies, and we love to hang out together and help each other, and the camaraderie here is just incredible as we're almost getting to that altitude for our glider disconnect for one more flight. I hope everybody at home watching has been enjoying the Nationals over the last few days. Please continue to tune in, share the link with any family and friends or aviation enthusiasts from all over the world. Lots more exciting flying to go. Our judges are just sort of hanging tight right now. We can see them out in front of us. The way the judging is set up, we've got 5 head judges, and then we have what we call an assistant judge, and then we also have what we call a recorder. So the assistant assists the main judge in calling out the figure to make sure they're seeing all the correct elements of the figure. The judge will call the score out loud. The recorder will write it down. After a flight, someone goes around, we call a runner, picks up all the paperwork, they submit it in the computer, zap it across to the other side, and then our scores pop up. It's gotten up very fast from many years ago as the glider is almost off tow, up around 4,000 feet for the last flight of the day.
Yeah, you know, one thing you think about with the gliders is they're at the mercy of their tow plane. So, you know, they when they sit on the runway, they'll line up the glider on the runway and they'll hook up the tow plane up to it. And then as we just saw here, you might be able to see in the video where they kind of break off. So at that point, the tow plane will fly a base leg, and then whenever the glider's ready to pull off it, he'll disconnect the cable from them. You see he'll come dive, he'll kind of still tracking on that base leg. He's still trying to find the spot that they think's the best spot for them to enter at, where the tow plane's way now, probably over, you know, over half a mile away now, away from the box, so they're not a factor anymore. Glider's now turned into the base. They're lined up. Gonna do a little push over here in a minute. Looking for that 45 on the down to show the judges, hey, I'm ready. Start these wing wags and have a great sequence. Still tracking into the box. Looking for a good point to dive in on. They like where they're at. There's the quick wing wags indicating that they're ready to start the sequence. Looking for that first figure again. This is the advanced category for the glider. So they're going to do that half roll like the other ones we're doing. Straight into it, sets the line, shows that it's there, starts that cap off again, looking down at the box. He likes where they're at, 2 of 4. This down Humpty, 45 down Humpty, pull around, again, getting on those G's, trying to keep that aircraft flying. Losing energy here, shows the line, that's all they need to do is show that they're on a 45 line, caps it off a little energy. Again, looking above them, right now they can get a really good view of the center box, the end markers, of all the things inside there. And when they're ready to start that spin, they're going to start bringing that nose up to slow it down. So that way the drag helps the aircraft slow down. Kick the rudder in there, got the spin going, stops it very beautifully. Gets the speed back going, coming back to this looping figure. Now that the wind's picked up a little bit, you'll see that the aircraft is going to, when they pull up to the top, they might lighten it up just a little bit because that wind's going to push them further and further to try and keep that aircraft, that looping figure going around. Shows that first point really well with the 2 of 2 on the top. Starts pulling it back around. Goes back to their level line, which is normally a little bit of a nose down attitude to keep that speed going. When they're ready, they'll pull up to that vertical for this tail slide. And you think about how quiet it's in there when the wind, but this figure, guys, has to be just dead silent. There's the flop. Quarter roll, taking it away from the judges. It's hard to hear from you guys, but we can hear kind of these little whistling noises as they pull these G's around places. Pushes to the vertical, pushes around, it's going to go down to this vertical down. Little negative G there. Quarter roll back down, exiting downwind. Keeps going on a level plane. Back into a P loop again. When he pulls around up to the top here, there's going to be a 2 of 4. Trying to show that point really well to the judges. There's the first point. Still arcing around. You can see that aircraft the whole time is not flying straight. It's curving around the top of that P loop. Gets the speed back, pulls back. You can kind of see here a little bit of a nose down, but like we said, that's okay. He's trying to build that speed up to keep these figures going. Pulls right to that 45, gets there quick on the first point, nice and crisp on the second point. Shows the line, equal blinks, pulls it tight down to the vertical down. It's getting that speed back up for this outside 90-degree roller. See if he brings it towards or away from the judges. Looks like they're going to bring it towards the judges, looking outside for that 45, trying to look off the nose, and now they're going to transition to kind of look at another 45 off as he pulls around the G's here to keep the aircraft. Finishing the sequence, 3 wing wags, that'll complete the advanced category for the glider known flight.
Yeah, Marco, we just got things finished up, and before we sign out here in a little bit, for those just tuning in and hopefully tune in the rest of the day, I'm just going to read off. I just want to give a shout out for a lot of these key volunteer people that are behind the scenes that we just don't see, that are doing so much to make this contest happen. And again, Shad Coulson, he's our contest director. Mary Beth Rudd, the register, who's keeping everybody straight, getting registered for this contest. Alice Johnson, Steve Johnson's wife, she's a volunteer coordinator. Monique Hartmann, the communications director. Keith Doyle, one of our safety directors. Dale and Doug working our starter position. We got John Smutney, an air boss who takes his time to oversee this contest. We've got Shell Ballard, a emergency room doctor. He's our medical director, making sure we're safe, and if we have any issues, we can go to Shell for any type of help. Greatly appreciated. We got Sarah Arnold, hospitality event coordinator. Forrest Fox, of course, the videographer, cannot do it without Forrest Fox. Gary DeBond, Jeff Granger, Chris Rudd, just to say a few. Mark Maticola, he runs the United States Air Force Academy group of cadets. But anyway, just want to shout out all those people. It's been a great afternoon. Forrest is taking care of us. I'm out of here, Goody Thomas, and look forward for some more wonderful competition aerobatics this week.
You
Yep.
Yes.
Hello and welcome back to the live stream. I'm Rob Dumovic,
And I'm Jeff Granger.
and we're out here commentating for Power Intermediate, Glider Intermediate, and Glider Primary.
Primary.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, we have these sheets right in front of us. We could probably just look at the top to know what categories we're going to be looking at. But we have quite a few people that are going to be competing and flying in front of you here, the live stream this afternoon. We have 22, 21 people in Power Intermediate. We've got 10 in gliders, so there's 32 competitors.
Yeah, it's going to be a big job to get through this.
Yeah, we're going to be here for a minute. So sit back, relax, grab some popcorn, and enjoy the dulcet tones of Jeff and Rob.
Jeff and Ron. Have we done this before?
You and I have.
Okay, that's been a couple of years.
Yeah, you and I, so in 2022, you and I got to sit out here together for SPORTSMAN.
Tremendous.
And I was competing in advance, you were volunteering, and this year, what are you doing?
This year I'm just judging, and commentating. I was the assistant to the box master. I got here.
To the box master.
Yeah, I got here about 4 days early.
Okay.
Nationals is a big commitment. It's a week for the competitors, but it's preceded by 4 days of practice. And some of the really hardcore competitors will even go to training camps before that.
I was one of those hardcore competitors.
One hardcore competitors. But Gary DeBon is our perennial box master for the practice days. And he's an old friend from Indiana days. And I joined him for the 4 days preceding the contest. And we run the practice box.
Gary is a former competitor himself, correct?
Yes, yeah. Gary's been in the sport just about forever.
And he flew a Pitts.
Yeah, he's flown a Pitts, he's crashed a Pitts, he's built a Pitts. He's tough guy.
He is. He had a health issue a couple years ago, and he's come back very strong from that. We're happy to have him out here because, like you said, he's been in the sport forever, and he has been a stalwart in the, at least since I've been coming to Nationals since 2019, as the box master and handing out those practice slots and making sure everything runs smoothly pre-contest.
That's exactly the word. Being the box master is not fundamentally a hard job. It's just extremely tedious.
Yes.
Everybody wants to fly. Everybody wants to get a practice spot. The box is open from sunrise to sunset.
Everybody wants 3 practice slots.
Everybody, even more. They've got to be scheduled. They've got to be teched. They've got to be briefed. We did a little improvement in our process this year. I got a whiteboard with magnetic strips, displayed everybody's position. That helped out a little bit, I think.
Oh, I think it helped out a lot because at a glance, we didn't have to go bug Gary to open up his notebook and find you in there. You could just go to the board and you knew where your slot was by looking, but also you were physically placing the magnetic strip on the board on the time.
Yes,
so
yes.
You saw the person who was going for the box time knew exactly when they were going.
And any changes were easy to make.
Yes.
I didn't even erase. I just moved the strip.
Yeah.
And we upgraded our station a little bit with a canopy and some tables and chairs and power supply and whatnot. What's going on right now in the air?
Well, it looks like Jake Spidell flew the low lines. He's now climbing up to altitude, and he'll be competing in intermediate. So flying to Pitts, he had enough performance. They determined to do the low lines, which are 1,200 feet, and then climb up to their starting altitude.
1,500 feet for the primary.
Oh, for the gliders, yes.
Yeah, yes.
1,500 for the gliders.
So why the low lines? Don't they carry a recording barometer in there that transmits their altitude to the chief judge's table?
Well, yeah.
No.
We don't quite have that technology at this time, but we do have a new judges line out here, and so we need to calibrate the judges' eyeballs to that bottom of the box altitude in order for us to maintain safety for the competitors, for the people on the ground, and for the people all over the sport and the general public. Even though there's no general public underneath the box out here, we want to maintain that safety margin of that minimum box altitude, and also in order to score the competitor appropriately. So if they are majority low, they get a 0 for the figure. If they get scored as a low, where they're way below that 1,200 feet, they will 0 the flight.
Potentially 0 the flight. Yeah, one of our friends got a low call during his advanced flight. Fortunately, it was only one judge.
Okay, well, it looks like we've got him wing rocking in. Let's go, Jake. Have a great flight. I'm going to let you call this one.
All right, this is Jake Spidell from California. He's a professional pilot. This first figure is a vertical 5/8 loop. So he flies a vertical line. He does a 5/8 loop, and he has to come back and set a nice 45-degree down line, hold that line to the satisfaction of the judges, and then pull. That's the end of that figure. His second figure is a vertical line up, sometimes called a dog leg up. Just a straight vertical line, and then he's going to cap off. This gains him the altitude that he needs for his spin.
And trades the airspeed that he doesn't need for his spin.
Altitude for airspeed for altitude. Now, this is a 1 1/4 turn spin. He's going to finish up on the y-axis, heading away from us, draws a vertical line. That's part of the judging criteria. He has to go vertical. Next is a Humpty Bump. This is a hesitation loop. He's going to pull for a vertical line. There's a quarter roll, and he has to roll in the correct direction so that when he finishes that half loop and does the vertical down line, that he's going to be coming downwind again. If he rolled in the wrong direction, that would zero the figure.
And potentially subsequent figures.
Yes. Figure 5 is a variation on an Immelman. So he's going to do a half loop up at the top. Instead of a regular half slow roll, he's going to do a 2 out of 4. So he has to pause briefly on the knife edge and then level, and then that's done. Figure 6 is a goldfish figure. It starts with a 45-degree down line, and then is a 3/4 loop around.
Really nicely flown here, looking good.
And the finish is on the 45 line. That is another 2 out of 4 roll. So 2 pausing on the 90 degree and then out level. Figure 7 is a hammerhead, no rolls, just a plain vanilla vertical line, and he has to pivot within his wingspan without any pitch.
Really nice.
Yeah. Figure 8 is in the center box is an avalanche. This is a fun figure. This is a loop, but it includes a full snap roll at the top. And that snap roll, the judging criteria is it should be centered right at the top of the loop and end up wings level, and then he comes back around to finish the loop. Figure 9 is a stock Cuban half Cuban. So that's a 5/8 loop, and on the 45 down line, a half roll. And the roll should be centered on the line between the pitch change that ends the loop and the pitch change that begins the pull-out without changing the line. Figure 10 is a wedge, kind of like the Cuban, only it has straight sides. So he does a vertical line and then a real short radius pullover to set the 45 down line, and then the half slow roll does not include any hesitation points this time. Figure 11 is a variation on an Immelman again, so there's a half loop up, and this one is going to be a 2-point roll, so he's going to go from inverted to inverted, and the figure actually ends inverted.
And there's his pause for the hesitation.
Figure 12 is an inverted turn.
This has been trouble for most people who move up to intermediate. They don't really, this is their first taste of negative G's, and it's quite uncomfortable.
It can be painful at first. Yep. And that ends the sequence. Now he rolls up, he does an inverted wingway, rolls upright, and he's done. Jake's a professional pilot from California. He's flying the Pitts S2B. His first contest was in Borrego Springs, great contest location. And he flew his first contest in the Sportsman. It's his first time, and it is his first time here at the national contest.
Oh, wow, excellent. This is a big stage, and there's a lot of nerves coming into U.S. National Aerobatic Championships. People have to have a mechanism in order to deal with some of that stress and some of those nerves. And I know this morning I woke up and I was feeling a little bit anxious because I flew this afternoon, And it was amazing. This is not my first contest. It's not my first nationals.
Yeah.
But there I was, feeling anxious.
Still exciting, yeah.
And so I was trying to make a little video talking about it as I was walking from the hotel to my car, and I was talking to the phone, walked up to the car, pressed the button, and the door didn't unlock. And I looked down and I thought, who put a bottle of Tide on my passenger seat? It wasn't my car. So that immediately alleviated the nerves, just kind of that little screw up there. And so most people listen to music, whether it's pump up music or whether it's calming music, but whatever method they use, hopefully it works for them. Is there anything you've done in preparation for a contest flight to minimize those nerves?
I don't know. No, I think if you've trained, it should be pretty straightforward. Naturally, there's going to be a lot of excitement going into the box. You get into a flow state. Some of the most burned-in memories I have are circling in the hold, double checking everything, belts, proper fuel tank, power setting, and then you hear the crackle of the radio, and the chief judge says you're cleared into the box. You do a quick belt check, and you roll onto your final into the box, and that's just a special moment. That's the kind of memory that stays with you a long time.
All right, we got Wayne Forbes.
This is Wayne Forbes. Wayne Forbes is flying a Panzel S330. This is a experimental that's designed and built. Well, it was designed by John Staudiker from Coughlin, Michigan. It's built by the Panzel brothers.
Well, there he goes into the pole. He's in the pole for the vertical for the 5/8 loop. He's going to pull around the top, and he's going to try to make a radius, a constant radius over the top. And this radius over the top has a tailwind component, so he can float this a little bit more and still maintain that constant radius. Setting the 45 down, pulling the level, and now he goes for that vertical up, or that dog leg as you referred to it before. He's going to push level, exit right, getting set up for that 1 1/4 turn spin.
Spinning to the
It looks like right, yeah.
So he's going to be coming towards us.
Yep, towards the judges. Typically we see powered aircraft spinning towards the left, taking advantage of the left turning tendencies of the engine, but he did a nice job going to the right. Pull, humpy, quarter roll up. There's the quarter roll. And now he'll pull to the right into the wind. Now he's doing that radius over the top into the wind, and he needs to float a lot more potentially in order to maintain a constant radius and fight that wind all the way around. Next we have a half loop up with a 204 on top, variation on the implement, so we'll count the points. On top, 2 90-degree rolls. 1, 2. There we go. No deductions for missing points. Those were very crisp and clear. Push down for the 45. Now a 3/4 loop. Starting high speed into the wind. Compresses that radius. Now as he goes over the top, the tailwind actually helps him make that radius that he needs to match from the beginning. 204 points. There we go. 2 clear, crisp, 90-degree points there. And now a plain Jane hammerhead. One of my favorite maneuvers. And in the bio, he would have written out what his favorite maneuver was. We'll look that up here in a second. But going all the way up, that thing's got a lot of energy. It went up for a long time. Now coming back down towards the earth, trading altitude for airspeed. Comes down for the avalanche. Yeah, what's it say?
It says his favorite maneuver is the hammerhead.
His favorite maneuver is the hammerhead.
Yeah.
Well, he rocked it.
He flew that a little bit farther into the wind to compensate for the wind.
Yeah. Nice snap, good quality snap. And that snap needs to be centered in the top of the looping portion there, back into the wind. You can really tell it from the ground here. When he gets into the wind, the wind's gotten stronger up there. It's really lowering the ground speed. Now that 5/8 loop, back to the half roll upright on the 45 down line, back to level, completing the reverse or the half Cuban. Now we're into the wedge. Just like the Cuban, but this one does not have the same radius requirements because it's got straight lines. Radiuses that he does fly have to be equal to themselves. A half roll upright, looking good, maintaining the angle on the way down and pull level. Next, a half loop up with a 2-point roll on top. Trying to maintain that radius. These are ground reference maneuvers in the air. Trying to maintain that constant radius. There's 1 point and 2 back to an inverted. And now the 180-degree inverted turn. Those negative G-forces trying to throw him out of the cockpit, and the belts holding him to that seat. completion of the turn and the wing rocks to salute the judges and signify the end of his sequence.
So Wayne's a professional airline pilot from Colorado, of course flying the Panzel S330. His first contest was the High Plains in Fort Morgan, Colorado, wherein he flew Sportsman. This is his third time at Nationals.
Wow.
I had not met Wayne until just recently, earlier this year. He was the contest director for the Torrington, Wyoming contest.
Oh.
That was the first time in that location, and it was a really nicely run contest. So we took several of our instructors who were interested in aerobatics from pilot makers in Provo up to the Torrington contest. We flew my extra 300, although no one competed in it, our Decathlon, and also extra NG came, and some other GA aircraft to transport people and baggage, and had a really nice time. Kind of a nice cowboy vibe to Torrington.
So you're from the Northwest.
I'm from Utah.
I consider that Northwest because I'm all the way out on the East Coast in Massachusetts. So if it's west of Ohio, that's...
Okay. Well, I think of the Northwest as Oregon.
Oregon? Ah.
Northern California, Oregon, Washington. More Utah, the Mountain West. But
you get to go to the regional contests out in that area.
Yes.
And as far as the IAC, we get about one contest a month per region generally, wherever you are. But we do also, I think, try to stagger them so local regions that are neighboring each other don't hold a contest on the same weekend, and you can get to multiple contests in a month. Do you feel that that's true as well?
I think that's true, although it varies a lot by climate. You know, I grew up in Ohio and spent most of my life in Ohio.
As did I.
In Indiana.
Go Buckeyes.
And go Bucks, yeah. Go Boilermakers.
Nope, not for me.
All right, who's coming in now? This is Raul O'Brien in the Extra 330 SC. Raul has recently upgraded from his biplane to the 330 SC.
Yeah, I'll call it.
So I can call it.
I'll go ahead.
First figure is this vertical 5/8 loop. Sometimes called an alien head. If you put two little eyes right here.
Oh yeah, that does work.
Could be an alien. And he's got to hold that 45-degree down line. Second figure is the vertical line up, the jiggy jog, or dog leg. My wife calls it a jiggy jog. And that trades airspeed for altitude and sets him up for the spin. Spins a 1 1/4. You can go right or left. Looks like he went left. He's got to draw the vertical line and finish up on the y-axis. This allows correction into any cross-box wind. Now he's doing the vertical line up. He's got to remember to roll the correct way. I think of it as I'm going to put my head out of the box on a looping maneuver, or feet into the box. Nice half loop across the top, set the vertical line, and then pull.
Raul's got quite the cheering section out there in the chat.
Yes. He's got this M1 with the 2 out of 4. If you went 360 degrees around, you'd have 4 points, but since he starts inverted, it's only 2 points. There's 1, there's 2. Come across the box and then set the 45-degree down line for this so-called goldfish. Looks like a goldfish cracker. And a nice smooth loop around.
He is not wasting time in the box, but also it does not look like he's rushing any of this. I think he's using the box up nicely, using the energy that he's got in the airplane.
Yeah, and he's nicely
flying under control.
And he's nicely positioned. Speaking of timing, they're sequencing these flights in pretty quickly, aren't they?
Absolutely. Well, there's 32 competitors to get in, and we only have so much daylight.
And they've got an expert crew here of starters, chief judge, and they're going to get people through here quickly. I don't think we're going to see many delays.
Good-looking hammerhead pivot there.
Okay, come up to figure 8, which is the avalanche, is the common name. It's a loop with a snap roll at the top.
I generally use this maneuver to teach snap rolls to pilots just learning how to snap.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because the very first snap rolls I ever did were in avalanche.
Yeah.
Taught to me by the late, great Bill Thomas down in Venice, Florida. This is a half Cuban. Apparently, if you do it twice, it makes a figure 8. According to legend, it was first done by the Cuban Air Force at an air show in the 1930s. Got that name.
And it was by an American who was flying.
Was it?
For the Cuban Air Force.
For the Cuban Air Force.
And it was technically a botched loop. He just realized that he wasn't going to have the altitude to finish the loop, and so he rolled upright and went into another one.
All right, a little serendipitous. All right. Not a point roll, just a slow roll back to upright. And 11 is another half loop up, this time with a 2-point roll and a fly off inverted. Every figure has to finish on a level line, but it can be upright or inverted. So he's going to finish inverted with the 2-point roll.
And here comes that outside turn.
And he's turning toward us. First time somebody has turned toward us. That unfortunately puts him over the judges, which judges don't like. At least I don't like to have the airplane directly overhead. It makes my neck hurt.
But we are also in this judge's position because of the geography out here. We are very close to the edge of the box, so I don't think he was out.
No.
But, yeah, it just does take away a little bit of the presentation score potentially if the judges have to crane their necks too hard to look up.
What about the out-of-bounds calls?
If you're over the judge's head, you're going to get called.
Yeah.
That's no good.
But this particular contest, we don't have any boundary judges.
Which I'm quite happy about. However, on my flight, I had no outs for like the first time in my nationals history. And
so it would have been to your benefit.
It would have been to my benefit. There were some other competitors that did have outs. But hey, everybody's got the same in front of the same judges, in front of the same playing field.
Well, it's a huge undertaking to get the volunteers together to hold a contest of this size. And when you add in drivers and stations and supplies and volunteers and radios or walkie-talkies to set up boundary judges, it just adds that much more to it.
It does. And it's a significant amount of time to try and get people to the boundaries and to the judges line and then to the other boundary. And this is a big airport which does not have direct access to each boundary corner. You have to go on these access roads.
Oh. And everything has to go across an active runway.
Yeah, it's easily a 20-minute journey if you have to take the access roads all the way around this airport, which I did in 22 and 19 several times.
So next coming up is Micah Reynolds. Let me find his bio. It says he's flying a Staudacher S600. So what's the difference between a Staudacher and a Panzel?
Boy, that's a great question. Let's see here. One was involved with Mr. Panzel and one was involved with Mr. Staudacher.
Exactly.
They probably both have Staudacher wings, though.
So
we have him on
He's from Jefferson City, Tennessee. He's a professional pilot. His first contest was the Bear Creek Bash in Rome, Georgia in primary, and his favorite maneuver is the quad snap.
Whoa! All right, so here he comes into the alien head. Nice vertical up, gonna pull around for the 5/8 loop and set up on a 45 down line from left to right. There we go, 45 down, driving, losing altitude, exchanging for energy to take right back into the vertical up, turn that airspeed into altitude, push cap to the right. There's the level flight, and you can see the nose is up a bit, which it needs to be to fly level this slowly. It needs some angle of attack for the 1 1/4 turn spin, which he's doing to the left, using those left turning tendencies to help the rotation. And sets that on the down line, turning altitude back into airspeed, set up away from us for the Humpty. Pull Humpty, quarter roll up, 90 degrees of roll. Should be a right roll. There it is, to the right. And now a pull into the wind. This also needs to set up with the aircraft vertically down at the same point where it came off the vertical upline so that you show that equal radius over the top.
That's right, all loops have to be round, all lines have to be straight.
Speaking of round loops, here we go for a half loop up with a 204 on top. We'll be looking to count those 90-degree rolls on the top. 1, 2, complete. And the figure moving on. Now he's going to push 45 down, 3/4 loop up. You call this a goldfish. Another name for it is an Enterprise because it looks like the Starship Enterprise if you were looking at it from the top down. Little planform view. And now a 204 on the 45 down line. 1, 2. And equal line lengths before and after the roll. Pull the level looks good. Plain Jane hammer. Line lengths are pretty critical before a roll, so once the radius portion stops, that begins the measuring of a line length until they start rolling. Then after they finish the roll, they need to draw a line of the same length before they pull to level flight. Any deviation in that line length results in penalties depending on the amount of deviation.
At a time when your airspeed's constantly changing, right?
Oh, yes.
And no distance markers in the sky.
Very much a timing maneuver. Here we go for the avalanche, the snap roll on top, and continuing the looping portion. So you're not allowed to draw a line over the top of that figure. You got to incorporate the roll into that loop. Now we have the half Cuban 5/8 loop up, trying to compensate for the wind, maintain that equal radius, set the 45 down, and half rolled upright. See how they pop off that line really helps you tell where that line length ends, helps the judges give a really accurate score. In for the wedge, vertical up. And this doesn't have any line length criteria to it. You take it up as long or as short as you want, and then you start to pull over the top to the 45 down line. Half roll upright, back to level. Trying to make that equal line length afterwards and maintain the same pitch. And a half loop up. And a 2-point roll on top. So he starts inverted, rolls upright, pauses for a second, and rolls back inverted. And a figure. Now the inverted 180-degree competition turn needs to have a bank angle of greater than 60 degrees of bank, which means for a level turn, that's a minimum of -2 Gs. Most of these competitors are rolling to steeper than that, which makes that required -G go up dramatically. And really wants to throw them out of the cockpit. So you're really hanging in the harnesses on that.
Okay.
Really nice flight there.
Flight. And that was a Staudiker.
That was.
So you know, I used to fly the Michigan contest.
Yeah.
And we saw a lot of.
Ooper.
No,
Looper,
that was before the Ooper Looper.
Oh.
No, this was down in Jackson, Michigan.
Oh.
And Greg and Chris Panzel, the Panzel brothers, used to fly that. And people were flying John Staudiker designed and built airplanes.
Oh, wow.
I think that what happened was that the Staudiker brothers took over the building of the Staudiker type and called it a Panzer.
Interesting.
Maybe somebody can correct me on that. Coming up next is Justin Miller. So now we're going to see a biplane.
That's the second biplane of this contest so far for this category.
That's right. So this is a Pitts, but the Jake Spidell was flying a factory-built Pitts S2B. There aren't that many factory-built standard category aerobatic airplanes. Now we've got the new Game Bird out there, and we may have the Aura Aero pretty soon.
Oh, and the extra.
And the extra, yeah. But
Super Decathlon.
Super Decathlon. I know, but we're talking about one hand. You could count these on.
That's true. That's true.
I did a lot of my core aerobatic training in the Pitts S2B with Bill Thomas. This is an experimental, though.
I feel almost ashamed to admit that I have not flown a Pitts. Looks like we're going to have Charles Fox up next in a DG Flugzenbau DG1000 glider. Gliders are a tricky one to judge because they don't make any noise. So once you locate one in the sky, you need to keep your eyes on it.
Don't take your eye off of that.
This is going to be glider intermediate. They'll start with a 45 down line.
And you said this is Charlie Fox.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a U.S. Air Force cadet, and I actually had him as my judge's assistant, my recorder, yesterday.
Oh, that's really nice that they are volunteering as well as competing in here. And we do have 119 competitors, so that makes it real easy to fill out the volunteer stacks. Starting off with that 45 down, which is complete now, into the reverse goldfish. So pulling up to a 45, half roll, and then a 3/4 loop down. With gliders in this category, they do not need to fly a 45-degree angle. They are actually judged on 30-degree angles, but all the paperwork here is still drawn as if they are 45 degrees. Push cap out of energy now, getting ready for a 1.5 turn upright spin. And they enter spins just like powered aircraft. You need to induce a yaw and stall the aircraft, stall the wing, and set up the auto rotation. Just gliders don't have any of the turning tendencies that our powered aircraft do from the propeller, so that makes them pure either direction that they want to spin. This looks to me like a clover. Or am I just, that's a
No, I don't think that has...
Q loop.
Right, it's a Q loop.
Yeah.
So that doesn't change onto the y-axis. So he's
Okay.
going to do a loop, but he's going to finish on a 45 line, and that'll set him up for his hammerhead, because he's
Yeah.
going to need a lot of speed for that hammerhead.
There's that nice angled line, building energy for a hammerhead. They will pull up to the vertical, kick that rudder before they run out of speed. And it's a little more of a fly over the top with the gliders, but that's what you need to do when you don't have an engine pulling. And now quarter roll to the y-axis. There's that quarter roll building speed quickly going into a pull Humpty. Nothing up but a quarter roll on the down. So vertical up, I see a line. Now they can get off that line to the radius portion and continue with the roll back to the x-axis, exiting to the judge's left. Next, setting up for a P loop, a 3/4 loop to the vertical down, where they will draw a vertical line down before pulling to level flight to the left for the judges. Need some energy here because the follow-on figure is a reverse wedge that will pull to a 30-degree nose-up angle, roll the glider inverted, and then pull down to the vertical. Looking to maintain that line. And you see how long it takes these gliders to roll. They're just running out of energy that entire time. Vertical down, back to level. Not a lot of energy required here per se, but this is a 2-point roll. Gonna stop and hesitate. Inverted before returning back to upright in the same direction they initially rolled. Very graceful, these rolls. It's slow. You got time to watch what's happening.
You can't roll fast with that long wing.
No, big old wing.
A lot of adverse yaw.
And a nice flight for Charles Fox out of the United States Air Force Academy out in Colorado Springs, Colorado.
Yeah.
Boy.
Charlie's first contest was the Estrella Classic down in Maricopa, Arizona. That's a big glider center. I've gone down for the glider nationals there to judge.
My parents moved there in 2016.
No.
I need to get out to. I need to get out to Estrella.
Get out to Estrella. His favorite maneuver is the avalanche, and this is his first time at nationals.
Very good. Well, we hope to see much more of Charlie in the future as he continues with his Air Force career flying gliders out there.
So they're interleaving the gliders with the power. We have 2 tow planes to pull the gliders up, so they can't do gliders continuously. They've got to work them into the flow with the powered aircraft. Again, the starter and the chief judge are doing a good job of keeping the aircraft in front of us most all the time.
Yeah, and that's a tough thing to do because they're basically launching the gliders as fast as they can, and it's basically when we get a glider in position, they call them into the box.
Call them in then.
So we've got 2 orders of flight. We've got one for the power, one for the gliders, but we don't necessarily know when the glider's coming up. So who do we have next?
This is Justin Miller.
Ah, yes, in the Pitts S111.
In the Pitts S111. Now this is not a factory-built Pitts.
No, this is Justin's creation.
Justin's creation. It's called the
Toxic.
The Toxic Stinker.
Does the stinker nomenclature go back to Betty Skelton with her little stinker?
I think
Was
so.
that the first?
Little Stinker, Super Stinker, and Toxic Stinker.
Oh, very good here. Justin comes for the alien pull vertical. Set that line and 5/8 loop over the top to a 45 down. It sounds like it's got a 6-cylinder engine in it.
That I don't know.
I think being an S111, I think they all came with 6-cylinder engines. Pulling up to the vertical, trading that airspeed for altitude. And a 1/4 turn spin. Positioning in a box. He could go either way. Looks like he's going to take it to the right. And pull towards the judges into the pull Humpty. Pull Humpty has a quarter roll on the up. Spun right, should roll left. We see a left roll now. Looping over the top. Set up that down line and a pull exit left. He's right center of the box. He's got the option to take this to the left edge of the box before he goes for the half loop up. Looks like he goes left to center, positioning this nicely so the judges don't have to move their heads too far. 204 on top. Good looking figure now, push down for the 45. Presentation score is based on the judges, how much they liked it, their perception. It's not necessarily anything having to do with whether it was too high or too low or too right or too left or too far or too close or anything like that, but it's merely a combination of all of it. And the judges give that score at the very end, pulling up for the hammerhead on the left edge of the box. A lot of pilots want to pull to the vertical and run those wheels right up the edge of the box. Today, that wouldn't be a really good idea because we've got so much wind out of the judges right to left that might push you too far out of the box. And the judges might not want to move their heads all that far to the left. Coming back here, looking to set up this avalanche right in center box right in front of the judges. There he is, positioning that very nicely. Coming up to the top, here comes the snap roll.
Oh, biplane snap, so nice, don't they?
Biplane snap, great, and really it's a horizontal spin, so he's already kind of practiced that once with the 1 1/4 turn spin, but a little bit different dynamics here. Pulling into the half Cuban, looping over the top, 5/8 loop to a 45 down and a half roll on the way down. Half roll, nice and crisp, full level. Now for the vertical up figure 10, he's doing the wedge. I can't help but think of cheese right now.
Wedge of cheese? You hungry?
Wedge of cheese, I am. And it's the toxic stinker, stinky cheese, and owl. Anyway,
okay.
45 down line, he's inverted, but not for long, rolling upright, maintaining that 45 down line, pull level, and a half loop up is next with that 2-point roll. Starting inverted, rolling to upright, and back to inverted. Upright, there's a good point. And back to inverted, set up for the 180-degree inverted competition turn.
Minimum 60-degree bank.
Minimum.
Bank it and then yank it. Well, in this case, push it.
Push.
Push it good.
Push it real good.
Okay.
And there's the wag out salute to the judges. With positive G, we've got blood being pulled out of our head.
Yeah, with positive G, the blood wants to pool into your lower extremities, and you don't have the muscular pumping action of walking to help it come back. If you're flying an Air Force fighter and you've got your speed jeans on, you got a Velcro garment that you pull on, and that inflates with air to push the blood back up into your core. Plus, you need to do a G straining maneuver.
Absolutely.
Tense the thighs and the calves. Breathe out rhythmically against your pursed lips. Don't hold your breath.
Don't hold your breath. Gotta breathe.
Yeah.
You're using up oxygen. You need to replenish that oxygen.
Okay, but I've never seen a civilian aerobatic airplane that had a G suit.
Have you seen the Red Bull Air Races?
No, they have G suits?
Every single one of those pilots had a G suit
Okay.
on.
All right. Well, in aerobatic competition then.
And I believe those were filled with water.
Really?
Which the early P-51 G suits were also filled with water in World War II. Fun fact.
Fun fact. No, it's. I wrote a little 2-part article for Sport Aerobatics a couple of years ago about G-force training in the civilian aerobatic pilot. I don't know if you saw that.
I did not. I'm sorry.
But I'll send you a copy.
I'm probably the worst IAC member. I participate very little in some of the publications.
Well, I wrote it because there hadn't really been a comprehensive article about G-force training in aerobatic competition for about 20 years. The last one was written by 2 physicians, Malcolm Pond and Ronaldo Bayer. So I thought it deserved updating.
Absolutely.
And, I interviewed half a dozen pilots about their training. One of them was Doug Tracy from Dallas, who was an Air Force pilot. So he had professional training because when he was at the Air Force Academy and his pilot training, he had didactic training from physiologists. Then he went and was trained in a centrifuge, how to adapt to G-force, and then trained in the aircraft. But we don't get that in civilian training.
No, it's up to the flight instructor who's providing that aerobatic instruction to really hammer home some of those finer points. And with the negative G, just the opposite is happening. The blood is being forced to the head. Now, the body has ways, the human body has ways to compensate for negative or for positive G. It can increase blood pressure, heart rate, respiration. You squeeze your muscles, tense your muscles. It can constrict blood vessels. But with the negative G, the only thing that I have that I can compensate for that blood being forced to my head is I squeeze my neck really hard to try and block off that blood flow. From going up into my my brain, my eyes, and the blood vessels in my face. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yes. The thing is that your body has baroreceptors, pressure receptors, right up at the top of the carotid artery where it enters the skull. and when it senses excessive pressure, it feeds back to the heart and reduces heart rate and reduces stroke volume. So the worst thing is to cycle back and forth between
Positive and negative.
negative and positive G, because it takes time for your system to adapt. That's what puts people to sleep.
Oh, yeah.
Next one coming up is Trevor Smith in an extra NG. And NG.
Nope, we got a glider. It's Robin Simmons.
Okay, oh, Robin.
Yeah. I think I see the release right up there. Yep,
And
there's a wing wag.
Robin is flying which category?
Glider intermediate.
Glider intermediate. Okay, so we've had Charles Fox, Robin Simmons. Robin's one of our key volunteers for this contest.
KVP.
And he is flying a Fox, not a DG, but a Fox. Fox is more of a specialty aerobatic glider.
Much faster roll rate.
Much faster roll rate. So you're going to see some significant differences with compared with the DG from the Air Force Academy.
Well, you can fly a fast glider slow, but you can't fly a slow glider fast. So this will be hopefully a distinction in the two. They're already in figure 2 with the half roll on the 45 up. Now going to pull around for the 3/4 loop back to a 45 up. I would have very light G here, trying to make this radius as big as possible and gain as much energy as I can for this 45 up line.
Okay. All right, coming up to the spin.
Oh, yes. Yeah, it's a 1.5 turn spin. So they've turned all that energy back into altitude, all that airspeed back into altitude, just converting, kinetic to potential and back. And now we get the kick and the pull. Much faster rotation rate on this glider, I'm noticing, than the previous DG 1000. And a nice looking 1.5 turn spin back to the X-axis.
The Q loop is what we're calling it.
Yeah, Q loop. So this
in the center of the box.
This looks like a loop,
Yeah,
but it stops on a 45 down after they go through this top portion.
A 45 down, which is in a glider, is a 30-degree down.
Correct. In this category.
In this category.
Yeah, for unlimited and advanced, I think they are 45s.
Advanced and unlimited. They're true 45s.
Yeah.
You mentioned the hammerhead is different in the glider. I haven't not flown much glider aerobatics, but obviously without an engine pushing slipstream around the tail, it is hard to get that pivot started.
Oh, absolutely. But they did a nice job with it and doing that quarter roll back to the Y-axis, getting set up for that pull Humpty. So they're going to pull to the vertical, pull over the top, and quarter roll before pulling again back to level flight. So there's 1 pull, 2 pull, here comes a quarter roll.
Easier to do a quarter roll on the downline than the upline.
Much easier.
In terms of maintaining your orientation.
Oh yeah, staring at those box markers, see exactly where you need to go here for the P loop, up over the top, gonna stop on a vertical down. Just set the line, show it to us, get your energy, and pull off that line. Nicely set, really see that wing flex there, that's good stuff. 45 up for the reverse wedge, half roll, only a 30-degree up, I know. Habits are hard to break, and a pull vertical down.
Set the line.
There we go. See if we can see that wing flex again. Yeah, there it is. And now a 2-point roll. And so even level lines, quote unquote, for gliders don't have to be level. They just have to be continuous. So they could set a climbing line or a descending line depending on the needs of the next maneuver. As long as they maintain it, they will not be downgraded on that maneuver. And wing rock to exit for Robin Simmons. Fantastic from Chandler, Arizona.
I don't have a bio on Robin. Do you know his bio?
No, I do not.
I bet he's from Chandler, Arizona.
Chandler, Arizona. Just reading the scenes from the live stream.
That's what
here.
we know. All right, so presumably the next one will be power. We're not getting 2 gliders in a row, not with the current tow plane situation. That will then be Trevor Smith.
Outstanding. And I already forgot what we were talking about. But we were talking about G's. We were talking about G strain, G forces, things like that.
Yeah, the worst is to cycle rapidly between negative and positive. If you do a push, a hard negative G, your heart rate's going to slow down, your stroke volume, that is the amount of blood pumped by the heart, is going to slow down. And then if you turn over and to a positive and pull hard, you don't really have time for your cardiovascular system to adapt, and then you're likely to go to sleep, as they say.
Yeah, I've been there.
Maybe, yeah. All of us have had to go up and test out our G tolerance and find out what we can tolerate up at a safe altitude where there's plenty of time to recover. and or with an instructor, so that you have dual pilots on the controls.
And then the competition side, we in the category, well, here starting with intermediate, and we haven't gotten to this yet, but there is an unknown. And so when we get issued the unknowns as pilots, we look through it for some of those dangerous sequences, combinations of high negative to high positive G maneuver in order to try and avoid a dangerous condition or going to sleep.
So next pilot coming up is Trevor Smith from Missouri. He is a professional pilot. He's flying the Extra NG, NG standing for Next Generation. He's from Salem, Missouri. His first contest was in Sportsman, and he loves the Hammerhead. This is his second time as Nationals. You have flown the Extra NG?
I have not, and it's not a sore spot at all for me at this point because I was at the unveiling of the NG in Oshkosh
Yes.
By special request of Walter Extra, and I still haven't flown the NG yet.
Okay,
So
well,
I'm looking forward to it one of these days. I'll get there, but for right now, I just hear it's an awesomely capable airplane that's very comfortable and quiet.
It is, it is. The Extra NG is built entirely of composite. It has no internal steel framework like our 300s and 300Ls and 330 SCs and 330 SXs. All molded composite. It's very clean and functional on the inside. You're not...
Now, we do apologize to the live stream. We're having a little bit of a camera technical issue on this one, but rest assured they're coming in now and entering the box. You can hear the loud roar of that 580 engine as they pull to the vertical for the Alien. This is going to be the radio broadcast. Looping around the top portion, continuing to increase the G as they set the 45 down line and stopping crisply at that 45 degrees before they pull and get off that line to the right. Now pulling to the vertical with about the same amount of G as they exited the previous maneuver, approximately 5 to 6 positive G. Vertical up, and now a hard push. That looked like -3, maybe -4 to level flight.
He is getting blown over our heads.
Yeah, just a bit of wind now from the...
He will spin to the left.
Yeah, from the back of the box to the front of the box, but he did that spin to the left, and that's going to enable him to reposition the aircraft away from the judges, get a better viewing angle, increase that presentation score before going into the pull. Humpty quarter roll. He's rolled to the right. Aircraft is oriented in order to pull into the wind as it begins the looping portion over the top, finishing that half loop, setting the vertical down, and now executing a pull exit left back to level flight before beginning the half loop up for figure 5, driving the positioning of the aircraft to the left side of the box before beginning that half loop up. Now the 2 of 4 on top. I count the points. 1, 2, good points there. And level flight maintained before pushing to a 45 down. Establishing that 45 down line before beginning the 3/4 loop pull to the top, floating over that top, letting that wind help move him on that radius before setting that 45 down line and doing the 2 of 4 on the down line. Let's count the points. 1, 2, and back to level flight. Really nice points there. Now setting up for the Hammerhead. Driving vertically up. That airplane, the Extra NG, has a lot of energy there.
It's got a big vertical penetration.
That went up for a long time. Now he's finally in the pivot over the top, pointed back down, accelerating probably about 180, 190 knots. Very slippery airplane. And you hear him rushing towards the center box as he gets set up for the avalanche maneuver, pulling into the loop over the top. That looks like about a 6-7 G pull right there, unloading the aircraft and kicking the rudder, pulling the yoke back, the stick back, and snapping that airplane around 360 degrees, coming back down the backside of the loop and pulling back to level flight. Now entering into the half Cuban, pulling up in a 5/8 loop. That was a bit more tame on that pull there. You can really see the unload on the top. And now setting up on the 45 down line, half rolled upright, nice crisp stop, 45 down line afterwards, back to level flight. Now pulling up to the vertical, into the wedge, vertical up, now pull over the top, hard pull to a 45 down, set that 45 down line inverted, nice crisp roll back to upright, maintaining that 45 down line, back to level, driving from left to right in the box, half loop up into the Immelman with the 2-point roll on top. Let's count the points. 1, And now 2, back to inverted flight before rolling to a greater than 60-degree angle and pushing hard on the stick to do the 180-degree outside competition turn. Continue to push, 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 and there he sets the 180 point. That's a good 3, 4, 5 seconds of inverted turning right there under negative G.
Very nice.
These competitors are working hard right at the end of the figure after you're really, really tired, and you've just done all that work to push that hard to exit out. That's intense.
Well, I can't say enough good things about the Xtra NG. Xtra is a tremendous company. Of course, I have the 300L. You've flown the 300 midwing and the 300L, haven't you?
I have flown the 300, the 200, the L, the LX, the LT.
But just not the NG.
Not the NG, not the 230, not the 260.
But you were there in Oshkosh when Walter Xtra pulled the cover off of the NG.
I was, yeah. So I took a 330 SC to Oshkosh so that they could have a lineup of a variety of extra aircraft for the unveiling.
Well, I flew the demonstrator here, I think, 4 or 5 years ago. And then subsequently, my partner, Richard, we're partners on the Decathlon. He bought an NG. So I've flown that several times with him, helping coach him through some competition figures. It's powerful, it's smooth, it's quiet, it's clean inside. It's a great touring airplane as well with the autopilot. We left, 2 years ago, we left, that's right, last year, we left Oshkosh in our Decathlon, and we only made it halfway back to Salt Lake City before we had to stop for the night. Richard didn't leave Oshkosh until early afternoon in the NG, and he made it all the way back home, going over 200 knots. So it's, and as you can see, it's a great competition airplane too.
I'm a fan of fast airplanes and other people's airplanes.
Other people's airplanes.
And as a flight instructor, I have had the opportunities to fly other people's airplanes a lot. So a big thanks to Ian Day, who's let me borrow his 300 LP, and Mike Ciliberti, who's allowing me to use his MXS here while my airplane is in the shop.
Okay.
Next up, looks like we got Jim Spaller, Pit Special S2B out of New York. I'll let you call this one.
He's a professional flight instructor. He's flying the Pitts S2B, and his first contest was the Acroblast in Cape May, New Jersey in primary, and he likes the snaps. This is his 4th time at Nationals. So he's flying the Power Intermediate, and he is on the Alien Head. A 45-degree downline, figure 2, the jiggy jog up, straight line up, trade airspeed for altitude, set up for the spin. Spin, will he spin right, will he spin left?
Looks like left.
Left takes him away from being overhead of the judges.
And we are getting a bit of an on-judge wind at this point.
Yes. You got to be able to spin equally well, right and left.
Oh, yes.
The Humpty Bump. Vertical line up, half loop. He rolled so that he faced his feet into the box, so that when he finishes this hesitation loop, he will be going back into the box. He crosses over to the left-hand side of the box to do the Immelman with the 2 out of 4 at the top. Nice, smooth half loop up, and then 2 out of a 4-point roll. Finish upright, accelerate, but not too much because he goes onto a 45-degree downline. I usually throttle back until I hit the bottom of this figure and then put the power back in to go around on the 3/4 loop.
It just gives you a little more time.
It does. Sometimes it's better to pull your power back a little bit on the downline.
Yeah.
To give yourself a little bit more time. This is the hammerhead. Plain vanilla hammerhead, no rolls. And he's got to give it some right forward stick to counteract the torque. Vertical line builds the speed that he needs for the looping maneuver. Biplanes can be nice and snappy. I know that I thought I'd mastered snaps in my Skybolt, and then I got into an extra, found out I didn't know how to do snaps. Nice little auto rotation around. Continue on the loop. Here comes the half Cuban, 5/8 loop around. As you said earlier, when the pitch change stops, the line begins. Then when the pitch change begins on the pullout, the line ends, and the roll should be in the middle of that. Hard to do, given that the speed's changing continuously. So you have to, you and your coach, your ground critiquer, have to develop some system of timing for that.
If it was easy, everybody'd have a tap.
That's right. If it was easy, everybody'd do it. Coming around for another half loop up. The 2-point roll finishes inverted.
So Jim is from the Northeast out of Cortland, New York, and a strange case of serendipity, I actually taught his nephew certified flight instructor. So I gave him that reading out in Ohio.
You taught him, or you
I taught his nephew.
Examined him?
No. I was a CFI.
Okay.
Back in college.
Because you've been working recently as a DPE.
That's true. I can't do the CFI check right yet, though. So.
A designated pilot examiner. So when pilots get examined for their rating, doesn't a FAA inspector come from the Flight Standard District Office and do that?
Well, if they have a whole bunch of free time, which I don't know of any FAA inspectors who have a whole bunch of that particular commodity. So they designated a group of individuals who have been through some very specialized training in order to conduct the tests at the end of a person's training in order to issue them a certificate or rating. And I have the honor and privilege to be a part of a lot of people's journey and administering their private pilot tests.
Well, if we have a power pilot coming up next, this is going to be a treat. We are going to have Sean Tucker.
Sean D. Tucker.
Sean D. Tucker.
I remember Sean Tucker. One of my earliest airshow memories is Sean D. Tucker and the 10-10-220 biplane.
10-10-220. I thought he flew the Oracle biplane.
Well, it was Oracle after the 10-10-220, but there was a period in the mid-90s where he was flying a black Challenger that was sponsored by 10-10-220. The old, you could call collect by if you dialed 10-10-220 or whatever. It was a cheaper rate to call collect than just pressing 0 and saying you'd like to place a collect call. I don't know how it worked. I was 7.
You're talking about before cell phones.
Yes, before cell phones.
Before cell phones.
Or before cell phones were popular.
Well, I saw Sean Tucker do air shows several times when my son was a preteen, and he's in his 40s now. So Sean's been doing air shows for a long time. What, 35, 40 years?
Yes, and I was fortunate enough to also get to share some time with him this past week at the same camp where he was working with a coach out of France in order to perfect and master some of these maneuvers and techniques in the Gamebird, which is also a unique aircraft, the first one that we have seen in this category at least. I don't know if anybody else was. Oh, we're going to do a glider next? Oh, disregard. We'll talk more about Sean Tucker later.
We'll talk more about Sean Tucker. So who's our next glider?
Well,
our next glider is Nicholas Girach. He's flying the MDM Fox, similar to what Robin Simmons had flown, and a specialty aerobatic glider. And his bio coming right up. Not everybody filled out a bio, though.
No, I think some of the Academy people, maybe for intelligence reasons, didn't fill out any personal information. Maybe what was the limit there?
Well, we have one on Nicholas.
Okay.
Nicholas Gear is his nickname, Girach. Keep an eye out, though. These guys are silent.
Okay, I'll let you read. I'll keep an eye out.
He's coming from Wisconsin. He's a cadet, specializing as a combat medic. He's flying the MDM Fox.
He was a combat medic?
Well, it says his profession is combat medic retired, and now he's an Air Force cadet.
Whoa.
So he may have...
Oh, he may have been enlisted and now...
Enlisted and now is going to the academy.
Wow.
He's inbound now in the Fox.
Insight.
His first contest was the Estrella Classic in Maricopa in primary, and his favorite maneuver is the Hammerhead. This is his second time at Nationals.
Well, hopefully he does very well on figure 5. Here he is flying the intermediate sequence, which begins with a 45 downline, which will be flown as a 30-degree angle. I am seeing some wing rocks there, I believe. So here comes the push. There's the angle. There we go. And level flight, trading all that airspeed for altitude now with the reverse Enterprise. 45 up, 30 up, half roll, 2 inverted. Now a 3/4 loop. If you pull too hard on this, you create a bunch of G-force or load factor, and the byproduct of that is drag, induced drag, and that will slow you down, also prevent you from building the energy you may need to climb this hill to get to a satisfactory altitude for this 1.5 turn spin.
And they don't have any gas in the tank.
They don't, and
So their only energy is their altitude.
you're not allowed to thermal. 1.25 turn spin, crisp stop on the x-axis, pulling back to level flight before setting up for the Q loop. The entry and exits to this should be the highest G portions of the maneuver. High G, little wing flex, now a little unload over the top, let it floats. Taking its time there, pitching around to set the 45 down. And pull level flight before entering this favorite maneuver, the hammerhead. Driving it all the way to the edge of the box. Pull vertical. Kick over the top. Let that outside wing track. Don't let it rise though. Got to use a little opposite aileron. And now quarter roll, y-axis, flying away from the judges. This will set up for the pull Humpty. Pull vertical up. Half loop over the top to vertical down, quarter roll down to exit left. Here you get a really good look at the box as you're looking down at it. You can see, hey, there's a bunch of box to my left and none to my right, and I better roll left. Pulling back to level flight for the P loop, 3/4 loop up.
Roll into the bigger part of the box.
Exactly. Put that stick over there. Yeah, 3/4 loop up. Gonna need a big float into this wind here. Go, 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 and set that vertical down. Building back the energy for the reverse wedge. Pull, set 30-degree nose up. Half roll, very quick into that half roll. You don't have time. Running out of speed, unfortunately, very quickly. Back to the vertical down. And back to level flight. Now a half roll, followed by another half roll, so the 2-point roll, 360 degrees of total roll. Stopping inverted, put that right in front of the judges. That's really nicely done. That's somebody that's thinking about the positioning of their aircraft right there.
Nice, nice job by the cadet.
You know, I can see that they handle pressure very well, as I would expect a combat medic to do. That was very well
I can't
done.
imagine anything more stressful.
I really can't, no.
I spent a lot of time in the operating room dealing with injuries, but nobody was shooting at me.
Right. Now combine the knowledge and skills and expertise that you had and now throw in the threat of
being shot.
Yeah. Oh boy.
All right.
Well flown.
Okay.
Well flown.
All right. I assume next is going to be
Sean D.
Tucker. So Sean is from Salinas, California. He's a retired airshow pilot. I assume he started out in amateur competition.
Yes.
Before he did air shows.
I believe he's a previous national champion.
Oh, and then he spent 4 decades or more in
air shows.
One of the most highly sought after acts in the country.
Absolutely.
Now
Has an airplane in the Smithsonian.
And retired. Airplanes now in the National Air and Space Museum.
Yes.
And he's come back into amateur competition again.
Yes, and he's using the Game Bird GB1 built by formerly Game Composites, now Game Aerospace.
In Bentonville, Arkansas.
Beautiful place.
What else is in Bentonville, Arkansas?
Walmart.
Walmart, yeah. So the Game Bird is the brainchild of Philip Steinbach, who designed several experimental aerobatic airplanes, the SPOC and the Xtreme Air.
Yes.
Yes. And he partnered with
41 and 42.
Stuart Walton to build this all-new certified, standard category certified, factory-built aerobatic airplane.
Day, night, and IFR capable.
Yes. And I understand they're producing 2 a month. And it's very steady and have a solid order book.
Yeah.
I've toured the factory and seen how they do their composite layups. It is a state-of-the-art composite factory.
Absolutely. I did a walkthrough there in, I think, 2019, and that's literally what it was. And I filmed it, so it's on my YouTube channel. It's on the Spread Aviation YouTube channel. But it was literally Philip, like, almost holding me by the hand, take me through the factory, because I just kind of showed up one day.
Right. Have you flown the Game Bird?
I have.
Yes. What do you think?
I'm an extra guy. I think it has some very unique handling characteristics. It's an extremely capable airplane. And that means that you have people like Sean D. Tucker and the folks that attend his school who are now bringing it into the competition world to really show off what it can do.
Yes.
And we will see this in higher categories as the years go on, as the type gets out there more and more. But here Sean is diving into the box, doing his wing wags. Looks like he's going to start at the very bottom of the box, about 1,200 feet before he pulls the vertical.
But he's got the power.
Oh, absolutely. This airplane is 100% capable of climbing while it's going through this sequence. When Philip came out to U.S. Nationals several years ago, he flew his entire air show routine and without taking a break went right into the unlimited node. And the aircraft maintained its altitude and energy the entire time. Speaking of energy, here comes Sean Tucker into the vertical figure 2, driving that thing up. And it's still not out of energy. He's capping off quite early. That airplane would have still gone up for quite a while before he gets into the 1 1/4 turn spin. He's up on the judge's line, so I don't expect him to go to the right. He is going to the left, going to take this spin away from the judge's line. All right, here we go, set up for the pull Humpty quarter roll up.
Hold the vertical, feet in the box.
There you go, and drive that thing upwards. Trying to make the same line length there. Hard pull here at the end. Set that vertical down line, close out that radius, and now pull back to level flight, exiting from the judge's right to left. Setting up for figure 5. He's very far judge's right. I would take this very far to the left of the box, and you can see by the time he's spending a level flight here that he is doing just that. Half loop up, 2 of 4 on top. Count the points. 1.
101 and
That's 2. Very good. Now setting up for the Enterprise, Goldfish, 45 down, 3/4 loop up.
And he's not powering back.
He is not.
He's powering through that.
Lots of energy.
Even in his mid-70s, he doesn't have any trouble pulling those G's.
No, absolutely not. 1, 2, 2-point roll into 45 down line, pull, exit left, getting set up for the hammerhead. This one you have some flexibility. You can put this where you want. Follow-on maneuver is going to be the avalanche. So by putting this pretty close to center and allowing that wind to blow him as he goes up, 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 that wind's blowing him to the left, and he's moved probably 100 yards to the left. Now that sets him up to be center box for the avalanche. Really nice use of the wind there. Now taking this avalanche just to the judge's right, up to the top. There's the snap. And continuing to pull on the backside, building that G higher and higher and higher. That looked like it was about a 7G pull right there at the finish. If you go right to 7Gs up at the top, you're not fast enough to make a radius, and it'll pinch very badly. That may be one of the downgrades you get. Setting up the half Cuban, 45 inverted, roll to upright, very crisp stop, and back to level. Figure 10, wedge, vertical up. Draw the line. Let's see how long this airplane goes up. Sean doesn't take it as high as it could have gone. He might have got bored and just wanted to get on that 45 line. Half roll upright. Set the stop. Maintain the line. Draw the length. And back to level flight.
As powerful as this airplane is, he could even throttle back a little bit to keep it down.
Just by listening to that engine, it sounds like it's at 2,500 RPM. I don't think it's running full out.
Yeah. Sounds like he's putting lever A forward and lever B.
Lever B. Now doing the 180-degree competition turn. Sean historically has been known for an outstanding airshow performance of this negative G 180-degree outside turn. Not anything he's unfamiliar with.
And he's done.
Thank you for coming into the box, Sean. Thank you for coming back to competition and continuing to give back to a sport which you have already dedicated so much of your life to. Thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing what you do in the unknowns.
And do we have a glider or power next?
Potentially, yes.
Potentially, yes.
I'm scanning the skies, but it is so hard to try and find the gliders.
And we do have a chat going on, a live chat. Do we have any questions yet?
Yeah, feel free to type into the chat here. While we're waiting on anybody, if they're going to say anything here in the chat. My buddy Jaret Bixenman is going to be up next on power if a powered aircraft comes through. We're just waiting on Sean to exit the box to the north.
Your buddy?
He is my buddy. I met him in 2019 in Oklahoma City when we attended our initial DPE class together.
Okay.
And
He's from Colby, Kansas. He's a professional pilot. He's flying my airplane, the Extra 300L.
no, he's got an LP.
Oh, he has an LP?
Yes.
Okay. All right, it's down here as an L.
Which the only difference between an L and an LP is the cowling, one oil cooler, and there was one other thing that I'm forgetting right now, but that's really the only difference. It has an LX cowl, a single oil cooler, and oh man, I cannot think of what else.
What does P stand for?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
From Lamar, he flew his first contest in Lamar, Colorado, in Sportsman. His favorite maneuver is the inverted spin, and it's his third time at Nationals.
Inverted spin is his favorite. That's pretty neat.
Surprising.
I mean, it's not the most natural maneuver. And the tricky thing about an inverted spin is if you don't know you're in it, it looks like an upright spin.
It does.
So if you put in the corrective inputs for an upright spin to the left, or for an upright spin to the left, they will actually be pro spin inputs for an inverted spin to the right, and you will not exit that spin.
I have a video of one of our instructors doing a spin training flight, and they crossed over very quickly from an upright to an inverted spin.
Oh boy. Yeehaw. It gets fun quick at that point. Yes. Looks like we will have a glider primary in Joshua Wilson coming in next. I believe I do have him in sight, just coming off the tow plane.
I think this is our first primary glider, isn't it?
It is.
Did a little different sequence, a little simpler.
I'm going to let you call this one.
All right. Well, I'm looking for his bio. What was the name you said?
Joshua Wilson.
Joshua Wilson.
Colorado Springs, Colorado.
Presumably
this is a cadet, so we might not have any of that personal information.
No, we don't have a personal, but he's a cadet. So this is primary glider, and it's going to start similar to the other glider sequence with a 45 down line. Not surprising that it starts with a 45 down line because that's going to give them the speed that they need for the next maneuver. So he's getting ready, he's giving his wing wag to signal that he's starting. That lets the judges know that he's ready, and he's going to push down to the
30.
To the line, yes. We say 45, but in this category it's 30.
I'm having a hard time remembering 30.
He's going to hold that line to get the speed that he needs. The next is a quarter clover. This is something you don't see much in power, mainly in gliders. And he's going to do a loop, but the first half of the loop, there's going to be an integrated quarter roll. And then when he pulls out, he'll be on the y-axis. That brings him towards the judges, and then a 270-degree turn to go back to our left.
Do they still have the same 60-degree requirement in glider as we do in power?
Yes. Yeah, in both glider and power, the bank must be a minimum 60 degrees and be maintained throughout. Figure 4 is a slow roll, so he has to maintain his line, whatever that is, his descending line, and not pull off heading or do a barrel roll. Then figure 5 is another maneuver you see primarily in gliders, and this is a wing over. So he's going to have an integrated 180-degree turn with, and when he reaches the 90-degree point on the turn, he should be at a knife edge, banked 90 degrees. And he comes back with his course reversal.
Very difficult to judge.
Then figure 6 is a loop. He is a little bit over our heads, but we'll see. I'm going to put the point of my pen right where he starts the pitch change. And if he does a good loop, come on, start, there he goes. If he does a good loop, then he should come right back to where I put my marker.
Really nice radius there. That's actually one of the best glider loops
I've seen. And that's it for primary, a simpler sequence than we saw before on the others.
Joshua Wilson, bravo, well done.
Well done. Joshua Wilson, a cadet, flying the DG.
I think that goes to show that it doesn't necessarily matter the category. You can have a high level of precision from a primary pilot.
So why would Air Force cadets who are going to be flying F-35s one of these days start off in gliders?
Oh man, it's teaching you energy management.
Teaching energy management, airmanship, right?
Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons that Sully Sullenberger was able to do what he did with Flight 1549, put it in the Hudson, was because he was so experienced with gliders. And when an airliner becomes a glider, against the pilot's will.
I know of one other case where an airliner became a glider.
Gimli?
The Gimli glider. Yeah, That was, what year was that?
80, 92?
1992, when Air Canada was switching from the imperial to the metric system.
Yes.
And there was a little problem with conversions of
Liters to gallons or something like
liters to
that.
Gallons.
Which, I mean, really, in airliners, we do everything in pounds.
Pounds or pounds to kilograms.
Yeah.
No, but in any case, they ran out of gas over Lake Winnipeg, and the pilot put it down on a abandoned military airstrip in Gimli.
Which was an active racetrack.
Active racetrack.
Yeah.
And the only damage was the nose gear didn't fully extend.
And I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I'm okay
if
with
people
that.
are okay and the machine sacrifices itself,
Yeah.
okay.
Everybody evacuated.
Machine did its job.
The airplane was, they did a temporary repair and flew it home, and it entered service and had a long service life.
Wasn't there also a 737 that landed down in New Orleans on
On a levee.
On a levee?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know if that was a similar situation or
There
not.
was a transatlantic flight that had a fuel leak and glided 120 nautical miles to land in the Azores.
Yes. Some outstanding airmanship
So
from those pilots. And we're looking forward for some outstanding airmanship from Jared Bixman, who's diving in.
Bixman,
from
your
the
friend
judges'
Jaret,
left.
in the 300 LP. All right, call
Vertical for the
call
alien.
it.
And the 5/8 loop over the top. Another airplane with a lot of energy, a lot of verticality to it. Nice float over the top there, Jaret. And setting the 45 down line. The extra, for as much performance as it has, is also very controllable. And if you set it on a line, it will stay there until you tell it to get off that line. Just as we see him set up that vertical and now capping off to the right, getting set up for the 1 1/4 turn spin, going to the left, going to take it away from the judges. That's good because he's a bit over our heads right now.
He is
Bit
over our
close, probably still in the box, but pushing the boundaries.
And we can't comment on judging except to say the rule book says if you're directly overhead or otherwise at a bad angle.
That's an automatic 2-point deduction for the figure.
Automatic 2-point deduction, so.
That's what the rule book says, and we're not saying that he earned that.
I'm not saying that.
All right, setting up for the Humpty. And he's on his way back down now, finishing level from right to left, just on the right side of the judges. Going to start the half loop up for the 204, just left of center. And now we count the points on top, setting that line 1, 2, and now I'll push 45 down for the Enterprise. 45 down, 3/4 loop up. Over the top with a 204 on the downline. Are you drawing a Starship Enterprise on our sequence
I
card?
never knew it was a Starship Enterprise. I always called it a goldfish.
goldfish.
A goldfish.
You're food oriented, and I am sci-fi oriented, apparently. Finishing the goldfish here, setting up for the hammerhead. Still keeping us very tight to the center of the box. I can't say that it's poorly placed at all. It's a very compact figure. The 300 LP going up, 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 up. I do have an Instagram reel where I've set the airplane on an upline and I say that the vertical is long enough to do your taxes. And exiting right, getting set up for the avalanche. Pulling around in the loop. Let's look for that snap on top, incorporate it into the radius. Nicely done. Don't pull hard here. Let it float a little bit. There you go. Now start bringing that stick back, increasing the G as the speed builds, maintaining that radius. That's really well done.
That's the hardest thing to do.
That was
Roll on the
really
top
well
of the loop and make a flat spot.
Yes. And now going for the half Cuban. More radius here. 5/8 loop to a 45 down. Half roll on the way down. This one's straight out of the catalog. If you float too much over the top of this one, it'll open that radius up too much. And now half roll back to level flight, coming back to figure 10, which is the wedge. Jeez. Vertical lines going up for a long time. Pull over the top. 45 down line. And half roll back upright, maintaining the same angle that he started with. Drawing a line of length back to level flight. Figure 11, half loop up, 2-point roll on top. Let's count the points.
1, 2. So if
Oh, there's 1. There's 2. bit of a line before that after the radius stopped, and now we get the inverted turn.
How do you remember which way to roll when you're doing an inverted turn?
What?
How do you remember which way to roll when you're doing an inverted turn?
You tell me, boss.
People say, well, everything's reversed.
Well, I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I don't think so, yeah.
I think you got to figure out a mental trick.
Okay.
So my mental trick is that you're always pushing the rudder in the direction of the turn.
Okay.
And you're always dropping your wing and pointing it toward the earth in the direction of the turn.
Interesting.
And I don't think about rolling. I don't think about rolling right or left.
So I very much in my teaching separate roll from turn. And so turn is very deliberately defined in my teachings as change in heading. Headings either increase in number or decrease in number. A right turn is an increase in number, a left turn is a decrease in number. So if I want to turn right when I'm upright, I put the stick to the right and I pull and I turn to the right. If I want to turn right when I'm inverted, I put the stick to the right and I push. And the elevator is what's responsible for the turn.
Oh, but if you want to turn to the right,
in terms of, just in terms of changing heading, there is no reversal. But your eyes are backwards because you're upside down.
Because you're on the wrong side of the airplane.
So that's why I have stopped. I don't teach it as, oh, what you see, you want to go to the right. So you look to the right and you see, oh, I want to go over there. You go put the stick up. No, no, no. You make the decision before you go up in the airplane that you're going to make a right hand or a left hand turn. And you put the stick to the right and you push. And there's no more confusion. You will be turning to the right. So that's how I do that. Jaret Bixman, thank you for coming out, flying that 300 LP. Ian Day, he's popped up in the chat here. He's a buddy of mine. He's let me borrow his airplane there a couple times.
Okay.
He also has a 300 LP.
All right. So we do have comments on the live chat. No questions yet, though.
Nope, no questions.
If we get a break, we can answer some questions.
We are apparently doing such a good job at explaining all the things that we are filling people's minds.
Well, plus the airplanes have been sequenced so nicely with no real interruptions. There really hasn't been time for much Q&A.
Yeah, this has been rapid fire, which, I mean, we don't have a lot of daylight, and we have a lot of competitors to fly today. What did we have, 22 of sportsmen?
Yeah.
And then sportsmen in primary, and then we've got 22 intermediates.
I took a nap. I believe this is Steve Johnson from Tennessee.
It does, yeah, that's Steve.
Steve and I were flying against each other in sportsmen and intermediate 30 years ago.
Steve is also the reigning intermediate champion from last year, and he's flying the MX2, the two-seat version of the airplane I'm flying this year.
Experimental all-composite monoplane.
Very high performance, very capable aircraft. Yes, he is in the vertical now for the Alien, which you drew the full ears and a full face on the sequence. Are you bored or hungry right now?
No.
Okay. 45 downline. Steve has competed in advanced before. I don't know if he dabbled in a limited ever, but I know that he's a very skilled and experienced aviator.
He is, and he does a lot of instruction in that airplane, and he has been to nationals 20 times.
20 times,
20
wow.
times. His first competition year was 1992, so he's got me beat because my first competition year was 95.
Ah, so he's done the 1 1/4 turn spin. He's coming at the judges now, pulling up to the vertical for the Humpty with the quarter roll on the up, quarter roll, now drawing that line afterwards, and half loop, pulling to that vertical down.
Coming across box after figure 4, getting ready for the half loop up with the 2 out of 4.
With Steve's experience, I'm not saying that intermediate is any less challenging for him. However, he is bringing a crispness to this sequence of maneuvers that I don't think we've seen just yet in some of the other competitors, or it's at least what I expect from somebody of his skill level.
Well, Steve competed many years in advanced.
Oh, yes.
And as he decided it was a time to drop down to intermediate, I did the same thing. I competed in advanced for a couple of years and finished up in intermediate.
It's very hard on the body.
Before retiring. Doing advanced requires a lot of training.
They say advanced is where the fun stops. Intermediate's still fun because you get all the challenges of multiple segments in a figure.
You get the fun of having a freestyle.
And an unknown.
Challenge of doing an unknown.
Yeah.
But advanced is much harder, and I think it has gotten harder over the years.
Absolutely. Now, entering into the Avalanche, Steve has been flying this airplane for a very long time, too, so he's very familiar with it. He basically straps that airplane on, and it's very much an extension of himself. Nice, easy finish to the bottom portion of that Avalanche as he gets into the half Cuban here.
And this is well presented, too. He's got it right down here in front of us, nicely centered.
Yeah. And just hearing the engine sound, I don't think he's at 2,700 RPM either. I think he's got to pull back 2,500, maybe even 2,400. Let's see, let's count to 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope, I couldn't keep up with the engine, so I can't do the math on that. Doing the wedge now. Half roll on the 45 down, draw that line length. And back to level flight. Half move up. With the 2-point roll arms up.
You can tell when they get them pumped up to 2,900 or 3,000 RPM.
Oh, the tips are supersonic, and it's a glorious noise, but noise complaints start raining in as Steve enters the 180-degree outside competition turn. Parking the airplane on heading in, wagging it.
And done.
Fly Guy 12, who's going to Worlds next summer? Are you going to Worlds next summer?
I might. You know, I'm retired now. I can travel. I've been to a couple world contests. Have you been to the Worlds?
I have not, but I hear that it is in Batavia, New York.
It is.
It's just up the road from here.
I first went to Worlds in 2003 when it came to Lakeland, Florida.
Oh, wow.
And then I went again, but I went down without any specific volunteer job and ended up assisting in the video booth and actually assisting with commentary with Alan Cassidy at Worlds. And then when it came to the U.S. in 2013, our good friend Lori Penner was assistant contest director. Chris Rudd was contest director. And I was invited to come and serve as medical director.
Now, this is a selection year for Unlimited, so make sure that you're paying attention to the live stream on International Aerobatics Club. Watch the Unlimiteds fly. They flew yesterday afternoon, so you can click on the International Aerobatic Club channel and check out the video from yesterday for their flight. But we are excited to support the Team USA, whoever may be selected to the team, earn their position onto that team. And if you are out there in the United States or anywhere in the Batavia, New York area, and you have a high-performance extra 300, 300L, LX, anything like that, that you might be interested in providing as a lease aircraft to some other teams so that they don't have to transport their aircraft across the pond in the United States, there may be opportunities. Pay attention to IAC.org. Some information on that,
because that is one of the biggest obstacles to international competition.
Yes.
If you're living in Europe and the contest is in a European country, it's you can travel to it like someone here in the U.S. would travel to nationals.
Absolutely.
But if you're in the U.S. and you need to travel to Europe, that's a big obstacle. I've seen how A.J. Wilder manages it.
What is extremely expensive to crate up your airplane and ship it over to Europe
by air? Yeah.
Yes.
He puts his airplane in a trailer, drives it onto a boat,
and even
that is expensive. But then it ties up the airplane for a long time.
Yeah, you don't have your airplane.
And you don't have your airplane to train in.
So we're looking for support from the United States Air Force in order to get some transport aircraft like they used to do to get our airplanes over to...
Back in the 70s and 80s, I remember Kermit and Weeks and Linda Morrissey were competing on the U.S. team, and the U.S. Air Force took them in a C-5A. And they could get over in one day. They didn't have to disassemble the aircraft. They could just fly them right away. The
only thing they needed to do before they put them on the transport was to get the fuel out, and there was one guy that didn't. And as the aircraft depressurized, the fuel in the tanks came out. So now you have an extremely volatile...
Major fire risk.
Yeah. Greg Borovic is in the MDM Fox 1P Flying Glider Intermediate out of New York. And looking pretty good doing it here as we get in through Figure 2. Finishing that figure headed up to the 45 up, capping off, and entering, setting up for the 1.5 turn spin.
Greg Borovic.
Really see the wind moving him across the box as he does 1/2 and another one. There we go.
And this is the MDM Fox.
Yes, it is. A very capable airplane. Q loop up over the top. That pitched very quickly. That actually surprised me. I wasn't expecting that out of the Fox. Setting the 30-degree downline, building energy coming into the hammerhead. Pull vertical up, nothing up, quarter roll down. Myself as a judge, I like my assistant who was calling out the figures to me to make sure that I'm aware of anything that might be going on element-wise after, say, a pivot in a hammerhead. So nothing up, quarter roll down, that kind of stuff. Here we have a pull Humpty, nothing up, quarter roll down, so now I can judge the line length. There I set the line length, rolled, got the distance, and now pulled off the line.
Oh, I think judging gliders is especially difficult.
Yes.
You don't see many of them at regional contests. You get out of practice on glider judging.
Now, Greg may be a little bit out of sorts here. We've skipped figure 7, moved on to figure 8. And we did the reverse wedge. That may affect his score, but that's the intensity of competition, and that's something that can separate people. So we might have missed the P-loop.
Did he miss the P-loop?
Yeah, he might have missed the P-loop. Well, we'll see that. We'll see what the scores come out as. And Greg, oh, what's on me?
Oh, you got a caterpillar.
Oh, caterpillar. There's a lot of caterpillars.
There's a lot of
out there.
caterpillars out here.
Greg, good flight. He may be kicking himself when he gets down.
We'll see.
But good news is he's going to be able to fly again later. He's going to still qualify for the other sequences.
But we're not judging.
No, not at all.
Not to judge. No, we're not. No.
And other people may still have mistakes that they make in the Ledet category. Right. So this isn't over.
Sometimes it's a contest of zeros, especially when you get into the unknowns.
Yeah, a couple, and what was it, 22? Somehow the Air Force Academy had grabbed the wrong sequences offline, so they were flying completely different sequences, figures than everybody else in the category, and it was quite the kerfuffle, if I recall.
One of our instructors went up to fly that Torrington, Wyoming contest. Mm-hmm. She got in, well, she hadn't intended to fly. She got invited to fly from the front seat of the extra NG with my friend Richard, and
I need to be friends with your friend Richard.
But she was handed this. She had practiced last year's sequence. She had practiced this year. So just before takeoff, the starter checked her sequence and said, "You got the wrong sequence, girl," and handed her the correct sequence. So she was basically flying an unknown.
Flew an unknown.
for the known. Okay, so this is Casey Siebel.
Casey also flying a GB1 Game Bird.
Flying GB1 Game Bird.
I wasn't here last year. I was watching the live stream, but I don't recall seeing this many Game Birds at a contest prior.
You know, Game Birds were out there for a few years before you really started seeing them in contests. It seemed like a lot of the owners purchased them for fun traveling airplanes.
Yes.
To do occasional recreational aerobatics. Nothing wrong with that. Not everybody wants to come to a contest. But now we're finally starting to see some of them in contests.
Yes, they're getting used for, I think, their intended purpose. And that matriculation, I think, is long overdue for a type that's been around as long as it has. And do we know how many airframes are out there now? Are they over 100? Or approaching 100?
I don't know. I think they've been producing 2 per month for about... I bet there's 100 by now. He's an engineer, and his first contest was the Ben Lowell contest in Sterling, Colorado, in Sportsman, and he likes spins. This is his second time at Nationals.
Very good. I was at camp with Casey this year, so it was really fun to watch him put that airplane through its paces. As I said, it's a 45 downline on figure 1. Pulling back to level flight, going to turn all that energy into altitude, and there is a lot of energy. That airplane is moving real fast. And he's probably gone up about 1,200 feet, pushing hard on that stick, capping off over the top. Got to get that power back to get set up for that 1 1/4 turn spin. Taking it to the left, going to go away from the judges. Airplane's very slippery, accelerates very quickly up the down line. And pulling it to the vertical, quarter roll up, and half loop over the top. At 200 miles an hour, it takes approximately 9.5 seconds to get from one edge of the box to the other. So you kind of have to have your game plan in place and be executing at a pretty high level to fly an airplane this fast in this tight of an aerobatic box. As he sets up for figure 5, half loop up to a Flournoy on top. Now, 1, 2. Good points there. Now push down 45 Enterprise, 3/4 loop up. Now he sets 45 down line, 204, 1, 2. And off the line. Right into the hammerhead. Not wasting any time, keeping it right center, right in front of the judges as he kicks for the pivot over the top. If you carry too much speed, you may tend to overfly. That's a point deduction for every half wingspan that you deviate from the vertical lineup. No deviations for wind blowing you, though. It's a change recently. And now we have the avalanche up over the top. Kick the rudder, pull the stick, let her rip.
Or pull the stick or keep the rudder.
Oh, I kick the rudder first. I introduce a little bit of yaw before I get the angle of attack going.
A little bit of a hack, a little bit of a cheat.
Yeah, I mean, if it works for you.
Yeah, whatever works.
If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. As he goes through the half Cubans, sets up for the 45 down line, half roll upright.
And that's the thing, the judge only judges what he sees the airplane do.
That's right,
They
and if
don't-
you make them see what you want them to see.
Yes. Show them what they expect to see.
That's right.
They can't see what's happening in the cockpit.
We do need to see that nose pitch, yaw, and roll all start at the same time. So I just kind of get that little bit of rudder in there just a little bit early. And a half loop up here, 2-point on top. Let's count those points. 1, 2. Even slow, the airplane has quite the roll rate.
It has tremendous roll rate.
Full span ailerons rolling him to that greater than 60 degrees of bank. Hopefully not too shallow there, and finishing the 180-degree competition turn.
And it's an easy airplane to learn to fly if you've got extra experience.
I think there's enough negative transfer in that airplane. Like, I think that airplane, Philip designed a fantastically capable airplane. And so in order to get the maximum performance out of it, it can help to have experience in the extra, but it does things quite differently. And that was my experience moving into that airplane from a lot of experience in the extra. But when I first flew the Gamebird, I probably had about 600 hours in extras. And it was enough of a difference between the seating position, the stick position was higher, what you saw was really very good visibility out of the aircraft, and then the control forces and how it loaded G with the degree of stick deflection that you made was very different.
It is very pitchy.
Yeah, very powerful elevator. So I don't want to call it necessarily pitchy, but it's very eager to do what you tell it to do, whether you mean to be telling it to do it or not.
Yes. Well, I've heard other experienced competitors who flew it say that the control balance in terms of lateral stick versus fore and aft stick, in terms of pitch versus roll, was quite different, especially the very light elevator forces.
We do have a couple of questions here, and we do apologize. We had the overlay up. We're working out here. There's only 3 of us out here. No, let's see here. Are they using electronic scoring devices or paper? That's a great question, actually. So we're using traditional paper,
yeah.
And then those scores get collected by the runner. The runner runs back to the judge's table. They give the scores to the scanner scans them, then they get transmitted to the scoring room. The scoring room inputs them into Jasper. Jasper generates the scores electronically.
Yes. But we're still a long way away from having true electronic scoring.
Yes, so this is human eye judging, this is perception. There is nothing inside the aircraft that is
measuring.
Yeah, measuring anything.
However, there is a new product, AcroWorks. Have you tried AcroWorks?
I have had a box in the airplane that I've forgotten to turn on a variety of times and then sent the data over to Ian Day. We do have, this is probably
Philip Gregg in the
nope,
pits.
it's a glider.
It's glider.
Yep.
All right, glider on.
Yeah, if you heard that bell in the background, a lot of times we use the bell to signal the start of a glider flight because we can't
hear them.
Yeah, not making noise.
I don't have a bio on this young man, but it is Marcus Rosenthal, presumably a Air Force cadet, as it is the DG 1000, which is what the cadets fly, and he's in primary. A simple sequence, I guess, simple if you can do it. Still, any kind of aerobatic sequence in competition is a big deal.
I remember my first time in an aerobatic box, and I thought two things. Wow, that's small, and what the heck is going on? Yeah. I was very lost. So these primary competitors, maybe being their first time in an aerobatic box here at the National Championships, hopefully they're not putting any external pressures, they're not feeling any external pressures, but
okay, that was the 45.
This could be helmet fire territory.
45 down line. So he's going to pull up and he's going to smoothly integrate a quarter roll into that first looping portion. Then after you come up to the top, it just becomes a pure half loop down, finishes on the y-axis. Yeah, I've always reassured any competitor that if they're competing, they're in an elite.
Oh, yes.
No matter where they finish. This is a 270-degree aerobatic turn back to the x-axis downwind from our right to our left, as the wind is from our right. Figure 4 should be positioned in the center box and is a slow roll. No points, just smooth, slow roll, stay on heading.
Really nicely placed.
Compensate for that enormous adverse yaw from those long, long wings. Figure 5 is the wing over. Smoothly integrate a 180-degree turn and wings on a knife edge at the top.
Very nice knife edge. I thought that was excellent.
No. He's gonna. His horizontal line is actually a down line because he's building speed. It only has to be a consistent line. And then I'm going to put my pen right at the starting point. We got a nice judging background with these high cumulus. See if he comes right back to his starting point. So that's a little judging hack.
Boom, there you go.
And that's end of sequence.
I am impressed because A, power, the wing over and the clover, the quarter clover, are illegal figures for power. And here we are in glider primary, and two figures that we do not fly in power are featured.
Yes. Now, are they illegal, or they're just not commonly seen?
They are not in the catalog anymore.
Oh.
They have been removed.
Really? You can't use them even in a freestyle?
Can't use them for power.
Oh. No, there you have it. I use the wing over quite a lot.
And if I'm wrong, put it in the chat. It feeds the algorithm.
All right. Well, I don't do the quarter clover much, but I do the wing overs a lot in primary training in the decathlon.
Yes?
Yes.
Ah.
So we do one of our warm-ups and coordination exercises is what we call crazy eights.
Yes.
So you do alternating wing overs back and forth across the road. Each time at the top, when you're 90 degrees through the turn, you're on the knife edge, you come back across the road.
Yeah.
Same altitude, same airspeed. Just keep doing that until you can hit same altitude, same airspeed consistently and keep the ball centered.
It's a magnification of the commercial maneuver lazy 8,
Yes.
and I think anytime that you can expand that, you open the eyes of the pilot to good energy management concepts, because that's really what that maneuver is teaching. This looks like a pits.
Yeah, this is the cow. We heard the cowbell, so he's diving in. This is Philip Gregg. He's a law professor from San Diego. He's flying the Aerotech Pitts S2A.
And it is on a rip. That thing is going fast as he goes to the vertical on the alien here and sets that 45 down line. Really going fast. Pitts is historically outstanding aircraft, legendary performances, been around for a very long time, Curtis Pitts development. But now with our monoplanes being slightly bigger, these are a little harder to see as he does the 1 1/4 turn spin to the right in the back of the box, now taking it towards the judges as he pulls to the vertical for the Humpty with the quarter roll on the up.
Yeah, S2A is a great airplane. I did a lot of my core training in the S2B with Bill Thomas, while my skybolt was being rebuilt, and then that spring before the airplane came back, I did some S2A time in Indianapolis. It's 4-cylinder, so it's got a little lesser performance than the B. It's still a great airplane.
Excellent, as he sets up here for figure 5, 2 of 4 on top. 1, 2, nice long pause there, no doubt about those points. You can tell there's no helmet fire going on up here. Philip's been around a little while. 45 down, 3/4 loop up. And 2 of 4 on the down line. 1, 2. See if the wires sing.
Yep, you hear the wind in the wires.
Didn't hear any there. I love when a pits is screaming. Figure 7 hammerhead. Really beautifully flown. Nice flying airplane.
Now we're going to see the avalanche. The loop with the snap roll on top. Don't you just love the way a biplane snaps?
Well, let's see it again.
Curtis Pitts designed that airplane with a swept top wing that's set at a slightly higher angle of incidence to the bottom wing. Makes it really snappy.
Oh yeah. Get that top wing, let go of the air, let the bottom wing hold on. Really nice loop over the top here, half roll to upright. And setting up figure 10 for the wedge. It's noticeable too how this airplane started out very high, very far away, and has exchanged the altitude for energy to continue to maneuver. So it's getting lower and closer to the judges. Having those wings and all those flying wires increases the drag, so you're not able to recapture a lot of the energy that you used going up.
Well, there's more drag in those wires than there is in the wings.
Wow. And that 2-point roll, well flown. Now setting the bank angle for the inverted 180-degree competition turn. Well flown, Philip.
And a little wing wag inverted and then backed upright. So when you finish inverted, do you have to do your wing wag inverted?
At least one.
At least one.
Yeah. Archer has corrected me here that Clover is allowed for free sequences on Power Sportsman and Intermediate.
Okay, there you go.
So if you're interested in making a free program, which Sportsman has the ability to fly.
But not the wing over.
Not the wing over, apparently, but the Clover.
I thought the Clover might be legal.
But Sportsman, you are able to fly a free program. However, if they do 3 flights at that contest, you have to repeat the second flight for your third flight. You can't, you don't have an unknown or anything like that in Sportsman. In Intermediate, you have a free, a known, a free, and an unknown. And the unknown is typically issued when? After the free is flown? Or do we typically do it? Well, I think you have the option to do it after the known. It's up to the contest.
I'm sorry, you said the free or the unknown?
The unknown.
Unknown. Yeah.
The only rule is you have to have it 12 hours in advance of flying it at a minimum, and you're not allowed to practice it.
So there's no hard and fast rules, but typically, the a 3-category contest. Oh, there's the cowbell. Oh, we're in for a special treat. So this is Stephen Fiegel in the Aero.
Integral R.
Integral R. This is the new French-built wood and composite monoplane, which is built on the same basic plan as the venerable Cap 10B.
Absolutely.
And I've been very excited to see this airplane. I hope to maybe fly it at the end of this contest. This is Stephen. He's the demonstrator pilot.
Yes.
I think this is going to be a game changer for aerobatic instruction.
Steve and I are both from the same area up in the New Hampshire, Massachusetts area. Aircraft has been developed in conjunction with Michaeline Aviation, big supporter of it. Steve's been doing the flying since the first flight, and I accidentally captured the first takeoff, the first flight on video. I just happened to be doing a check ride down.
Have you flown it?
I have not, and hope to someday as well. But yeah, 390 cubic inches, 215-ish horsepower, I believe, 210 or 215.
Parcel 2-bladed prop.
Yeah.
side-by-side seating, dual stick, dual throttle,
Yep.
hooker harnesses, nice, clean composite airframe. This is the first time I've seen it fly. Aerobatic's been looking forward to this since I first talked to Forero 4 years ago.
And Steve may have the most time in type as anybody in the world, besides maybe some of the factory pilots out in France. And he's really putting that aircraft through its paces. He was able to go to a training camp in May. He was at a contest just last weekend down in Cape May, New Jersey, and was also at a training camp last week with Mike Coughlin in Union City, Tennessee. Aircraft is also being flown by Ryan Tierney and Sportsman.
Yes.
The airplane is doing really well. It's presenting very well.
Presenting very well. That's the hammerhead. We'll see how it snap rolls.
Yeah.
Here in a moment in the Avalanche.
But this is an airplane that's very capable of flying in the intermediate category, where decathlons are supposed to be able to fly intermediate, but we're getting a bit of category creep happening now. And that was a very nice snap on the top of that loop. A bit of category creep happening, which is making intermediate harder and harder these days.
It is, and I don't let our flight school decathlon that I co-own and manage fly these intermediate figures such as Avalanche.
However, I'm not seeing any issues with the performance of the Integral R in this known sequence at all so far. It doesn't seem to be out of energy. It's maintaining its altitude. It's flying nice lines. It's centering things. It's doing a great job. Like a decathlon would be struggling.
A decathlon would really be struggling here with almost the same horsepower.
Yes.
But a lot more draggy a decathlon is with those struts and that fabric-covered wing.
Yep.
Bracing wires on the tail.
How much horsepower is the Xtreme decathlon? Is it 200?
The Xtreme decathlon has the same engine.
Same engine.
Same engine prop, but mine is a stock super decathlon with the
180 horses.
With the 380 cubic inches.
360.
I'm sorry, 360 cubic inches. 180 horsepower.
Steve, really nicely flown, brother. Good job.
Nice.
Arthur Halbath seems like a Cap 10 with better roar and better energy management. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And one of the reasons that I filmed its first takeoff, I was about 4,000 feet away from the aircraft as I saw it sitting at the whole short line at the end of the runway down at Plymouth. And I was like, that looks like a Cap 10.
Yeah.
But it was all gray and it was really far away, so I just filmed the takeoff, and it just happened to be the first time that aircraft had flown in the United States.
And this has a huge advantage over the Cap 10B, which is the Cap 10B, they ain't making them anymore.
Yeah.
You can get, they're going to start cranking these out. It doesn't have U.S. certification yet, does it? This
No, not yet,
experimental?
but it is very, very close.
Yeah.
It's certified in Europe, and I expect certification to be completed by the end of the year.
Okay. Well, it looks like the might be a little bathroom break here for the judges. Chance for us to answer some questions.
Or we can take a break as well. If you have questions, please feel free to put them in the chat. The chat is not going anywhere. We're still going to have that here. If we do take a break, which we may, we'll come back and we'll answer those.
Yeah, you
Not
can take a break
deal.
if you want. I can answer some questions. I can't.
A feeling I can't hold on my own. Falling hard by me with you, turning me inside of my thighs. No rules, I wanna fly my heart to the moon, cross the sky where I cannot lose.
over 100 or approaching
I don't
100?
know. I think they've been producing per month for about. I bet there's 100 by now. He's an engineer, and his first contest was the Ben Lowell contest in Sterling, Colorado, in Sportsman, and he likes spins. This is his second time at Nationals.
Very good. I was at camp with Casey this year, so it was really fun to watch him put that airplane through its paces. As I said, it's a 45 downline on figure one. Pulling back to level flight, going to turn all that energy into altitude, and there is a lot of energy. That airplane is moving real fast. And he's probably gone up about 1,200 feet, pushing hard on that stick, capping off over the top. Got to get that power back to get set up for that 1 1/4 turn spin. Taking it to the left, going to go away from the judges. Airplane's very slippery, accelerates very quickly up the ground line. And pulling up to the vertical, quarter roll up and half loop over the top. At 200 miles an hour, it takes approximately 9.5 seconds to get from one edge of the box to the other. So you kind of have to have your game plan in place and be executing at a pretty high level to fly an airplane this fast in this tight of an aerobatic box. As he sets up for figure 5, half loop up to a 4 on top. And 1, 2. Good points there. Now push down 45 Enterprise, 3/4 loop up. Now he sets 45 down line, 204 or 1, 2. And off the line. Right into the hammerhead. Not wasting any time, keeping it right center, right in front of the judges. As he kicks for the pivot over the top. If you carry too much speed, you may tend to overfly. That's a point deduction for every half wingspan that you deviate from the vertical lineup. No deviations for wind blowing you, though. It's a change recently. And now we have the avalanche up over the top. Kick the rudder, pull the stick, let her rip.
Or pull the stick or keep the rudder.
Oh, I kick the rudder first. I introduce a little bit of yaw before I get the angle attack going.
A little bit of a hack, a little bit of a cheat.
Yeah, I mean, if it works for you.
Yeah, whatever works.
If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. As he goes through the half Cubans, sets up for the 45 down line, half roll upright.
And that's the thing, the judge only judges what he sees the airplane do.
That's right,
They
and if
don't-
you make them see what you want them to see.
Yes. Okay, we're back. Back with Zachary Paluch in a MDM Fox glider.
Yeah, we were trying to get the KC replay in there for that, but we got to go live. Back to the live action here.
I do not have a bio on Zach.
Me neither.
The fact that he's flying the Fox indicates he may be a civilian rather than the Air Force cadet.
Yeah, and the fact that he just did a quarter clover tells me he's in primary.
And what do we find out about the quarter clover? It is allowable in Sportsman
Sportsman, yeah.
And Sportsman
Sportsman
freestyles.
and intermediate free.
and maybe at freestyles. It finishes on the y-axis and then a 270-degree turn back downwind on the x-axis. Next is the slow roll. Nice rolling airplane, very much faster than the DG. Then the wing over. We did our judges review recently and talked about the scoring criteria for this. So right at the midpoint of the turn, he should be wings vertical, aka knife edge, and then finish on heading. It should be a smooth, coordinated turn. Not like it's drawn where it looks like they do a 45.
Right, yeah.
And then go up and then come back on a 45. But it's all one smooth integrated turn. Now the loop, coming across the top of the loop. And does he come right back to where he started? And nice.
Yeah.
Okay, and then he's done. Nice little wing wag for us, Zach.
These glider primary folks are flying very, very well.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mean to sound surprised, but typically primary first, it's the category that you start out in. You don't expect to see as high a level of precision as we're seeing.
Yeah. It is a simple routine, but it breaks the ice for people. There's a big obstacle to getting to a contest. You got to get yourself and the airplane ready. You got to get to a contest. You got to be prepared to perform when your place is called. Like you said, there's a high excitement level the first few times you do it, and the primary sequence is made to be simple enough that it can get you through your first contest. Did you do primary?
I did not.
I did not either.
Yeah,
I started riding to sportsman.
I've had students who, I've taken the contests in primary, but for me myself, when I did finally start competing, I had already been flying aerobatics for 7 years.
And I had been flying for long enough that I felt I really didn't need to do the primary.
No.
But I wouldn't shame anybody by saying, "Oh, skip primary."
No.
Just start in the category that you're comfortable and you're familiar with.
Absolutely, and there's nothing technically to stop you from showing up to your first contest and flying unlimited.
That's right.
But you have to fly that first known as the qualifier to move on to anything else. And if you scare the judges...
If you scare the judges, they're not going to let you continue.
Yeah, you're done.
All right, coming up next, Dr. Joe McMurray. Joe, I don't need to read his bio. I know him well. He's an oral surgeon from San Jose, and he is flying the GB1 Game Bird. Joe competed several years in the Decathlon, and then he got his Game Bird, and he has been making rapid progress and is now flying intermediate.
And he may have just done one of the smartest things that any competitor can ever do.
Which is?
He flew through the box.
He flew through the box.
He was not ready to start. He didn't like either his lineup, his airspeed, his altitude. He didn't like the color of the judge's eyes. I don't know. He didn't like something, so he did not start.
Right. So if the chief judge cleared him into the box and he flew through the box and didn't do anything, are they going to give him a penalty?
No.
No. Why not?
No penalty.
Because he didn't start. He didn't wing wag.
Yeah.
Oh,
even if you wag.
Even if you could wag out.
As long as you don't make an aerobatic maneuver, you don't start getting scored.
Yeah. So sometimes it's better just to fly through the box and get comfortable with where you are.
And this was a conversation he and I actually had a couple of days ago. Was about this. If you don't like something, just fly through.
That's right.
Yeah, it's a tool in your toolbox. It's in the rule book.
People get anxious. They get in a rush because they think the judge is wasting the judge's time.
Yeah. I did a fly through in 22, trying to make the team, and I didn't like my positioning, altitude, and energy, and I just. Whoom.
If you're not feeling it, don't do it.
Yeah.
Break off, come around, try it again. No one is going to criticize you, and if you can do that in the middle of the sequence
I'm
too.
celebrating it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What if you're in the middle of a sequence and you're not feeling it?
Take a break.
Take a break.
It's there.
You signal by wagging the wings, and the judging stops until you reposition and wag your wings again. Is he coming around?
Yeah, he's over here. He's diving in right now as a fox glider goes over top of our head. Significantly higher than he was last time.
Okay. That's the thing. Maybe he felt he needed more altitude.
I don't know if I saw any wing rocks. All right, here he goes for the alien.
Figure one, alien head. Pull to vertical. And a 5/8 loop. For years I was calling this a keyhole loop.
Oh, that's not a terrible name either.
Yeah, and then one day people started calling it an alien head. So now we call it.
Were you in Roswell, New Mexico when that happened?
No.
No.
All right, figure one. Figure two, vertical line up.
Again, we see the performance of the Game Bird here, and Dr. Joe's Game Bird has the single place canopy on it, much like Casey's Game Bird. Changes handling characteristics just a bit. And that's just something that you would need to compensate for as a pilot, potentially.
All right, he finished spin. He's off on the.
Pull Humpty, quarter roll up.
Yeah, I was going to say, Joe and I talked about the first time he did this, is how to remember how to turn, and it's just a little mental hack. Feet into the box.
Feet into the box.
Feet
Okay.
into the box.
All right. Put the stick towards your feet. Oh no, that didn't quite. Anyway. Driving across the box now for the half loop up, 204 on top. Airplane has plenty of energy, altitude, super safe here, and just going up more. There's one,
and
two.
Now
Push it down for the 45.
Starship Enterprise.
Starship Enterprise, 3/4 loop around the 45 down, inverted, 204 to get back upright.
And a 1, and a 2. Yeah, the hammerhead. Why they call it a hammerhead, I don't know. In across the pond in England, they call this the stall turn, but that's a misnomer.
The wings aren't
The
stalled.
wings start stalled. You're on a zero lift axis.
Yeah, if there's no angle of attack, you can't stall the wing.
You do that in your UPRT training?
Absolutely.
Put them on a high angle at a high angle and push the stick forward and slice through. And stall horn remains quiet.
Yep.
Let's see how the GB1 does the avalanche.
It probably does it very well. Let's go, Dr. Joe. Kick pull. That looked pretty crisp.
Very crisp. Okay, the half Cuban, figure 9.
Just a plain Jane half Cuban. Sometimes these simple maneuvers can trip people up. Not a lot of elements on it, just incorporating loop and roll. Not Dr. Joe, though. Didn't get him.
These composite monoplanes draw these lines, these vertical lines, so nicely.
Oh, yeah, here we are for the wedge.
If you're designing a freestyle and you got the airplane like this, you want to do lots of verticals and a lot of lines and angles.
Yeah,
Stay away from the looping maneuvers.
Design the sequence to the strength of the ship or yourself, or design a sequence to have fun.
Design a sequence that what? Has fun?
Oh, design a sequence to have fun.
To have fun, yeah.
Because there's winning sequences, which are quite boring sometimes. And there's
yeah.
fun sequences, which may not win, but they
yeah,
are
but-
fun.
yeah.
Speaking of fun and not having it, here's the 180-degree outside competition turn. Minimum 60 degrees of bank, minus 2 Gs. And we're wing wagging
And
out.
he's done. Dr. Joe McMurray, oral
Thank you,
surgeon.
Dr. Joe.
His first contest ever was in Borrego Springs, California, in primary, and he likes the half snap. It's his favorite figure.
One of the questions that was asked in the chat right before we went to break from Archer, do you miss seeing Sukhois in these events? We do have a Sukhoi here. Mark Robeau has his Su-31 in Unlimited, which is awesome. But the Game Birds, designed by Philip has a long history flying Sukhois as well, and there are a lot of design elements.
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, you look at the tail of a Game Bird and look at the tail of a Sukhoi, and you're going to go, you have some similarities there. And they fly pretty similarly, so I'm told, in some characteristics.
Some characteristics.
Yeah, very. Game Bird has very good low speed handling characteristics. You can fly a Game Bird slower than most anything else.
Have you flown the Sukhoi?
I have not flown a Sukhoi yet.
I have not.
A friend of mine has an Su-26MX,
And we have,
but I don't think I'm thinking of doing it anytime soon.
and we have the 31 here with Mark Robeau.
Yep.
Unique sound.
Very unique sound, and I think that's, as an audiophile, I've never, the radial engines don't really do anything for me.
Okay, we got another primary glider coming in.
All right, looks like we got Emiliano Captain.
He's flying the DG.
Whoa, what's the difference between the DG-1000 and DG-1001? Besides one number. Okay. Chat if you know.
And this is the primary.
Yes. So we're on to the pink sheet. We've seen some really good flying out of the primary competitors. I don't know how you separate those competitors from each other. Like, I don't know how the judges are doing it. It might even come down to the presentation score.
Okay, here comes the tow plane. Looks like he's still on tow.
Yeah.
On tow.
See, can we see that on live stream? We can. We can see the tow plane up there.
Okay,
These tow pilots are doing fantastic
They're
work.
working hard today.
Yes. They are basically going nonstop, land,
Okay.
hook up a glider, take off, climb
Okay.
back up to 4,500 feet.
Tow plane dives to the left. The glider climbs to the right. And he's on final into the box. First figure is a 45 down line. Not a surprise. He needs the energy. Like I said before, if you don't have gas in your tank, you need to have altitude.
There's a wing rock. So we expect the push to the 30-degree nose down attitude very shortly. Lining up just about center box here. There we see the push.
There's the down line, 30 degrees for primary. No spin in this sequence.
No spin. Well, not on purpose anyway.
Not
we
on
may see a
purpose.
competitor
It could be,
accidentally enter
you
one.
might see a spin. It wouldn't be.
That would result in a hard zero, unfortunately.
Yes.
So let's hope that they don't.
All right.
Rolling the aircraft right, quarter clover, going to take it away.
That'll take him back to the east because the cross box wind is onto the judge's line.
Yeah, I do think this is a better decision, and we've seen everybody else take it to the left. So I think that was a good move. The competition 270 in the glider here. Going to be trading a bit of altitude, trying to maintain airspeed and coming back to their level flight, which appears to be a bit of a descent here, which is perfectly legal for gliders as they get set up for the slow roll.
As long as it's a consistent line.
Yep. See the performance difference in the DG versus the Fox, much slower roll rate here, meaning you have more time to show errors, and you really need to practice using those feet, keeping everything coordinated as they head into the 180 wing over.
The 180 wing over.
To the right, again, so I am surprised.
Well, it takes him into the crossbox wind.
Which shows a level of planning and preparation and potentially skill that we may not have seen from the other competitors, or they just didn't plan on this cross box wind.
Yeah, I like the way he's positioned for the loop. This is going to be much easier.
This is much easier.
Much easier, and we have a great judging background with this high cloud cover.
Yes, much preferred.
A little bit of protection from the sun for us.
As a competitor, I prefer a sky with some contrast, some clouds in the background, so I can see how my airplane is changing attitude. Because if it's blue on blue with blue highlights, things may be happening that you easily miss. Really nice
circle.
loop,
And
nice presentation.
There's the wing leg. Yeah.
If I was a grading judge here, as far as presentation score, and only talking about presentation score,
grade him well.
I think that would have been a slightly higher score than the other ones today.
Maybe he should move up.
I am a national judge. I just didn't get asked to participate on that end, but I like being over here.
Yeah, I like this. I didn't get a chance to do commentary last year, and it is a lot of fun. Well, the next power competitor coming up is Justin Hickson. He goes by Batman.
Batman.
Why? I don't know.
I think he's a fan of a comic universe.
He flies a big yellow biplane. Is it a Pitts variation?
It's a Pitts, yeah.
Yeah, but it's not a factory Pitts.
He calls it a P-Rex KS2B.
Oh, okay. So it's a variation on the S2B, but not a factory built certified S2B. Maybe a highly modified.
He does have a line of merchandise. He's got some shirts for sale at IAC.org. If you go to the swag, might have to go to EAA first, but
he's an airline pilot. His first contest was in Albert Lea, Minnesota in 2005 in primary. He doesn't have any favorite maneuver, any figure, he says. This is his 10th time at Nationals.
10th time at Nationals. Justin's a good dude too. He was one when I came out to my first Nationals in 2019. He was a very welcoming, mentoring individual, and I was only volunteering that year. I wasn't able to compete due to lack of an airplane, but Justin was really cool.
He has been involved in leadership in the IAC.
Yes.
As well, hasn't he?
Yes.
Well, I hear him. I don't see him yet.
I've got him. He's in the Wispies.
Any questions up there on the chat?
No, nothing new.
Nothing new. Oh, there's the cowbell.
We've put him to sleep. Everybody in the chat is asleep.
He's diving in. There's the wing wag.
If you're asleep in chat, type ZZZ. Here comes Justin diving in for the power intermediate. Building up the energy to go vertical for the alien, figure one. As he approaches center box. Just over the judge's head. There's the wires sing.
There's the singing wires.
Yes!
Yeah, I know that sounds good, but that means energy is being lost.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, if you're going to turn energy into noise,
You're
let those wires sing.
turn gasoline into noise.
Figure one heading upstairs, vertical figure two. Again, a lot of G on that pole.
Yeah, and he is overhead. There must be a strong wind onto the judging line.
Well, hopefully he takes us to the left, and it looks like he is, and sets that vertical down and flies away from the judges.
Right.
He's got 9 seconds worth of box in front of him at minimum, so he can take this away for a couple seconds, really reposition himself.
Drive it to the east.
How is the visibility out of the back of the pins?
Not great.
Not great? Well, he may have a hard time seeing the box then to tell where he is until he gets onto a down line.
You got a good view of the wings. That's about it.
He's doing a nice job with the pull Humpty, quarter roll in the up, half loop, back to the down, vertical down. He now sees exactly where he is in the box, and may make a decision here as he comes to the center box about where he's going to put figure five, the half loop up to the 204, putting it right in the center, right in front of the judges. 204 on top, 1, 2. Nice long hesitation there, leaving no doubt that there were points. 45
What if you fly the points with the
Well,
Well,
you could put an A if you didn't see them. You could put a hard 0 if you think that they weren't there.
Yeah.
And then you may end up with a conference afterwards where you'll have the ability to change your score based on what you see in the conference. And I believe you can change your score to a conference average in that case.
But if the judge didn't see it, it didn't happen. You could have onboard video and show it to the judge and say, "Those are the points." And say, "From the ground, I couldn't see it. If I don't see it, it doesn't count." So you got to hold the point sometimes longer than you think to make sure that the judges can see it.
There goes that Pitts with a snap. No doubt that that aircraft is in an auto rotation. Come around for the half cube. 5/8 loop. Half roll on the 45 down. Hopefully some equal line lengths. Nicely flown figure into the wedge.
Into the wedge.
Love those.
Love that
those wires.
singing wires.
May also mean that he's going really fast.
Well, you should be flying a biplane then.
Wires singing all the way around. Lots of things going just back over our heads. So that was a roll to the right and a push of the stick, resulting in a right-hand turn.
How's it a right-hand turn?
Because he's increasing heading. See?
Heading to the right.
Yeah.
Everybody's got their own mental tricks. Whatever works.
Yep. You want to turn right? Put the stick to the right.
I want to turn that way. So I'm going to drop my wing and point it toward the earth in the direction of the turn and push on that rudder. I don't think that the rudder's reversed because the rudder's always in the direction of the turn.
The rudder reverses due to the loading on the wing, though, because the only thing you're doing with the rudder there is compensating for adverse yaw. And because the ailerons are now deflected in the same direction that they would have been because you displaced the stick in the same direction, but the loading on the wing is reversed, that reverses the adverse yaw.
Yeah. Or you put the rudder in the direction of the turn.
And that'll set you up for rollers.
Yeah.
But you don't want an uncoordinated turn. Sometimes you do need top rudder.
Yeah. So we have a young Japanese man coming up next on power. Ryusei Arimura. And interestingly enough, he has a film crew following him from his hometown, apparently of Fukushima, Japan.
I think that town was in the news recently.
Recently or about a decade ago?
About a decade ago.
Yeah, after the tsunami, they had a nuclear disaster there. The power plant melted down.
And we are glad that he is here with us. We're glad that the
Yes,
people around
yes.
him are okay and that the recovery efforts are continuing
Yes.
over there.
Yes. So he is flying the extra with Jaret Bixenman.
Excellent. Yeah, Jaret is flying safety pilot, which is something that two competitors can do in the same category, but the safety pilot generally needs to have flown the sequence first because he can't fly it second. He can't have seen the box, been in the box, rode through a sequence.
Especially if it's an unknown.
Especially if it's an unknown, yes.
Okay, so he's from Chiba, Japan. He's a professional pilot. He's flying the Extra 300. His first contest was in Fort Morgan, Colorado, earlier this year in intermediate, and he likes the Hammerhead. It's his first time at nationals.
Well, welcome. Ladies and gentlemen.
Ryusei.
Here he goes, pulling to the vertical for the alien. Now the extra, the extra 300 LP having 2 seats, and he's up in the front, which does not have the same sight picture, especially in terms of the sighting device. So he's had to make some markings on the canopy that allow him to put the aircraft onto the 45 lines and the vertical lines that he may need to maintain throughout this sequence.
Yes. Have you done some teaching from the front seat?
I've done about 500 hours of teaching from the front seat of an extra.
I don't have that much. But I agree with you. It is challenging. The sight picture is different. The sighting guide really isn't useful for you. It is difficult.
But even with these handicaps, he seems to be flying it very well, putting that aircraft through its paces. He's a little bit higher than we've seen some of the competitors in the past, but I can't fault him for that as he rolls in the correct direction in order to set up the pull Humpty, pulling over the top into the wind. If you're unfamiliar with the airplane, the location, or the sequences, figures, any of that stuff, it's a really good idea to just put a little bit of that insurance policy of altitude in your pocket.
What do they say about speed is life, but altitude is...
Life insurance.
Yes.
Yeah, as it comes up over the top here, we expect to see a 204, whereas 1 point, 2 points, nicely done. And even though he's higher, he's far enough in the back of the box that it's not too uncomfortable for the judges to grade or critique. And so he's continuing here with the Enterprise 3/4 loop around the top, compensating for that wind as it changes in altitude. Generally gets stronger as you go up, and does a 204 on the down line. Setting up for the next figure, going for that hammerhead.
And the film crew has been following him everywhere. At the restaurant last night,
Oh yeah.
sipping whiskey and playing pool.
As somebody who's done a lot of filming of things, it's very interesting how the experience changes when you're behind the camera. You experience it through the lens, and that's what your memory is of it. Is he pulls up here for the avalanche, kick the rotor, pull the stick, let it rip. All right, really nicely.
Snappy.
Yeah.
Snappy snaps.
Extra doing what the extra does. So these professional film crew that are following him around hopefully are getting a fun experience out here as well.
They are. They are.
The folks of Salina, Kansas have been very, very welcoming.
I've really enjoyed getting to know and teasing the camera guy.
And a half roll to upright, drawing a nice line on the 45 down, and pulling up to the vertical for the wedge. And 45 down. There may be an advantage to being high. It's harder for the judges to see the mistakes, but if you get too high, then you may get that automatic 2-point deduction from your scores.
And there is the possibility of a high altitude penalty, although I don't think I've ever seen one.
I got one.
You got one?
Yeah, in 24, 23. I got an out high because it was the same exact case. Unfamiliar airplane, new sequence. And I just had my second born, so like I was in zero risk mode, and was staying very, very high, and ended up out. As he completes the 180-degree inverted turn and his sequencing wings out, salutes the judges, and returns back to the airport. Well done, sir.
Well done. All right, here another powered aircraft winding up. Of course, they could sneak a glider in on us. Yeah, you never know when the gliders are going to sneak in. We have 2 more gliders in intermediate, a DG and a Fox. And we have about 4 more powered aircraft left.
Okay.
Next powered aircraft is Jen Watson.
We're doing pretty well. We have plenty of time to sunset, which is when we technically have to shut this down. We've only got a handful of competitors left. And I'm hearing shouting, so there is a competitor. I can't tell if they're turning. They look like they're still circling. Yeah, so Jared with the 300 has just left the box. So he won't be cleared in until, or Jennifer, I'm sorry, won't be cleared in until Jared has left the box. Seeing this aircraft with livery reminds me Juliana Fraschetti is not competing this year, and that sucks. I agree. I did get to meet her when I was down at Flight Safety getting a type rating in the Citation 560 XL, and she does a lot of flying with that airplane. She's been flying very well. Some of her
But that's
posts on
not the
social media are
exact
great.
same airplane. It's the exact same paint scheme.
Yeah, same paint scheme. I don't know if it's an LP or an L. I just don't know off the
But
top of
that
my head.
was Royal Jordanian Air Force.
Yes.
Okay, looks like a glider is next.
Yep, George Fish from the United States Air Force Academy in Colorado Springs.
George Fish. Go Fish. I do not have a bio on... Oh, I do. He's from Bloomington, Illinois. He's
from Redacted.
He's in aeronautical...
Redacted.
In aeronautical
No,
engineering.
Redacted.
What's wrong with Bloomington, Illinois?
Nothing. Too much intelligence, so we don't want our enemies to...
Oh, okay. All right. He first flew the Estrella Classic in Maricopa, Arizona in primary, and he likes the half snap split S. This is his first time at nationals.
Okay.
George Fish in the DG
Man,
10,000
flying intermediate.
1001.
We saw the wing rocks. He's now pushed down for the 45, 30-degree nose down, building energy for the reverse enterprise. And pulling up to the 45, half roll and 3/4 loop.
Good point. That is a reverse, isn't it?
Well, now I'm not sure. Is that the reverse or is that the reverse? I don't know. It would be whichever one is a lower catalog number?
No, I regard the reverse as the one that begins with the 45 line.
Oh, okay.
Because a Cuban begins with the loop and ends in the 45, and a reverse begins with the 45. That's my personal nomenclature.
So this would be the reverse?
That would be a reverse.
Okay. We committed the cardinal sin of aerobatic glider judging, and we looked away, but he is in the 1.5 turn spin, because they're hard to find when they're airborne. He is in the 1.5 turn spin, completing that and pulling to the right here, and it's getting set for the Q loop.
Q loop. Q loop. That's a tight loop.
Yeah, he went into it with not a lot of energy, but he has managed to maintain that radius.
That's right, but this 30-degree down line will allow him to build some speed to get ready for the hammerhead, which, again, you need a lot of speed.
Yeah, I don't think he's got any issues with altitude right now. He's going to be able to get through the rest of the sequence with what he's got. So,
which means he could draw longer down lines, build more speed. Speed equals control authority, right?
Yeah, absolutely. However, these airplanes don't have the highest of VNEs, velocity never exceed, and so you have to be on your game. You don't want to over-G, you don't want to overspeed any of these gliders from the Academy, because it's a shared aircraft between everybody here. And if there is an over-G or an overspeed, you have to do an inspection. And that may take a ship out of service for your other members that are competing. That'll slow down the contest in its entirety.
And
as he comes over the top here for the P-loops, that's the vertical down.
You wouldn't endear yourself to your fellow cadets, huh?
It probably wouldn't be the first time that it's happened, so they would kind of understand. However, disappointment would be real.
He is quite a bit far to the north.
Yep, but still visible, still gradable. Finishing the wedge, and now bringing it back into the box, slight nose high, and starting that 2-point roll.
No doubt about holding that point.
Very good, George. Excellent job, well flown.
All right, and there's the WAG.
Now, now they get the unenviable task of bringing the glider into land, and without an engine, there is no way to manage the energy other than
no go around
gravity.
Yeah, the song says you can always go around, but
it wasn't written by a glider pilot.
It wasn't written by a glider pilot, apparently. All right, so next is going to be Jen Watson. Jen is a flight school owner from California. She's flying the extra 300 LP. She first flew a contest in Delano, California in 2013. It was in primary. She likes the Humpty Bump, and this is her first nationals.
First nationals,
First
all
nationals for Jen Watson.
It's just another contest.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Out.
That's the I never flew the nationals. I flew regional contests for 25 years, and never flew the nationals. That mainly because I didn't have time.
Jen is diving in at the speed of heat right now. High and to the left, there's a wing rock. That airplane is on full tilt boogie, heading into figure one, pull vertical for this alien. Go get him, Jen. Over the top, big radius. So much speed just turns into a big old radius. There's nothing wrong with a big radius. You just have to maintain the same radius. Set the 45 down and pull level now up into the vertical, up right close to the judges.
Almost overhead.
And push right cap off.
Cap off, take that spin to the
Still
left.
going really fast. Got to get that throttle back to idle. And now go left, go left, go left. Yay, okay. So gonna take this away from the judges and set that vertical down line, build all that smash back up. And now pull onto that Y-axis. Take your time, into the Humpty. Quarter roll up to the right. Nobody has screwed this up today, and I
Not
feel bad if the next pilot does.
Yeah, but it is the known.
I'm gonna feel like I jinxed them.
It is the known. You'll see people screw this up on the unknowns because they can't fly it. They can only walk through it on the ground.
Yeah,
And
no practice of an unknown.
They'll turn in the wrong direction. Sometimes the unknown is a battle of the zeros.
Absolutely.
2 of 4 at the top.
1, 2. There it is.
Now,
Push down.
Captain James T. Kirk's
Enterprise.
I'm going to call it that from now on. No, I'm not. I'm going to always call it a goldfish.
She is definitely maintaining the energy. This is a high energy maneuver sequence. Big radius there. 2 of 4, 1 and 2. Both of those done. And moving on now into the hammerhead. So this is going to be maybe the slowest speed. This should be the slowest speed figure that she does here, because you're actually going up until 0 airspeed. You go up to stop, pivot, and then start coming back down again.
A novice asked me the other day why the airplane doesn't just keep climbing if it's going straight up and has a lot of thrust. I said, well, its thrust is only a fraction of its mass. What do you think? How much thrust does
Gravity wins.
Yeah. Is it 1/10 of the gross weight? 1 point?
So, most POHs actually publish a
Static thrust.
a number for, it's not thrust to weight, but it's close. Power per pound?
Power to weight ratio.
Yeah, but like the Cessna 172 and 152 manuals have a power per pound, horsepower per pound, and it's usually like 7 pounds. It's pounds per horsepower, so like 7 pounds per horsepower, 11 pounds per horsepower. And the lower that number is, the greater performance you're going to have for the aircraft. So with the, let's take the extra that's being flown right now. Let's say it weighs 1,500 pounds and it's got 300 horsepower. That's 5 pounds per horsepower. So that's a very good handling airplane, but it's still not a 1-to-1. It's not.
But it's still.
It's not enough to continue to fly vertically or
But it doesn't tell you what
accelerate
its
up.
static thrust is. But
No.
maybe its static thrust is a couple hundred pounds.
Yeah. We could probably do some math and figure that out. I don't know the equations. Put them in the chat if you know the equations for that. As Jen wraps up the 180-degree outside competition turn here. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. This is the portion of the contest that has been the slowest for her. Besides the top of the hammerhead, that was a turn that was right at 60 degrees, right at -2, and it took the most amount of time to get done. So you can either have a lot of bank, push really hard and have it over with real quick, or you can be right at the minimum and push a little bit but have it take a long time.
Take a long time. Depends on whether you like to get it over with quickly. All right.
Archer is asking, is anyone competing with a Christen Eagle this year? Yes, there is.
I've seen one.
And it has the traditional eagle on the side, but the paint is red, white, and blue, and it's quite a unique
Instead of
aircraft.
rainbow. Yeah, it's a good-looking aircraft.
I don't know whose it is, though. I think they're in Sportsman.
All right, well, we have one more glider coming up. I'm not sure if it's next or not, but it's an MDM Fox with Daniel Weston. Don't believe I have a bio on him. Daniel Weston.
So the gliders are recovering on the runway that's right in front of us.
Spectacular.
And the runways here are large enough that I have not seen a single one take off. So they're taking off somewhere way down there, and I haven't even seen it. Yeah.
But it is kind of startling when we're watching the box in front of us and all of a sudden a glider passes 50 yards in front of us.
It's probably how a whale feels when a submarine goes by. That's a
I don't-
terrible analogy. I'm sorry.
All right. Coming up next is Doug Ringering. And Doug's actually part of our group.
Oh, we might have Daniel Weston.
Daniel Weston.
I think we have Daniel Weston in the Fox. That's what's on the screen. That's all I know.
All right, glider intermediate coming up next. But if it is Doug Ringering, he's a professional airline pilot from Phoenix, Arizona, flying an extra 300L. His first contest was in Borrego Springs, and he flew Sportsman, and his favorite maneuver is the avalanche. And this is his first time at Nationals. Daniel Weston, I do not have a bio on him.
Daniel Weston is from the United Kingdom.
Oh, you met him.
It just says it
Oh,
at
it
the
says-
bottom.
Oh, it says it there. Yes, I think I remember. I haven't spoken to him, but I heard him speaking.
Do we have a sponsored list? I know that the U.S. Nationals have been sponsored by Extra Aircraft, Aura Aero, Game, Aerospace, and the Salina Regional Council. I want to thank the Salina Regional Airport also for their hospitality and the use of the hangars here, which I believe are operated by Avflight.
Yes, and this is the 5th or 6th year it's been in this location?
This is technically, we started here 6 years ago, but we didn't have a contest in 2020.
Oh,
So
fifth
it's
year.
the 5th event.
Yeah, it's been a great location. It followed a very detailed nationwide search. It's located near the geographical center of the U.S., so hardly anybody can complain that it's too far.
Hey, I'm the one that's flying 1,000 miles to get here.
I know, but
And I'm not complaining. I'm just saying, you know, it's great.
If you had it on the East Coast, the West Coasters would complain and vice versa.
Oh, yeah.
You put it in Kansas and they can say, hey, it's in the middle.
Yep.
So here comes the Fox.
I have never been to Denison, Texas.
I went to the Worlds when it was in Denison, Texas.
Ah.
That was in 2013 when I was the medical director. So he's very high, but that gives him his energy.
Yeah. As
He's
he says
diving
up
into the
here.
box.
Yeah, 45, 30 degree nose down. This is an intermediate sequence, so going to get some energy for the reverse Enterprise. Half roll, going to do the 3/4 loop down. That was about the quietest it's been, and I swear I heard the airflow over the wing there.
You can hear it, yeah. You can hear him flying.
I don't think our microphones are sensitive enough to pick that up, but it's very neat to hear the accelerating airflow over the top of the wing as they load up some G and angle of attack, and that airflow really, you hear it changing. As he does the 1.5 turn spin, sets vertical down line, accelerates, and pulls level to the right to get set up for the Q loop.
Nice smooth loop. And holding the down line, building up speed. Getting ready for the hammerhead. Very challenging to do a hammerhead in a glider. No prop wash across that tail. You've got to kick it early before you run out of speed. Quarter roll on the down line. Wind correcting on the y-axis. And pulling up for the Humpty bump. This is a simple pull, pull, pull Humpty bump. Quarter roll on the down line and back downwind to our left, judge's left. Getting ready for the P loop. Nice smooth loop around and then hold the down line for speed. Speed equals control authority. Reverse wedge, 30-degree line. Roll, hold the line, and then a short radius, pitch down, hold the line, and out, back to our right. Final figure, 2-point roll. You can hear it now, can't you?
Yep.
You hear that glider.
It might be the lowest we've seen.
And end of figure, end of sequence. Wing wagon, he's out. And that was the last glider, Daniel Weston, last glider of the day in the MDM Fox. We have 1, 2, 3 power competitors remaining.
3 power.
Starting with Doug Ring-a-Ring in the Extra 300. Do you have any questions?
Nah, nothing new on the live stream so far.
We're coming close to the end. Don't wait on your questions. We'll try to answer them in between these flights. Do you have your friends watching at home?
I don't have friends. I'm kidding. No, I posted the link to Instagram to make sure that folks who may not be aware
Is there any
of
way
where to watch.
Is there any way to tell how many people are watching?
Yes, but not on well, I can't necessarily say that on this one. 70 are watching right now.
Oh.
Stream has 21 likes. And
That's nice.
if I was on Forrest's computer, I could tell you some more details. But
well, at least we know it's not going out into the ether and nobody's watching it.
oh no, this is playing while people are snoozing because they've fallen asleep to the dulcet tones of our our voices here. I think we just saw the two-point roll for the inverted safety check.
The only aerobatic maneuver that's allowed outside of the box.
And if it is a maneuver that is required for the operation, it, to me, can't technically be an aerobatic maneuver, because an aerobatic maneuver is defined as an acceleration not necessary for normal flight. If the operation you are conducting normally requires that maneuver, it cannot possibly be aerobatic.
You're getting technical on me now.
That's what we do. We're flight instructors. All right, Dougie. We got the bell ring, which means
The
he's
bell,
entering the box.
the bell is ringing for ring-a-ring. I drove out to bring equipment out and also to support our chapter members. Among them is Doug. We're helping him with transportation to and from the hotels.
Very good. Carrying a lot of smash. Pulls into the vertical for the alien. 5/8 loop over the top to a 45 down. Nothing on the down. Pull exit right. Really turned the corner there.
Yeah, there. Extra can corner nicely, can it? If you got the right finesse.
Yeah, absolutely. And vertical up, looking pretty good. Set up for the 1 1/4 turn spin, pretty close. Hope he goes left, and it looks like he is.
The judges are looking for an auto rotation. Wing drop, nose yaw, all at the same time.
And a quarter roll up on the pull Humpty. Really aggressive over the top there. Doug is flying. They're playing hard. It's taking my breath away.
It's taking your breath away.
It's taking my breath away. Half loop up, 2 of 4 on the top. 1, 2.
Hey, roll to the
Really crisp second.
roll to the right.
Yeah, typically we do see pilots roll to the left, go with the torque, and roll to the right. Did a nice job again. Down for the goldfish.
Goldfish.
2 of 4 on the down.
Yes.
1, 2. Might be flirting with the bottom of the box here, so keep an eye on that for safety's sake. Up into the hammerhead.
It's got a nice viewing angle, though.
Yep. Hammerhead, you can take this up. You don't need a ton of energy coming down the bottom, so you don't need to draw a super long line here to get into that avalanche. And he doesn't. He's definitely higher than he was just a second ago. As he gets into the avalanche here, takes this upstairs. I would be pretty hard on the G here, get it into a position where I can do this snap with a lot of energy, keep the radius nice and tight, not waste it on the backside and get low again. And a half Cuban.
Half Cuban.
Good, nice. Definitely a different character to this half Cuban, the radius here, as he did on the avalanche.
Nice sound of that 6-cylinder Lycoming engine.
Oh,
I
yes.
always think a 6-cylinder sounds a lot better than a 4-cylinder.
Oh, yeah. The AEIO 540 is such a proven engine platform, not only in aerobatic aircraft, but also used in a lot of other normal and utility category airplanes.
I spent most of my flight time behind the 6-cylinder Lycoming.
Oh, yes.
Both in the Extra and in the Hyper Lance Saratoga series.
A 540 with true dual exhaust out of a 182 is one of the best sounding airplanes I think I've ever heard at idle. Just sitting there, really good. 180 inverted turn towards the judges. I think that's the one we've seen do that
That's
on
what I've
that.
seen.
I think he kept it in the box.
There's
There's the wing leg.
And the wig, and he's done.
Way to go, Doug. Got a little
Doug
cheering section out there. Curtis and Kyle, thank you very much for joining us and for sticking around long enough to watch Dougie fly. We have 2 competitors left.
2 competitors left, and they're all power. Next is Pete Muntean,
Flying the lowest power of the category.
which is the American champion super decathlon. His
Yeah.
first decathlon we've seen in this category.
Which is not necessarily surprising because, like we were talking about earlier, with category creep and intermediate getting more and more difficult, there's only a handful of people that I've seen fly decathlons in intermediate in the last
But
5-6 years.
But the category was designed for an aircraft like that.
It is intended. And
supposed
every
to be.
year Adam Cope flies his decathlon with the sequences that get submitted to make sure that it is viable. But Adam Cope is an unlimited level competitor with a lot of experience and a lot of experience in the Super D.
Does he work on with the sequence committee then to make sure it's flyable by the Super D?
Yes, but I think I think intermediate, this is my personal opinion, is beginning to get out of reach of the average decathlon pilot.
Yeah,
Pete is not an average decathlon pilot. Adam Cope is not an average decathlon pilot. Michael Lents are not average decathlon pilots.
So flyable does not mean winnable by the average decathlon pilot.
Well, Pete's going to get an opportunity here to show us that he can win it, and I know Mike Lents can win it. This is Pete's first nationals. He's been a longtime competitor out on the East Coast. He was working at a camp this week out in Union City with Mike Coughlin as well. And the real compare and contrast here is going to be how this airplane with Pete performs versus Steve Fiegel in the Integral R.
In the Integral R, because those are the 4-cylinder airplanes.
Absolutely.
Well, the S2A was a 4-cylinder airplane as well, I guess.
Yeah, but I wouldn't throw a beginner in an S2A. I'd put a beginner in a decathlon. I'd put a beginner in an Integral.
Yes.
So.
All right, here comes the Alien Head.
The Alien, doing well. Lots of energy. You can tell he's higher than most everybody else. And the Decathlon's a big airplane, so if it looks small, it's up high.
He's really high.
Pete changes that energy at airspeed into altitude, driving it uphill, capping off, level. Look at the nose high there as he
Spinning to the
rotates.
right.
Yep, going to the right. He's going to take this towards the judges. And driving downhill, lots of energy here. That's about a 5G pull. Going to the vertical for the hump D, quarter roll up. Left stick, buddy. There you go. Good job, Pete. Driving uphill, half loop over the top. In appearance, compared to the Integral R,
Yes.
I don't think it's maintaining energy on the verticals like the Integral did.
No. Well,
But it's down 35 horsepower.
it is, and
it's higher on drag.
It's a more draggy airplane. It's got big struts on either side, and people look at those struts and think, oh, they're tiny compared with the wing, but they do have a lot of drag.
Yes, a lot of drag. A lot of those struts. A little short on the points there, but he did get them in if it comes down to a video review. And I'm going to stick by that as he goes through the Enterprise here, 204, seeing some points there. And Pete's really flying that airplane well.
Well, I tell you, when I started flying the Decathlon again in Aerobatics 3 years ago, I was really humbled. The extra has spoiled me.
Oh, yeah.
It's a challenging airplane to fly.
Yeah, I did a lot of teaching in 330LX, and then I got back into the decathlon, and the first takeoff, the student put the power forward, and I thought the airplane was broken because it wasn't accelerating with the extra. Pete's getting down here. He's getting much closer to us, much bigger in the window as well as he does the avalanche there.
Snaps very nicely.
Yeah, Pete executed that very well, had plenty of energy to do it, but he's traded a lot of that altitude now.
Do you think he's going to have to take a break?
I don't think he's going to have to take a break. The next couple figures aren't really losers. Figure 9, he's maybe going to lose 100 feet. Figure 10, he's probably going to lose 100 feet, and then figure 11 goes back up. So I think he will be at the bottom of the box right about here, and actually he looks just a bit high, so he's got some room for figure 11, or figure 10 for this wedge, and he can take this all the way up until this airplane gets super slow, pull really hard, fly the world's smallest loop, nicely done, roll the airplane nice and early. You don't have to make long lines. Boom. Altitude looks perfect. Altitude is perfect.
Micro loop, yeah.
Yep.
He's at altitude where he can...
Now, does he have the speed to come out of figure 11 and have the energy to do this 2-point on top without falling out of it? We're about to find out. Rolling the aircraft. You can see the slower rate of the decathlon.
But he's
Got through it just fine, yeah.
Now.
She's
He's
digging out of it.
Holding that point.
little slower right there. You can see the airplane is on the edge, and he's continuing to accelerate as he goes into the 180-degree inverted competition turn to wrap up the known sequence for the Super Decathlon. The only one.
Only one in
It's
this
intermediate
category.
at nationals. Well done, Pete Muntean. Put on a masterclass and how to wheel a Super Decathlon around the skies of Salina, Kansas.
All right, we got one flight left in this series, and we can all head for the restaurant.
Thank you very much for joining us here on the live stream as we head into the last competitor. And anybody replaying the stream later on, you know, thank you for watching. Make sure you drop a comment, like the stream, share it with your friends, share it with your enemies if you hate it, and make sure you subscribe to the International Aerobatic Club. I'm Rob Dumovic with Spread Aviation.
And I'm Jeff Granger with Pilot Makers Flight Academy in Provo, Utah.
And we are both board members of the Upset Prevention and Recovery Training Network. We're both upset providers, and happy to be here at this year's Nationals and the opportunity granted to us to participate in the live stream. This has been really, really good.
Speaking of which, the Upset Recovery and the Upset Prevention Recovery Training Network is a new organization which is going to certify programs in upset recovery.
Absolutely. Just gonna shoot Forrest a little message here. There's Justin Miller listed twice accidentally, so we're not on him next. Yeah.
Ruben Alcanero from Port Orange, Florida, flying the extra 300L.
Very good.
I hear him. I don't see him. He's coming.
It's amazing. The extra 300L is an unlimited capable airplane.
And I saw one fly yesterday.
And one did fly
in
in unlimited
unlimited.
yesterday.
But it was obvious that how
An airplane that, when it was developed 30 years
was
ago,
the state of the art.
was state of the art.
Was the most powerful
Blew everything out of the water.
single-engine airplane on the market
And now they're handicapped in unlimited.
in unlimited because everybody's flying 330 SCs
Yep, 330s.
or MXs or
Yeah.
there was one Sukhoi.
Yep.
But if you look at the most recent world competition in advanced, all the top finishers were in extra 330
In extra 330s.
SCs. And if you look at the WAC, the World Aerobatic Contest in unlimited last year, all the top finishers were in extra 330 SCs.
Yep.
They have become the standard for world competition.
Amazing airplanes.
Amazing airplanes from the mind of Walter Extra. I see him circling in the hold. It's got to be him. It's the only one left.
Yeah. Or it's an interloper. Somebody that didn't read the NOTAM. Read your NOTAMs, folks.
Yeah, but he's circling in. But it's an aerobatic aircraft circling in the hold, so it's got to be him.
Now, we've had a great opportunity here with the Salina Airport being a Class Delta. Towers controlling the airspace, so there's very, very limited opportunities for interlopers to enter into the box.
You know, when I first started competing, most of the regional contests I'd go to were on non-towered fields. And the first time I went to a contest at towered field, I thought, well, this is going to be very challenging or difficult. But it actually works out better because, like you said, it virtually eliminates the possibility of an intruder in the box.
Well, I'll let you wrap up the sequence with Ruben here.
Okay. All right, Ruben, go for the alien head or the keyhole loop. Hold a vertical, 5/8 loop. First time a student in my hands would fly a loop like that, it seems like they are always staggering and stalling on the third quarter.
Yeah.
Always pull too hard. Dog leg up, get ready for the spin. Let's look for nose yaw, nose drop, wing drop. He's spinning to the right, coming towards us. Vertical line. Pull the vertical, feet into the box. Show us a smooth half loop across the top. And set the down line. Build up your speed. Speed equals control authority. Speed plus angle of attack equals lift. Lift curves your flight, right?
Yep. And makes G.
Makes it G. 204 at the top. He's overhead.
2.
but he doesn't have another wind corrector. The spin was his wind corrector on the y-axis.
Oh boy. Yeah, and there's an on-judge wind, and he's already at the front of the box, so he's going to have to start applying some cheats, and I think I see one right now, which is smart.
Is he slipping?
I'm seeing a little slip, seeing a little heading change, but it's not overt. It's quite discreet.
Hammerhead. We're right on the zero lift axis. We can see the pivot.
Yes. That would have been a great opportunity to pivot right if he had practiced it. So you're right, he's out of wind correctors in the rest of the sequence, but maybe that hammerhead could have gone to the right and kept him a little bit into the center.
You want to put this figure in the center of the box if you can, right in front of the judges.
Yeah, this is very judges right, very box right. And this is a very confusing place to fly because you are over top of some diagonal runways.
Bunch of diagonal runways.
And some confusing markings.
Half Cuban, coming around. Sometimes you can cheat your heading on a looping figure and the judges can't see it.
And sometimes they can't. And
sometimes they can.
I do believe I am seeing some of that right now, but that's the move you have to do right now, to not be behind the judges and actually get potentially a disqualification.
Yeah, this all figures into the presentation score.
Mm-hmm. And if a figure is deemed to be unjudgeable,
you take points off.
Take points off.
Automatic points off before you see any other defects.
Yeah, and potentially also judges could be raising their hands on the judges line saying can't see, or writing down A's. If every judge writes down an A, then you can't score it.
Can't score it. You'd have to come back and fly it again.
Yep, chief judge will give them a call on the radio and say, hey, come back in, we need to see figure 6. But right now we're watching figure 12, the outside inverted 180-degree competition turn, as he wraps that up, blends that turn and roll out. And I'm seeing a lot of people moving around and packing things up at the front, so I guess they got scores on everything.
End of figure, end of sequence, end of series.
Yeah.
Game, set,
end
match.
End of category.
Game, set, match.
Well, thank you very much for joining us here on the live stream.
Thanks for tuning in. Any last questions before we sign off?
We'll be back tomorrow morning, allegedly at 7 a.m., but just subscribe and click the bell for notifications on International Aerobatics Club to make sure that you get apprised and alerted to when we go live with more fun flying action from Salina, Kansas. Take care, fly awesome.